This is the fateful Jib awakening ceremony at Lijiang Academy. Every student has gathered, waiting for the class that will define their entire future. One by one, they step up to choose between three potential paths. Some are lucky enough to change their lives forever, while others are forced to embrace useless classes for the rest of their days. But when it is the turn of our protagonist, Zhu Yi, a world-shaking event occurs. An angel descends, promising that with her power, no monster will ever stand in his way, because from this moment on, she will always be by his side. She grants him three unique hidden class options: Light Mage, Holy Priest, Unholy Knight. Our hero chooses the Holy Knight immediately, knowing it's the most balanced class, with absolutely zero weaknesses to exploit. As the ceremony concludes, Zhu Yi is mobbed by students desperate to recruit him into their parties. Even the teachers have to push through the crowd to invite Zhu Yi to the principal's office for a crucial proposal tomorrow. Yet, our protagonist is in no rush to give his answer. The most important thing is that with this rare class, he can finally afford his sister's medical bills. Back in his room, the young warrior sits in silence before opening his system window. He notices unassigned stat points and a massive boost to his attributes. Realizing he can only hunt once he's stronger, he makes self-training his top priority. Suddenly, the system notifies him that a unique quest has been triggered. Zhu Yi quickly understands that completing this quest is the only way to claim the rewards. Without a second thought, he accepts. A pillar of light envelops him. It teleports him to a mysterious location. He finds himself standing deep inside a mine. He recalls that ancient rabbit monsters often inhabit such tunnels. A beast emerges from the shadows, but Zhu Yi effortlessly dodges the opening strikes. Confident it's no threat, he decides to defeat it without using any skills. His sharp reflexes allow him to move through every blow. Realizing his biddy is far more agile after the stat boost, the monster lunges again. And though he evades most, one strike managed to graze him. Realizing a single moment of callousness could mean death, he gets serious. Even if it's just a low-level Mabe, he begins his counterattack. He unleashes mystical strikes of light, charging forward. The young warrior channels power into his golden fist, throwing a barrage of punches. Before finally executing the rabbit monster, the trial ends, and he receives the highest score along with a horde of system rewards. Relieved, he decides his next goal is to find a weapon. Luckily, the system grants him one. He invests his attribute points and quickly purchases a sword. Before leaving the testing grounds, just then, a notification appears, demanding he head to the hospital immediately. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yun is watching the news and learns what happened to her brother yesterday. A nurse storms in, fuming with rage, and complains about the mounting medical fees. She wonders how the costs rose so quickly and doubts Zhu Yi could ever pay, as even 3 jobs wouldn't be enough. The nurse ignores the explanation and screams that Yun has used too much medication this month. Her condition has deteriorated, requiring special care. Still furious, she cruelly tells the girl to just accept her fate and die. Suddenly, a mysterious man appears, cutting her off before she can say another word. The nurse storms out in a huff, threatening that Yun will pay for this next time. Trembling, the frail girl wonders who this stranger is. He calmly hands over a business card, introducing himself as a friend of her brother. Zhu Yi finally returns, bill in hand. Wondering why 10,000 was mysteriously withdrawn from his account, he asks his sister about it, but quickly notices 2 men sitting beside her. One of them smiles politely, introducing himself as the Ma's secretary, explaining he's there to discuss a few matters. Our young hero wonders why such an important figure would seek him out. Nonetheless, he shakes the secretary's hand and suggests they take the conversation outside. The man agrees but leaves a bodyguard behind to keep his sister company. At a nearby restaurant, the secretary congratulates the young warrior for receiving an angel's protection and awakening a high-tier talent. He tries to be humble, calling it luck, but the man isn't buying it. He explains that attaining an S-rank talent takes more than just luck. Then comes the revelation. The man has taken notice and prepared a stash of cultivation resources exclusively for him to prepare for the upcoming exam. Pulling out a shining key, the secretary is ready to hand it over, but our protagonist remains wary. He knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. He suspects the mayor expects something in return, perhaps hoping he will one day become a powerful figure. The secretary offers an even more enticing deal by promising to arrange a professional medical team for Yun, even committing that the mayor will contact a high-ranking priest, ensuring he no longer has to worry about his beloved sister. He hesitates at first, but for his sister's sake, he agrees. Afterward, he reunites with Yun. Her eyes sparkle with excitement hearing about his achievements. She says she wants to cling to him like an accessory, because she wants to see him climb to the peak. He brushes it off as nonsense. Urging her to focus on her health, the little girl asks about his skills, reminding Zhu Yi that his class has 3 exclusive abilities, including one related to healing. Deciding to test it, he gently places his hand in her forehead, and a warm glow surrounds them both. She begins to feel comfortable. Yun finds it absolutely miraculous, and he realizes that while the slow recovery skill can't cure the illness, it can at least ease her pain. The next day, Zhu Yi meets the principal, who informs him that multiple universities have been relentlessly trying to recruit him. 4 teachers from the top 10 universities are already present, and the old man hopes he will negotiate for the best advantages possible. He adds that these teachers are all at level 35, so choosing any of them guarantees a brilliant future. Zhu Yi asks which schools they represent and the principal lists them, but he notices the top 3 are missing. The reason is simple. Those schools don't recruit based in talent alone. Students must prove themselves through the exams. The principal announces his presence, and Zhu Yi bows politely. The teachers are impressed by his humility. Despite his inherent power, Chan, one of them, gets straight to the point, offering 2 million along with 3 exclusive skill books for the Holy Knight class. Another teacher argues that's far too little, and makes an even greater FAA, leaving the old man in shock. Miss Zhu acknowledges the sincerity and immediately offers B-rank cultivation resources if he chooses her university. At this point, the principal loses patience and urges Zhu Yi to accept, emphasizing that cultivation resources are priceless, but to everyone's surprise, he rejects them all. The woman asks why, and he confidently replies that he only wants to join one of the top 3 universities. But because of the involvement of other races, it's nearly impossible for an ordinary human like him to get into those schools. Tian releases his overwhelming pressure, saying he hoped he wasn't this naive. He knows about the boy's background and his difficult life before receiving his talent. The pressure weighs heavy, making it hard for him to stand. The teachers warn that even if he makes it into a top school, he won't receive proper attention and will remain at the bottom forever. Right before he collapses, the principal intervenes, urging Tian to calm down. However, Miss Zhu notices that Zhu Yi withstood that intense pressure. If only for a moment, it makes her realize he truly is special. Tian regains his composure but declares he's no longer interested in recruiting someone lacking both skill and a good attitude. The other teachers also decide to leave, despite the principal's pleas for them to reconsider. Miss Zhu gives Zhu Yi a reality check, reminding him that the country is full of geniuses, and with stronger races and fierce competition. It will be hard to reach the top. However, the young warrior remains determined to prove her ring with his exam results. With 1 month left, he is confident the system will help him level up quickly. He declares he will definitely join one of the top 3 universities. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Miss Zhu feels nostalgic. It's been years since she witnessed such a powerful will. She smiles, hoping he fulfills expectations. A month later, at a massive arena, students feel anxious as the exam is about to begin. They fear they are doomed, because their supervisor is the notorious Demon Yang. As they gossip about Zhu Yi, some call him arrogant for rejecting the generous FAS. But when he appears, his overwhelming pressure silences all doubts. He has completely transformed. The gates begin to glow, displaying all the exam information. The students react instantly, seeing the challenges ahead. Cat monsters are famous for their speed. While Tauren rely on their thick hides for protection, only 5 people are allowed in a party. Before they enter, the teacher warns everyone to use their return scrolls and leave the secret realm immediately if they encounter a threat beyond their capability. Dying in the dungeon means permanent death. The timer starts, and students rush into the mysterious map. Some decide to go solo, just like our protagonist, while others form teams for a better chance of survival. The audience whispers, predicting that elite class students are likely to go solo to hug all the resources. A girl points toward Zhu Yi, walking nonchalantly even while surrounded by dangerous monsters. The exam director loses his cool and starts shouting at the principal, wondering why such a valuable student is wandering alone in the map. He fears the boy might die in the dungeon, wasting all the effort put into his awakening. The principal, however, remains calm and asserts that this young warrior is no ordinary child. He is someone they trust and surely has a plan. Just as the monsters lunge toward him, Zhu Yi draws his axe. He cleaves through them with ease. This is the result of a month spent grinding to level 10 and boosting his stats to 13. His confidence soaring. Our boy feels ready to conquer any top-ranking exam. As the creatures hesitate, he charges straight forward, swinging his weapon and taking them down one by one. With his talent on the protection of the holy angel, even his axe becomes sharper and more powerful. although the exam limits everyone's weapons to 3 stab runs. His buffs allow him to enhance it even further. With his paw white blade now at level 5, Juyi annihilates hordes of menstas in the blink of an eye. The weapon is so powerful it can finish any low-level creature in a single strike. The audience erupts in cheers, stunned by the display of power. A teacher points out that he's even faster than the cat menstas. His speed has skyrocketed. Another adds that his magic is also sharper, bolstered by high intelligence stats. Every hit lands with perfect precision, convincing them he's a combat genius. A third notices his iron determination and fierce fighting spirit. However, the night map isn't just about strength. It overwhelms warriors with sheer numbers. Even veterans risk falling as their stamina depletes. Observing closely, a teacher remarks that Juyi's axe looks incredibly heavy on suspects. He's burning energy with every swing. Sure enough, several catmonsters lunge at him. With a single sweep, he knocks down a handful, and finishes the rest with magic. Suddenly, a blue light flashes, revealing the entrance to the next level. As he steps inside, Juyi finds himself facing thousands of menstas waiting in the darkness. The host welcomes the audience to the broadcast and introduces the strongest, most blessed S-rank shining knight, Holy Juyi. Gasps echo through the crowd. Our protagonist completed the first challenge in less than 4 minutes, with unshakable confidence. He strides into the next stage, where a mevy of menstas awaits. He quickly assesses them: mage, healer, and warrior cat menstas, interspersed with a tauren. The initial stage might have been easy, but this stage is filled with well-trained enemies, each a real threat to his life. With a wild roar, the menstas charge in for the kill. Suddenly, mystical dark magic entangles him. The cat mages have cursed him. The warriors rush in while the healers prepare to support. Despite that, Juyi just smiles and praises their coordination, drawing a holy light crest. He releases divine energy, disintegrating almost all enemies in seconds. His teacher, who once thought the Holy Knight class existed only for support, stands in awe. The young knight has proven the opposite. His abilities also stand at B rank. The old man recalls how little government support this boy received, making his attainment of B rank skills even more astonishing. He nods in acknowledgement. He watches our protagonist face the final tauren. The menster activates its berserk state, shattering the ground with its strength before lunging. He counters with a slash of air and pure light, pushing it to the brink of death. As the next door opens, he guesses the bus fight is coming. A government official's eyes widen, realizing this young man is truly reliable. His progress in just 1 month is unbelievable. The academy's previous top student barely reached rank 791 in the region, but with Juyi, their reputation could fly higher than ever. Suddenly, a worried student points out that he recklessly entered the bus room without resting. Panic grips the official, but the principal remains calm, assuming the young warrior surely has a plan. Now inside, our boy faces the raging bus. Channeling all his blessings, he transforms into his holy knight form, dodging the mensta's opening strike and lunging forward for the first blow. The massive beast blocks Juyi's attack. He struggles to pierce its thick hide and quickly realizes this battle won't be as easy as he first thought. The beast goes berserk, retaliating with a barrage of strikes, and sends our protagonist flying. He survives only thanks to his holy knight armor. Without it, he would have been killed instantly. Now Juyi understands what he needs to do. Relying on his grit, he summons the spirit of victory and creates countless spears of light. He throws everything he has at the mensta, but it still withstands the onslaught with ease. Our hero realizes he can't use raw strength to overwhelm such a powerful creature. Although he could wear it down slowly, he still wants to end the stage quickly to secure first place. However, he definitely has a way to win. Juyi notices the menster is much slower than him. If he continuously attacks from all directions, it won't be able to defend against every slash. Upon delivering a heavy blow, he makes another discovery. The tauren may have massive health and endurance, but its resistance is lacking. The damage he deals starts to stack up. Determined to end the fight, Juyi unleashes a series of high-damage skills simultaneously. He knows timing is key. If he runs out of energy, he risks disqualification. Although he didn't intend to go all out, he still uses everything in his arsenal. Finally, he brings down the mensta. He achieves an SS rank in his trial run, becoming the top student in the region. Even he is shocked by the result. Before coming to this world, our protagonist faced tragedy. His mother passed away, and his sister suffered from a terrible illness. Despite everything, he pushed forward. The system's appearance gave him a second chance to fix his life, and he refused to waste it. As he exits the map, the system displays all the rewards he earned from the battle. Everyone welcomes him back, and one boy even calls him a gid. Director Jong congratulates him, saying that soloing Night Mad difficulty within 10 minutes is an unprecedented ENA for Academy 2. Director Zhang believes Zhu Yi has the potential to take first place in the Sukong region. Zhu Yi humbly replies that the praise is too much. When suddenly a supercar arrives at the scene, the director announces that the final results will be out in at least 3 days on premises to inform him immediately. He thanks the man, suggesting he rest and wait for the good news. Leaving the site, our boy goes straight to the hospital. In his way in, he reflects on how after that last conversation, Director Zhang quickly followed through in his promise. Yun was moved to a luxury room with a professional medical team monitoring her condition constantly. At the hospital, he tells the nurse he's there to visit his sister and share some good news. He also notices an unusual chill coming from the vents. When they reach the 26th floor and the elevator doors open, they are shocked. Doctors and nurses are frozen in place, walls and floors covered in a thick layer of ice. Worried for Yun, he sprints toward her room, leaving the nurse behind. Within seconds, she is also frozen. He shatters the ice with his massive axe and enters the room. Inside, he sees a towering ice monster hovering. While King is desperately protecting the fragile girl, Zhu Yi prepares to attack the ice monster with a magical fireball, but King stops him. She is busy using magic to shield Yun. He asks what's happening, and King explains that if they attack callously, Yun's heart could shatter. Our boy then asks about the presence of a dragon in the room. He sees his sister lying in bed, covered in frost. King tells him that Yun's ice illness flared up, freezing everyone. She can only keep the cold from spreading off this floor, so she urges him to leave quickly. However, Zhu Yi is desperate for his sister. King confesses that without a high-level priest, there's nothing more she can do. The protagonist quickly assesses the situation and orders the system to use all skill points to upgrade slow recovery. The system activates, announcing that level 4 slow recovery enhances level 10 slow recovery. This will gradually restore health and energy for allies within a certain range. It also notes that enhanced slow recovery is in use. King is surprised by the strength of the Holy Knight's healing skill. It even surpasses the capabilities of a level 23 priest like herself. While completing the healing process, Zhu Yi tells her hold down the fort here and instructs her to notify Secretary Zhao immediately, asking him to call for a high-level priest as soon as possible. King explains that high-level priests have busy schedules. Secretary Zhao only managed to book her for next week, so even if called now, the priest won't arrive in time. Zhu Yi insists she still notify Zhao. If he can't get a high-level priest here, our hero promises to do anything for him in the future. Understanding, she quickly leaves. Zhu Yi reflects that Yun has endured this cold flare-up every night for the past year. Suffering intense pain from the frigid aura, he knew the cold was getting worse, but didn't expect it to be so severe it would affect the outside world. As he pushes himself, the frost shatters the windows and begins to spill outside. Zhu Yi is still holding back the cold when the ice dragon lunges at him. Suddenly, someone throws a fireball at the beast, hitting its head squarely. The fireball bounces around the room. He screams for them to stop on Nit to touch his sister, but the attack accidentally hits him and sends him flying. A saintess appears, challenging the dragon. Brandishing a magical spear, she attacks its head and orders it to leave. She enhances her mana, fighting fiercely and finally defeating it. Afterward, she tells Zhu Yi it's over, asking if he's the one she's heard about. She plants her spear in the ground, releasing magic pulses that thaw the ductors on nurses. She introduces herself as Chui Lai Ye, a level 35 second awakened priest from Qingyun City. Zhu Yi expresses his gratitude. Chui explains that Director Zhang asked her to treat Yun first. She adds that if Zhang hadn't told her about Zhu Yi, she wouldn't have broken the rules and fought the cold for so long. It seems the director was telling the truth. When Zhu Yi asks about his sister's illness, and if it can be cured, Chui explains that the leaking cold energy solidifying is a sign of bloodline awakening. He's shocked by this revelation. She explains further, when the Eternal game first appeared, many players chose characters from other races, elves, giants, demons, and more. When the game merged with reality, those players gained the bloodline traits they had chosen. For example, those with elf bloodlines have bluer eyes and linger ears, while humans with giant bloodlines can grow to 3 or 4 meters tall. Over the past 200 years, these players have married humans, diluting the bloodlines across generations. Most lost special traits and power, except for cases of bloodline awakening. Chui warns that bloodline awakening can bring both fortune and misfortune. Successful awakening means the person can control the power of other races, greatly increasing their level and learning ability. However, failure could lead to paralysis or death. She explains Yun's biddy can't withstand the bloodline power, which is likely a rare icy bloodline. For Yun to survive, her physical constitution must be changed. Chue says that, as far as she knows, only a treasure called the Ice Lotus can change a human's constitution. This artifact is extremely rare. The last one appeared at an auction 30 years ago and was sold for $1.3 billion by an anonymous buyer. She tells Zhu Yi that Yun won't be able to suppress the cold, which will fully flare up in the next 3 months. Another option is using a powerful sealing skill to lock the bloodline away, but she warns that using this skill would make Yun unable to level up in the future. Chui tells him to contact her once he has decided. 5 days later, Zhu Yi is performing his daily training routine. After completing the daily quest, the system prompts him to choose a reward. He asks for stat points, as he usually picks them as daily quest rewards. Constitution and intelligence are vital for a holy knight, but he knows not to ignore other stats, following a typical pattern. He allocates points into 4 stats in a 2-3-3 and 2 method for balanced growth. The system then notifies him he's completed an achievement quest and congratulates him in taking first place in the Sukong regional exam. It announces that rewards will be granted according to the results, and lists the skills and levels he has reached. An announcer reports the first place winner is a dark horse from Zhongli City. She also shares that this individual was only level 10 when entering the secret realm. And his Jib awakening ceremony triggered a divine phenomenon, a clear sign of his destiny as a top contender. Secretary Zhao informs the media that he always believed Zhu Yi would succeed after witnessing his awakening as a holy knight. That belief led him to advise the government to increase investment in the young warrior. Inside a bustling restaurant, people are buzzing about the new champion. Some discuss whether Holy Knight is a support class, while others are skeptical. One man argues he doesn't like Zhu Yi, pointing out that it usually takes much longer for such a class to solo a secret realm, especially for someone only at level 10 facing a nightmare realm alone. A girl interrupts, revealing she has footage proving his abilities are real. She asserts he truly is powerful. People begin to wonder why his holy Chris looks even more formidable than a high-level mage's fire magic. They marvel at his weapon's blessing, calling it a gift from the gods and a blessing of courage, and someone even asks how many buffs he has. Meanwhile, a red-haired man sits alone at home, reflecting on Zhu Yi's recent victory. He notes the clearing time was 9 minutes and 2:24 seconds, 20 seconds faster than his own record. Furious at losing his Enna, he angrily shoots his robot helper, fuming that the kid dared to overshadow him and swearing that Zhu Yi is looking for death. In the other side of the city, our boy is walking through a park when he receives 2 messages from the Zhongli authorities and his phone. Each message details a massive sum of money, waiting for his confirmation. He immediately calls Secretary Zhao to ask if something is wrong. Zhao reassures him that, in recognition of his brilliant exam performance, the government is awarding him $5 million in cash and a luxury villa. He asks if Zhu Yi has a preferred location for the villa, but the protagonist replies that Zhao can't choose for him. Zhao then informs him that recruiters from the top 3 universities are on their way to meet him. Offering to send a car, the boy replies it's not necessary, as the recruiters have already arrived. A young man approaches and introduces himself as a recruitment teacher from Dunjiang University, as he greets Zhu Yi. Another recruiter descends from a helicopter, loudly wondering why the Dunjiang teacher is even here after criticizing him in the past. The Dunjiang teacher warns the boy to watch his words, explaining that Tian, the newcomer, failed to see the truth and has since been dismissed from his university. He then FS's Zhu Yi a spit at Dunjiang University, along with a 4 million yuan incentive, net to be outdone. Tian, representing Madu University, fears back by promising to double any FEI Dunjiang makes. He is confident that Madu will secure the enrollment and urges everyone else to leave. Suddenly, a woman with large wings appears beside Zhu Yi and without warning, scoops him up and begins flying away. She introduces herself as a representative from Qingjing University, boasting that the school IFIS nothing but the best cultivation resources, including a rank resources every year for 4 years. While mid-air, another winged woman blocks them, arguing that enrollment should depend on resources, history, and reputation. She asserts that Sukong University can match anything Qingjing IFIS and questions the need for kidnapping. She warns the first woman that unless she puts Zhu Yi down, she shouldn't blame her for what happens next. Back in the ground, Tian raises the stakes again, premising that Madu will provide not just a rank cultivation resources, but also a complete gold rank gear set every year. The first winged woman then clarifies she isn't kidnapping him, and she urges Zhu Yi to make his own choice. The second woman introduces herself as Su Mi Nai, a recruitment teacher from Sukong University. She explains Sukong values strength above all else, and students who achieve the school's Earth or Heaven rank can receive S-rank resources. She points out that Sukong has taken first place in the last 4 freshman exchange competitions, proving they top-tier talent development. The two women go back and forth, each defending their university's merits and achievements, with Mai emphasizing that Sukong's victories should be motivation for Qingjing to work harder. Amidst their arguments, Zhu Yi considers his options. All the universities offer similar benefits, and any school would guarantee a bright future. But if he truly wants to become even stronger during his university years, he knows he must carefully choose the school that fits him best. As the recruitment teachers are arguing with each other, our boy suddenly shouts his decision, making all three turn to stare. He informs Mai that he has chosen Sukong University. With a touch of magic, she summons a university contract before him, explaining it's Sukong's special enrollment agreement. She encourages him to review it and sign if he finds no issues. Meanwhile, Miss Sun, concerned Sukong is taking the lead again, tells Zhu Yi that if he finds it hard to adapt there, he's always welcome to visit Qingjing. Mai, showing little patience for her rival, calls Miss Sun a stubborn bitch. As Zhu Yi reads through the contract, he's curious about the mention of windless casting, a skill usually reserved for high-level mages. He asks Mai about Miss Sus level, and she replies that the female mage is at level 42, second awakened. She adds that the world is much bigger than he realizes, and upon entering Sukong, he will encounter many more young and powerful individuals. Feeling confident after gaining the system, he believes no one his age can compare. He's eager to get into Sukong, face string opponents, and grow even faster. Recognizing his burning desire for competition, Mai calls him an interesting boy. As he signs the contract, it begins to glow with magical light. Mai quickly retrieves it and tells Zhu Yi he'll have a week to pack his things. As Shell returned to pick him up for Sukong afterward, he's surprised, wondering if the semester starts that early, but Mai whispers that special recruits get access to the highest level of cultivation and training. The strength will increase rapidly, preparing for a better performance in the upcoming National Freshman Exchange competition. The next day, Zhu Yi, along with his sister Yun and sister King, visits his new villa. Secretary Zhao informs them the villa is a gift from the city government. It features 3 floors, with the second floor housing a dedicated training room, while the third has a spacious balcony and entertainment area, totaling nearly 1,000 square meters. After giving them a tour, Zhao says he'll let them rest, but before he can leave, Zhu Yi asks for a favor. He explains Yun hasn't fully recovered and is physically weak, so while Sister King will stay with her, he hopes Zhao could also help look after Yun for a while. The secretary happily agrees. Meanwhile, Mai waits for Zhu Yi in her Ki. She reminds him that Yun needs to take medication from Priest Choi every week, has Sister King check her health daily, and Zhao will arrange for her to start school in a few days. Mai also tells Zhu Yi that Yun should follow Zhao's instructions. Yun hugs her brother, affirming she understands. As Zhu Yi and Mai drive away, she asks if it's his first time traveling far, and he confirms it is. She tells him to get ready. Suddenly, the Aka takes flight and enters a teleportation portal, transporting them to Ning City, then into Ning University City. Mai explains that large-scale universities are usually under military control, and Priest Choi had to apply for special permission from the city government to use the miniature magic teleportation formation. Upon arrival, Mai points out that Sukong University works closely with the military, which allowed them to build a massive teleportation formation near the campus, making travel safe and convenient. As Zhu Yi looks out, he sees the university nestled in a mountain, with countless humans, monsters and giants pouring through the school gates. Zhu Yi listens as Mai guides him through the enrollment procedures, but before he can respond, a sudden commotion catches his attention. Someone is thrown in front of him, and before he can react, an angry girl kicks the man, shouting that she already said she didn't want to talk. She warns that the kick was just a teaser. If he bothers her again, she won't hold back. The unlucky guy is revealed to be young Master Zion. While the het-tempered girl's name is Chili, among the Lucas, a girl whispers that Zion always tries to hit on freshmen every semester. The protagonist observes Chili closely, noticing her magic patterns suggest a demonic bloodline. Miss Mai calmly explains that many students and teachers in University City carry various bloodlines, advising him not to be surprised in the future. He reassures her, saying she doesn't need to worry regardless of the race, as long as they stand with humanity. He won't be hostile. Nor does he blame the entire demon race for his father's death. Mai then hands him his student ID. Examining it, Zhuyi wonders if the number represents his ranking. She takes the opportunity to explain the school system. Each school year has its own rankings, with stronger students placed higher. Freshmen are initially ranked based in the entrance exam. He's startled to find he is ranked 001, the strongest among the incoming freshmen. Mai warns this ranking is only temporary. A freshman competition in a month will shuffle positions. From now on, he will be a target with everyone eyeing his spot. Our hero firmly replies that since he's reached the first position, he has no intention of losing it. Mai continues, detailing the school's point system. Freshmen receive points according to their rank, which can be used to exchange for meals, gear, medicine, skill books, and even rare S-rank skills and resources beyond rankings. Points can also be earned through the taskboard or by holding a spot in the prestigious Heaven-Earth leaderboard. She notes that Tsu University has about 5,000 students, many eager to climb into that elite leaderboard, and warns him not to become arrogant. As they walk, Zhuyi notices students entering a glowing magic gate. Mai explains about the 3 secret realms: Giblin Dungeon, entry level 17 to 21, Warped Forest, level 23 to 26, and Purgatory, level 28 to 31. Besides meeting the level requirement, entry costs points. She also mentions the training room where students can spar against robots or real opponents to level up. Inside, the protagonist witches ingoing machis, while Mai remarks that at Tsu University, only the strongest have the right to command resources, an arrangement meant to ensure survival. Passing a group of students, some call out greetings to Miss Mazars, who is praising their work. Curious about Zhuyi, a girl asks who he is, pointing out it's rare for a teacher to personally escort someone. Another recalls that freshmen usually arrive in groups of 10 under senior supervision. Wondering if he's receiving special favor, Wang Li explains that special recruits are helped by teachers to adapt faster and perhaps to lure them into their houses. Meanwhile, Chili asks Tsu University's informant about Zhuyi's background. Upon hearing he's from the Sukong region, a level 13 Holy Knight ranked first, the students are stunned. They can't believe a support jib could hold the top spot. A boy mentions that rank 002 Shenling Feng is a level 14 Berserker, and doubts a heavy support role could outmatch that power. Chili, confident in her info, asserts her title as informant is in a joke, and confirms Zhuyi is indeed the top freshman. Suddenly, a boy declares he believes Zhuyi's rank is fake. He introduces himself as Lu Jing, a level 13 Retribution Knight ranked 038, and challenges the Holy Knight, claiming he's unworthy of his number. Stepping forward, he is stopped by a senior placing a hand on his shoulder, reminding him that dueling is private and wanting not to waste everyone's time. The senior adds that the 001 rank was decided unanimously by the principal and 5 house teachers. There's no mistake. Lu shrugs it off, asserting he can't handle it, and tells the senior not to interfere. Excitement spreads through the crowd as whispers fly that Lu is trying to use Zhuyi as a stepping stone. Some argue it's natural, as the Holy Knight class isn't known for its strength. Our boy asks Lu what his real motive is. The challenger proposes a bet. If he wins, he asks for nothing, but if he loses, he gets 100 points. Considering his reputation and wanting to set an example, he raises the stakes, asking for 300 instead. Lu hesitates, knowing he only earned about 400 for his rank, and the crowd murmurs that he risks losing almost everything. He turns his back, taunting that Lu can walk away if he lacks the courage. Pressured, the Retribution Knight accepts the terms and tells him to step into the ring. Zhuyi, however, dismisses the idea. If Lu doesn't kneel within 3 moves, he wins. Zhuyi and Lu stand in the ring with Mai as the referee, setting the rules and guiding both to count down 3 seconds before acting, emphasizing no killing blows. As the countdown ends, Lu charges aggressively. Unleashing his blood slash, he leaps into the air, sword held high, aiming to overwhelm his opponent with one decisive strike. However, our hero responds with a single powerful kick that sends him flying right out of the ring. Lu crashes into the wall and collapses, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. Unimpressed, he calls the match boring and wonders if Lu had some secret plan, only to conclude he couldn't even withstand one blow. After checking the injured fighter, the doctor informs Mai that he has 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and has lust consciousness. She quickly instructs the doctor to have a priest heal him, while transferring 300 points into Zhuyi's student account and handing him his student ID card. From the sidelines, Chili is amazed at how the Holy Knight effortlessly blicked the Retribution Knight's charge combined with blood slash using just a kick. She realizes This is the true power of rank 001 and estimates the gap in their strength stats is at least 20 points. Eager to test herself, she calls out, challenging Ju-yi to a match. The protagonist notices she possesses not just multiple bloodlines but also legendary Gia. With a magic scan, he calculates her power on strengths, determining she is indeed a worthy opponent. Satisfied with the assessment, he accepts. Now in the ring, he grips his massive Warhammer, ready for battle. Meanwhile, Lai Dong, captain of the Aurora Club, approaches Mai, expressing surprise at her presence and exchanging polite greetings. As the match begins, a flying robot acts as the referee. Chili takes the initiative with her greatsword using a shadow slash skill. He counters with whirlwind smash. Their weapons collide, creating a burst of sparks. She retreats, reassessing his power, realizing just how strong and monstrous he is. Determined, Chili escalates with demonic slash. Our boy, glad to finally be facing someone head-on, embraces the challenge. She unleashes a quick hook, followed by an enhanced lunge, but Ju-yi counters with shockwave slash, then releases a mountain-crushing smash. The battle rages across the ring, weapons clashing repeatedly. Observing intently, Lee concludes that without a trump card, the Soul Swordsman is destined to lose, even though the doctor believes the two seem evenly matched. Relying on her enhanced block skill, Chili notices that while she once blocked 1 out of 3 swings, it's now 1 out of 2. She reflects that most heavy weapon users might preserve stamina by defending on retreating, waiting for an opening. Yet Ju-yi shows no sign of restraint or fatigue. She wonders if he's reckless or simply extremely confident. The weight of the Warhammer constantly forces her into the defensive rather than offensive on anxiety builds. Deciding to escalate, Ju-yi casts Gift of Good, Gift of Courage, and swings the Spear of Victory. Chili defends with Phantom Slash, wondering when he'll release his full strength. Suddenly, he unleashes an intense attack, overwhelming her on pinning her to the ground. The Warhammer stops just inches from her head as he asks if she wants to continue. Admitting defeat, she concedes, acknowledging she can't stand against such overwhelming power. Ju-yi questions her, noting she didn't go all out. Refraining from using swordsman skills or dark elemental powers, surprised by his insight, Chili confesses since it's just a spa. She chose not to reveal her trump cards, and points out that he himself wasn't fighting at full power. Citing his exam video, with a smile, she tells him to add her social media. Hoping to spar again in the future, after the match, Ju-yi receives guidance from Miss Mai, who advises him to let go, and he accepts her counsel. As they walk outside the school, she details that the freshman dormitory is located in a small mountain. While normal student dorms are at the foot on mountainside, she tells him the special recruitment dorms are at the very peak. And these individuals enjoy the privilege of living in independent villas. Mai stops to show the protagonist the building where he will live from now on. Just as he is about to step inside, she stops him to ask if his true goal is indeed the legendary Ice Lotus. She reveals that according to a brave expedition that dared the stormy mountains 6 years ago, a real ice lotus was actually sighted within those peaks. However, they were forced to abandon the mission because the treasure was guarded by terrifying high-level monsters. She offers a final warning. After all this time, this information might no longer be accurate. Wasting no time, Ju-yi quickly sets up the computer room in his new quarters and begins researching the Ice Lotus. He knows that the stormy mountains, which rose after Earth merged with the Eternal Game, are vast and filled with treasures on strange flora and fauna. The system, noting his success in the recent exam, rewards him with a life-saving item, Rebirth After Death. Our hero prepares for the journey, intending to venture out after purchasing necessary skills on Gia. As he continues his research, the computer system notifies him, rank 001 has been detected. Unholy Knight skills below a rank can be learned for free. He wastes no time on acquires physical damage immunity, a weaponless skill, and also chooses a long-range attack skill. Since all available skills are free for him, he purchases many, but he still needs to spend points to collect the first set he earned from the exam. That night, Ju-yi enters the stormy mountains. As he enters the wilderness, a massive explosion shakes the mountain. Clad in his fairest gear, purchased with a significant amount of points, the protagonist moves forward. Meanwhile, Chili on the other side holds her phone and reads Ju-yi's message. She feels sad because she invited him to work out at the gym together, but he refused, explaining he would be outside the school. Her friend notices her mood and wonders what's causing trouble. Chili confesses she met a boy. When asked what makes him special, she explains she challenged him yesterday and even used some charm abilities during battle, but he was completely unaffected. As Chili discusses this with her friend over video call, she impulsively decides to go to the stormy mountains as well. At the same time, a girl named Ju is driving a truck when a group of menstas suddenly blocks the path. Without hesitation, she throws small bombs at the menstas, causing explosions that kill most of them, as a second girl in the passenger seat releases ice magic, summoning a spirit, blowing away a mensta. From the roof, Dan begins firing at the remaining enemies with a machine gun. The three girls coordinate their attacks, thinning the threat. Suddenly, Dan signals the fourth girl, Lai, who jumps down from the truck with her sword ready. Ju shouts in victory, but then quickly warns everyone to move, as she constructs an ice wall to block a lunging beast. Just as the four of them push back the beasts, something hits their truck at light speed, flipping it over and leaving heavy damage. Ju screams, desperately checking if her friends are safe. As King shouts a warning, something is behind her. When Ju turns around, she and the others are stunned to see a massive army of menstas approaching. Her confidence vanishes. Their team has exhausted all their trump cards, and only manage to take down 4 demons, as the menstas begin to spit fire from their mouths. The girls wonder if this is truly the end for them. Suddenly, Zhu Yi bursts into the scene, riding a massive white wolf. He unleashes a holy storm in the menstas, and the swirl of energy stops the demons' fiery attack. The holy storm begins to revolve around them, shifting the battle's tide. A fire blade slashes at the beast, but in response, its cold breath releases an ice storm from its mouth, colliding violently with the fire. Zhu Yi quickly notices the girls are injured, so he begins to heal them with his slow but steady recovery power. Among them, Dan expresses gratitude to Junior Zhu Yi. Confessing she never imagined he'd recognize them, he explains the Green Phoenix team is one of the school's top 3, so of course he knows who they are. Dan, feeling more ashamed, admits his light element might have a suppressive effect in the demons. She warns the creatures are still too dangerous and insists everyone should return to the base together for supplies. The freshman competition is only 3 days away, and our protagonist can only continue his search for the Ice Lotus after that event. He agrees to her suggestion. After this exchange, Dan turns to Zhu, who activates the metallic soul screaming phantom speed echoes. Once activated, Zhu flies into the air, piloting a shimmering GX-style spider mecha. Suddenly, a massive robot appears nearby, sitting inside. She calls for the team members to quickly board the vehicle, emphasizing there's no time to waste. A friend then asks Senior Su if the stormy mountains have always been home to demons. Su replies that their team has entered the outer region of the mountains many times, but this is the first time they've encountered such creatures. She agrees they should return to base and inform the military. Zhu Yi wonders if a mage is monitoring the entire area in the military zone. Su explains the mountains contain many monsters, so to prevent them from escaping and threatening the cities, the military established a supply on trade base at the entrance. The military also protects the Mage Tower, which monitors mensta movements in the mountains. She adds that, despite monitoring, the demons they met are considered low-level. Our hero, however, finds it hard to believe that level 20 platinum demons can be classified as such. Su clarifies that the Mage Tower mainly focuses an epic on legendary menstas deep in the mountains, and anything below the minimum detection level might go unnoticed. She then questions why, if there is a space crack, only low-level demons are passing through. Su argues that the military would immediately destroy such enemies, and if a crack can let level 30 demons through, it can also let much stronger ones pass. Sending the weak only wastes lives on reveals the crack's location. Suddenly, more demons descend into the forest, illuminated by a powerful beam. Zhu Yi urges the girls to leave, promising he'll catch up with them later. Su, worried for his safety, warns they don't know how many demons are out there, and going alone is too dangerous. The protagonist rides his wolf and together they charge toward where the demons landed. Meanwhile, a small group hides in the forest, debating whether to help the lone warrior they spotted. Eventually, they decide against intervening. Believing themselves too helpless to protect even themselves, knit far away, a girl fights the demons with fierce determination. She observes the enemies move in groups of 10 scattered across the plains, making escape to the supply base impossible. Steadfast, she prepares to fight them all. Suddenly, Zhu Yi arrives and unleashes a lightning rain, sending sparks flying into the demons. In an instant, many monsters vanish. The girl looks back in surprise and relief, as our boy approaches and his wolf. Before he launches another fireball at the advancing creatures, he shouts for Zhu to get out of the way. A massive demon roars so loudly that Zhu is forced to cover her eyes, bracing herself against the overwhelming sound. A giant demon named Berserker appears at the battle, launching an attack alongside other demons. Zhu quickly warns Zhu Yi to run, explaining this is the demonic race's Berserk mode, and she suspects the creature's strength has doubled, calculating the IDs. She believes if she sacrifices herself, there's a 90% chance she can kill Berserker and protect him. As considering this desperate plan, Ju Yi unexpectedly grabs her, pulling her into his lap while riding the giant wolf. Now both knight and mage flee together as the giant demon attacks. Our hero releases a light punishment in the pursuing demonic horde, brilliant waves of energy raining down to strike the enemies. While they escape, Ju Yi remarks that everyone craves the mage class because of the appeal of destroying monsters from a distance. He observes the demons starting to fly toward them. And in moments, they are surrounded. Counting quickly, he estimates 180 are closing in, enough for him to handle with area of effect skills if knit for they scattered formation. The commotion has drawn every demon across the plains to this location. He channels Manner into Ju, instructing her to move left, attack, and avoid getting too caught up in direct melee. He grants slow recovery, dawn blessing, weapon blessing, and Gid's gift to her, mocking each holy buff in her forehead. The girl notes all the new powers appearing in her device. He jumps down from the wolf and tells her to go now. With a single mighty swing of his Warhammer, he crushes several demons at once. Ju immediately feels the difference. Her stats have increased by 25%, nearly doubling her power, a boost she knows no level 16 or even level 25 Holy Knight could provide. Suddenly a giant demon jumps in front of her, but Ju Yi's wolves finish it before it can harm her. Trusting his commands, Ju moves as directed. Meanwhile, our protagonist continues to slaughter the demonic horde, but soon a group sneakily approaches behind him. Before they can strike, she throws her sword, killing them instantly on saving him. He realizes classes using holy light attract the most demon attention. And now almost every demon from the plane is converging in their position. Deciding the time has come, Ju Yi throws a massive fireball at the monsters, shouting for Ju to run away. She realizes he is now tapping into the protection of holy light, activating his holy kriss. Ju Yi invokes its power. Many demons begin to melt as giant flaming krisses fall from the sky, igniting furnaces that surround the demon horde. A powerful storm sweeps through, hunting down any who remain elsewhere, those who refuse to help Ju Witch in awe, asking each other about Ju Yi's identity. One man asks his boss about making an appearance, but the leader quickly calculates that except for himself at level 26, the rest of the team is only level 24 and can hardly handle 10 demons together, let alone solo. He concludes Ju Yi is too powerful and orders them to try and become friends with him. Suddenly, Ju and 3 friends arrive in their robotic vehicle. She shouts that they are here to help, but as they approach, they see the entire demonic horde has been annihilated. Ju Yi and Ju stand they victoriously with the giant wolf, and the system congratulates them, displaying the points they've earned. During the battle as Ju became exhausted, Ju Yi drank his magic potion and quickly finished off the last of the demon Maibi. In total, our hero killed 180 demons and received 60,000 experience points, though he notes there's a Jub level limit in the XP received. Otherwise he'd have earned much more. Don asks if Ju Yi handled all the demons, leading Ju to remark that his strength is far beyond what she could have imagined. Suddenly, Ju collapses to her knees, weak, and Ju immediately expresses concern. Ju Yi explains she's exhausted from using too much power. Don shifts focus, asking if he met any stronger demons during the battle. He replies that the highest level among the defeated demons was only level 23, gold rank, with no particularly difficult opponents. Sensing something is bothering her, our hero asks what's wrong. Don reveals the fear that the demon army, like the human army, has a general, and since the general hasn't appeared, it suggests the army's main force isn't present here. She insists they must not linger, urging everyone to return to base for supplies immediately. The group agrees and begins to retreat as they leave. Hidden in the bushes, another group, observers, follows them closely. Among these onlookers, a girl asks her bus if they should reveal themselves now that Ju Yi and his team are departing. The bus prepares to move, but suddenly notices a thick demonic aura gathering in the sky, causing panic in his group. He screams that the demons are coming. High above, a fearsome demon appears, wielding a massive sword and accompanied by a flying fire dragon. Back at the command center, the radar system blasts Kinston emergency alerts. An officer announces a level 4 otherworldly invasion has been confirmed, and the entire military is ordered to go on high alert. Orders are issued. The Snow Dragon Knight team must stop training on gather at the teleportation square. The reserve team is told to keep full mana reserves to prepare for rescue operations, while the logistics team begins redistributing magic cores and fragments. The control center looks into the mage team's location and begins constructing a large-scale teleportation formation, relaying precise instructions. The mage leader, Zhu Wu, confirms all units are gathered and awaiting orders. Before his soldiers, the Maja delivers a steadfast message. He will be the sword that cuts through all obstacles and the shield protecting their land. In unison, his soldiers echo his words before he finally orders them to mobilize. Meanwhile, in another realm, a demon reports to his king that every member of his army was personally selected, and in half a year on Earth, they only lost a handful, until now. In the final celebration before returning to the Holy Realm, hundreds have been killed. The Demon King allows Case to be unleashed before they depart. Leading the soldiers to cheer and gratitude, a commander vows revenge. Then the king, riding his massive dragon, descends to Earth, declaring he will claim the souls and burn them in hellfire. He orders the demon Oramos to summon more allies. Platinum demons, followed by gold demons, appear in the ranks. Dan observes legendary demons among them and realizes the scale of the threat. Zhu tells Zhu Yi the Green Phoenix team will protect him and urges him to escape. As soon as there's a chance, King agrees, insisting our protagonist must survive. Zhu asserts to the others that Zhu Yi is the most talented genius she's ever seen, someone worth protecting with their lives. Dan notices a teleportation portal opening as the Snow Dragon Legion arrives, informing everyone that these warriors are all over level 30. Having undergone Second Awakening, and Major Zhu Wu himself is a level 51 warrior who has completed Third Awakening. She believes rescue is at hand. Zhu Yi, however, wonders why, if teleportation was possible, the reinforcements didn't arrive sooner. The Demon King, amused, instructs his army not to worry about humans, boasting that his magic barrier will prevent any army from entering. Zhu is stunned, calling it impossible. Major Wu is also puzzled, realizing that landing point was significantly altered. He quickly deduces they are trapped in the Demon Race's large-scale barrier formation, a shadow firewall preventing both teleportation and attacks from outside. A female officer advises that breaking the barrier would require at least 2 cores, otherwise they must wait for the formation to dissipate, which will take about 5 minutes. The Major receives orders to identify everyone trapped inside, and then inform their families to collect their remains after the battle. As this unfolds, Zhu Yi's system provides detailed information about the demons, and he feels a surge of excitement at the prospect of a new achievement quest. Without hesitation, our boy steps forward toward the Demon King, who senses a powerful, holy aura and vows to crush his head with his own hands, ensuring a miserable death. The Fia Dragon lunges at him, breathing flames. Zhu, worried for his safety, shouts a warning, but Zhu Yi bravely jumps toward the beast, ready to face the oncoming threat. The Fire Dragon releases billowing streams of fire at Zhu Yi, who stands his ground on counters with powerful magic. From below, our hero unleashes a devastating spell, severing one of the dragon's wings. The injured beast, carrying the Demon King, plunges from the sky and crashes into the ground. The impact is fatal for the dragon and leaves its master heavily injured. Crawling out from the wreckage, the king angrily kicks the fallen mount aside and focuses all his attention on Zhu Yi. Our hero attacks without hesitation, but the Demon King blocks the strike with his massive sword. Amazed by the human's strength, how could someone at level 18 match him? Zhu Yi, calm and resolute, informs the demon he is incredibly tough and that this is his first time facing a legendary monster. Enraged, the king swings a furious axe, forcing Zhu Yi to jump out of harm's way. The demon's sword, pearl white and burning, delivers a staggering blow that hampers him for a moment. Undeterred, Zhu Yi throws out a light punishment, but the strike is blocked by a formidable fire shield. He quickly realizes conventional tactics won't suffice against this enemy, relying on system rewards from the recent exam. The young knight prepares for a bold move. The Demon King, now in a fit of rage, calls for his generals. Moments later, they descend from the sky, determined to eliminate the lone human surrounded. Zhu Yi summons a powerful circle of fear, enveloping himself in a barrier of intense heat and magic. Major Wu observes from afar in admiration of the display. Even the generals hesitate, shocked by the spell's scale. As his power surges, a massive hand of fire manifests above the battlefield. Its brilliance blinds all who gaze upon it. The Demon King trembles, sensing an overwhelming force descending. Zhu, struggling with her demonic bloodline, feels an unfamiliar dread. Major Wu, recognizing the spell's power, whispers to his assistant that it could match advanced magic cannons. The assistant adds that those trapped inside are Sukong University students, identifying Zhu Yi as this year's top recruit, the legendary Holy Knight. The Major is stunned to realize that even as a freshman, this boy's potential is terrifying. If given time, his skill alone could be enough to wipe out the Demon King's entire legion. Meanwhile, blood leaks from shattered teeth. The Demon King staggers on Raws for a final stand, summoning more generals. Demons paw down from the sky and rise from the ground, determined to drown the Lao Knight. While medical demons rush to tend to the Lord, he reassures that Juyi is only a level 18 Holy Knight. Ahila speculates that the teenager must be drained of mana after that effort, and Shia numbers alone will suffice. The demon king nids, believing victory is near, but Juyi knows the truth. The mighty divine hand drained his strength and recovery gear is too slow. Just then, the system sends a message. A one-time secret skill from the Holy Knight Temple costs 0 mana and ignores all passive skills. When activated, it channels the power of the light good, massively increasing all 4 stats proportional to his endurance. All holy and light-type skills explode, while health, stamina, and mana recovery rates increase 20-fold. The effect will be brief, followed by extreme weakness, but its power is absolute. Suddenly a massive radiant beam tears through the sky, striking the ground with unyielding force. The Demon King stands frozen as the blinding light column continues to sustain. Terror grips every creature present. At the center, a female angel with massive wings descends. Her holy presence burns the demons. One by one they catch fear. Case erupts across the battlefield. The feathers in the angel's wings brush against the demons, and instantly, they ignite. A captain observes the scene, his gaze fixed in the radiant feathers. He wonders if this is a divine summoning technique, prompting the assistant to ask more about it. Calmly, the officer explains that this is an advanced skill for holy classes, allowing them to channel the power of the gods they worship. Meanwhile, the Demon King, overwhelmed with disbelief, screams that such a feat is impossible. He knows this technique is a closely guarded secret and can't fathom how a humble level 18 Holy Knight could cast it. His Decta Evoloi informs that once the Gid summoning technique has started, only another creature bearing divine power can stop it. If the chant completes, their entire legion faces destruction. Terror is clear in the king's face as he realizes the skill seamlessly transitions between offense and defense. Desperate, he turns to the Decta and demands to know how much longer for the return formation at Shadow Valley to be built. The healer replies just 1 minute. They need only 1 single minute for the king to escape. Realizing the urgency, the ruler declares it's time to prove loyalty. He orders all fire demons to obey on sacrifice, all for the venerable demon child, Uramus. Immediately, the medical demon is first to comply, offering its life by cutting itself in half, and transferring all energy to its master. Following the sacrifice, 3 more generals willingly FE their lives, each passing power to the king, who is growing stronger by the moment. As this dark ritual unfolds, an angel grants him divine strength. She tells him that Gid once said, "Let they be light," and our hero feels an overwhelming surge of power. A radiant blast erupts from his hand and strikes the Demon King, who fights back with every ounce of his being. Juyi's newfound power shatters the enemy's attacks, forcing the king to summon Sala Fire, a technique revered as the strongest innate skill in the fire demon race. While fear is compressed to its absolute limit, the Demon King, consumed by rage, screams for Juyi to die. His attack hits, and he briefly enjoys the victory, believing Juyi has fallen. But from amidst the flames, our boy steps out unharmed. The tyrant recoils in horror, unable to comprehend the disparity in their power. He curses aloud, realizing they aren't even in the same power league, and quickly turns to flee, hoping the return formation is ready. Juyi, firm and unwavering, proclaims judgment in Gid's name. He calls out death and releases an intense conflagration in the enemy, striking him down with devastating force. The Demon King collapses, writhing in pain and screaming of his mission accomplished, his glory on the holy realm before breathing his last from the wounds. The remaining demons, now leaderless and surrounded by stones, panic as they realize the demon son is lost and the return formation destroyed. With no way back to the holy realm, despair takes over. From above, Juyi falls from the sky in a state of exhaustion. Chu immediately orders the priest to check his condition. He falls to the ground. Consciousness fades as he looks toward her. Soon the Maja and his soldiers arrive. He directs Team 1 on Team 2 to search for survivors, while the rest of the legion follows him forward. Afterward, Juyi wakes up to find Chu standing before him. She swiftly informs that he finally woke up after sleeping for 2 days, and shall go tell the others about his recovery. Before leaving, she approaches, kissing him lightly and thanking him for saving her life. After she leaves the room to relay the news, Juyi checks the system for the daily quest. He looks over rewards from previous quests, and the system notifies him of the benefits received. His buddy is now capable of resisting death, and any wounds heal much faster. Our hero feels a surge of happiness realizing he's gained a wound healing talent, aware that many jobs have similar capabilities, though their effectiveness always varies. Curious, he takes a knife and makes a cut in his chest, then whooches in amazement as the wound heals within 2 seconds. As he stands there, Win leg begins to shake while he reviews system info. He pauses at a new ability, Holy Fire Aura, and wonders about its potential. The system reveals it's a divine skill, and Ju Yi recalls it once notified him of the Holy Angel's protection, reminding him that the Holy Angel is now bound to him. His compatibility with the light element increases significantly, and the effectiveness of all light on holy type skills is multiplied. When he activates Holy Fire Aura, light on fire type damage is boosted by 40%. Ju Yi wonders if by activating both Holy Fire Aura and light punishment at once, he could act as a dual-element mage specializing in both light and fire. Stepping out of the room, Ju Yi meets a military officer waiting for him. The man introduces himself as Vice Captain Wang Liang of the Snow Dragon Legion, a mage, and thanks him for timely defeating the demon sun and destroying the return portal. He explains they've taken many demons captive. He replies politely, asserting it was no big deal, though inwardly wondering what business Liang has with him. The vice captain explains that Captain Zhu was supposed to be there to thank him personally, but urgent matters prevented it, so Liang has come in his place. He describes how Zhu Yi's final strike destroyed half of Shadow Valley, but preserved evidence of the demon descent, which allowed the Legion to uncover crucial secrets about the enemy. Captain Zhu is currently reporting these findings to the higher-ups. Opening his system, the vice captain summons countless screens before them. He explains these are resources the Snow Dragon Legion has accumulated over centuries and invites Ju Yi to choose whatever he wants. Our boy points toward the high-level treasures and indicates his interest in the S-rank treasure known as the Ice Lotus. Liang searches the system and soon locates it. Displaying the full details, Ju Yi is very pleased, and Liang agrees to grant it, explaining that this treasure is worth 100 million points, equivalent to 3 years of his own salary, and Ju Yi will need to receive it from the captain. The mage further informs that the Ice Lotus is kept in the Legion's headquarters storage, and Ju Yi should stay here for a few more days while procedures are arranged. If he gets bored, the Legion can arrange someone to assist him in hunting monsters in the valley. Ju Yi apologizes, explaining he must return to school for the freshman competition the next day, and requests the Ice Lotus just be sent to his dormitory. Long laughs loudly, regretting he forget Ju Yi is still a student, and promises the treasure will be delivered to Su Kong University within 2 days. He adds that if Ju Yi faces any danger he can't handle in Stormy Valley, he should contact the Snow Dragon Legion immediately. Ju Yi thanks him as the vice captain leaves the hall, leaving our protagonist to contemplate the extraordinary new possibilities and the future that awaits him. In the other side, Su steps out of the women's bathroom after a shower, only to encounter her 3 friends Ju, Van and Dan. Ju, ever the strategic mind, turns to her captain to ask if they should recruit Ju Yi into the Green Phoenix team, seeking Su's expert opinion. Lei raises a skeptical point, arguing that with power like his, a lone wolf hunter might prefer the efficiency of soloing monsters. Van strikes back at that logic, insisting they shouldn't give up before trying, and reminds them that their high leader is also eager to have Ju Yi on board. Dan mischievously teases Su, pointing out that she's noticed the captain stealing secret glances at the young hero more than a few times. Ultimately, Su, after considering the encouragement on teasing from her friends, gives in and heads to Ju Yi's door to personally extend the invitation. When Ju Yi opens the door, he greets Su and asks for the reason for her visit. Gathering her courage, she asks if he'd join the Green Phoenix team. Ju Yi is curious and asks for more information. Su jokingly tells him that Ju and Dan would be heartbroken for a while if he refuses, though Ju Yi suspects she isn't entirely serious. Then she explains their true intention. They want to thank him kindly for saving them at Stormy Valley. Suddenly, Su steps forward, hugging him tightly and kissing him, declaring it her special thanks. Without waiting for a response, she says goodbye and leaves, leaving Ju Yi standing there, confused by the idea of a special reward and special thanks. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters, the captain is working in a detailed report, according to their investigation. The demons invaded half a year ago and have been hiding in Stormy Valley ever since. Their findings suggest that demons have learned to travel between worlds using medium-sized spacecrafts. An officer questions the certainty of this information, realizing the implications. The captain explains that until now, otherworldly creatures could only invade their planet through large spacecrafts, which didn't last long, so the threat remained manageable. However, with countless medium-sized cracks scattered across the planet, the situation changes significantly if creatures can now pass through those as well, potentially threatening the planet with extinction. Another officer confirms these results were meticulously verified, but there's a lucky limit. Only Menstas below level 30 can pass through medium-sized cracks. Hearing this, an officer insists they must act quickly, ordering Senator Yang to warn all major legions in the country and assign guards to every medium-sized crack immediately. He also directs Senator Zhang to attend an international meeting, share their findings, and observe other nations' reactions. A female officer wonders if all this intelligence was gathered thanks to an 18-year-old kid. Captain Zhu displays Zhu Yi's image, confirming that the boy responsible is indeed him, a newly awakened holy knight, ranked first in the Sukang region, and a freshman at Sukang University. Zhu further explains that Zhu Yi used the Gid summoning technique at Stormy Valley to defeat the Demon Sun, destroying their return formation and making significant contributions to the campaign. A postman remarks on how rare it is for a holy knight to rank first, while another wonders about his surname, speculating if he might be a descendant of the legendary Icy Zhu family from the Sukang region. The chief officer orders Senator Wang to investigate further when she returns to the university. Principal Wang Hui agrees. Before concluding, the chief officer instructs Zhu Nit to keep all promising students for himself and to report if Zhu Yi shows even more potential. Back at Sukang University, a flying robot hovers over the campus, informing all students that the freshman competition will begin exactly at 10 a.m. The announcement urges everyone to gather in the field in time, signaling the start of a new chapter for Zhu Yi and his classmates. The university's entire student body gathers in the hall, filling every seat as anticipation crackles in the air. In the stage, the deans of the various institutes stand in a row, preparing to address the students. Wu Mong, dean of the Combat Institute, steps forward and begins to speak. With a commanding presence, he announces the freshman competition will take place in 2 stages. The first stage is the Secret Realm Challenge, where rankings will be determined by the difficulty level chosen on the clearing speed. The second stage is the Free Challenge, where everyone receives 3 chances to challenge anyone ranked above them. If they win, their positions will be swapped. Behind the deans, Mai stands anxiously, scanning the crowd as she wonders where Zhu Yi and Zhang are. The rules are strict. If they don't appear soon, they will forfeit their participation in the freshman competition. Regret wishes over her, thinking she shouldn't have told the protagonist about the unverified Ice Lotus. Among the students, whispers ripple through the crowd. One asks about his whereabouts, and another speculates he must have forgotten the competition, or perhaps Hostant returned after a month. Some feel relieved, seeing the absence of a strong competitor as an opportunity, while a red-haired student mocks him for wasting a month instead of training, assuming he lacks the courage to participate. Combat Institute Dean Wu draws the crowd's attention back, officially declaring the start of the first stage, the Secret Realm Challenge. The Silva Secret Realm opens, and he proudly states that this year's freshmen are not only the strongest, but also the largest group in the university's history. He urges them to unleash their full potential. For the first time, in addition to the easy, hard, and nightmare difficulties, a new Abyss difficulty is available. Murmurs spread, Win noting they've unlocked Abyss, another calling it ridiculous, recalling that Abyss is dozens of times harder than Nightmare. A girl determinedly vows to clear Abyss while another loads her guns in preparation. Wu signals the start, and the system projects the Mensta Cave Secret Realm, its levels, difficulties, and the names of the students who managed to open each realm. He then notices the absence of students number 001 and 003 and asks about them. Mai steps forward, explaining that Zhu Yi and Zhang went to the Stormy Mountains for experience and have yet to return. Wu's face hardens with anger. He emphasizes to her that the freshman competition determines the direction on resources for future training. Wondering how they could be late for such a vital event, he accuses them of taking everything for granted due to high ranking on youth. She tries to defend Zhu Yi, asserting he isn't that reckless, but Wu interrupts, declaring that students like them need to be taught about resilience. Since they are absent, their ranks will be inverted. Suddenly, our boy appears in the field, carrying Zhang on his shoulder as he sprints at a breathtaking speed. Without hesitation, they immediately open the Abyss difficulty, drawing shocked stares from the crowd. Zhang beams with satisfaction. They made it just in time. The system notifies Zhu Yi that he's entered the Mensta Cave and Abyss difficulty. Warning of the extreme ferocity of the Menstas and advising caution with the return scroll, he quickly activates Dawn Blessing on Courage Blessing. He follows with Gid's Blessing on Protection Blessing, preparing for the challenge ahead. The system relays details about the Ba Warrior and the 3 types of Ba Menstas awaiting him. He lunges forward, swinging his Wa Hama with power, taking down a Ba Menster in a single strike. The system updates for Zhang, explaining the instant army-breaking slash, which quickly swings the weapon to release continuous sword energy, as well as a technique to focus all power for a devastating punch. Elsewhere, another student performs a whirlwind hot piercing kick, spinning to execute a powerful jump attack that nicks back the opponent and leaves them stunned. He boasts that he's defeated 16 Bas right at the start. The Ba Cave is notorious for being one of the school's toughest trials, often causing freshmen to quit. Yet this Yaz group is holding their own. Wu asks the system to show him the progress of student number 1 Zhu Yi, curious about what he can achieve after being thought to have wasted a month in the stormy mountains. The screen displays our protagonist rushing through the battlefield, destroying Mensters with his Wa Hama. He clears the first level after killing 16 Bas in just 5 seconds, drawing gasps from the deans. One is particularly shocked, wondering how his support skill, Holy Fia Aura, could generate enough Fia power to instantly destroy Mensters. He wonders if Zhu Yi possesses high intelligence stats. Wu points out that many factors could contribute to high skill damage, intelligence, buffs, treasures, and wands against drawing conclusions from a single battle. Even with his extensive experience, he admits he can't recognize the true effect of Zhu Yi's unusual aura. Our boy continues the slaughter, now wielding light punishment as he fights through the second level. The system congratulates him in clearing it after killing 200 Mensters in just 1 minute, 23 seconds. He then finishes off another enemy with a move he calls Victory Spear. The system announces he cleared the third level in only 3 minutes, 29 seconds. Finally, it declares he has conquered the Abyss rank secret realm in 4 minutes, 57 seconds, achieving an SSS rank and setting a new record. The rewards and scores are detailed. The narrative reflects on how vital talent is to a class strength, explaining that from the start, Zhu Yi relied on an S-rank talent to awaken the Ra Holy Knight class during the ceremony. He realizes that such generous rewards must be privileges reserved for those who clear silver rank secret realms or higher, as he never received anything similar when breaking records in bronze rank realms. As he reviews his new abilities, he quickly decides that powerful protection is best suited for shields and doesn't FAAA him much value. Swift footsteps seem useful, but focus aura immediately stands out as superior. In actual combat, reaction time is paramount. After all, the stronger the enemy, the faster their attacks, and reacting accurately in the case of battle becomes vital. Focus aura not only reduces the chance of skills being interrupted, but it could even turn the tide of a match if used at the right time. The system informs him that he cleared the Abyss rank secret realm and asks if he wants to open additional extra levels. Meanwhile, the deans continue discussing his performance. A senior remarks on Zhu Yi's powerful fighting style and perfect elemental control. Wu Meng adds that his quick thinking and adaptability utilize the Abyss difficulty to its fullest. A younger dean points out that Zhu Yi is incredibly well-rounded, excelling not just in magic attacks, but also in buff skills and melee prowess. However, a female dean notes that the Holy Knight class is so balanced that as levels increase, he will need many more points to maintain this versatility, which could eventually make his results look average. Wu agrees, mentioning he plans to have a talk with our boy once the competition is over. Another young dean reminds him that Zhu Yi has yet to declare which institute he'll join, suggesting they let him choose first before approaching. The old dean concurs, noting his exceptional talent in elemental magic and suitability for the Elemental Institute, where enrollment has already begun. The principal, joining the conversation, observes that everyone seems eager to recruit him, and laments that he missed the chance to witness the performance firsthand due to his late arrival. Now Zhu Yi finds himself entering a dark, ominous room. At the center, a mountain of human bones forms a throne, and in that throne sits a human skeleton. He recalls that the term evil good doesn't merely refer to a dark good, but rather to goods of madness and case, fundamentally different in nature. Belief in goods of light or darkness requires pure, unwavering dedication, while worshipping an evil good demands the sacrifice of fresh lives and souls. He remembers the infamous Bloody Abyss event from decades ago, where a third awakened class holder, a secret follower of an evil good, orchestrated the sacrifice of an entire city. Millions perished in an instant, and the perpetrator's power soared from level 54 to 89. Before the patrol legion and military finally eliminated him, souls consumed by an evil good can't be recovered, and since then, the nation has enforced a strict ban on worshipping such entities. Those caught are executed without mercy. Still, The promise of rapid power tempts many to walk this forbidden path. The system now provides details and a fearsome new enemy, the Mensta Ba Ghost. The ghost looks at Ju Yi with cold hunger, wondering aloud how long it's been since it last tasted fresh human flesh, savoring the anticipation of the next meal. He understands he's facing a rutting enemy, completely immune to physical attacks, and knows any warrior would be stunned to see this final boss. Our hero boldly dares the ghost Ba Mensta, challenging it to come at him. The massive creature responds with contempt, telling him his efforts are in vain before launching an attack. Ju Yi remains calm, carefully observing its movements, analyzing every step on gesture. The Menster acknowledges his holy light is strong, but asserts that power is meaningless against the immortality granted by the great overlord Escher. Recognizing the intensity of that radiant glow, the Ba Ghost decides to reveal its trump card, warning that resistance is futile, and taunts by asking the boy how much energy he has left after this display. The ghost boasts that in its next revival, it will mark the moment of Ju Yi's defeat. Undaunted, our boy challenges the Mensta's confidence and unleashes massive waves of magic fear, throwing them at the towering phantom. The ghost catches fire but defiantly screams that Ju Yi can't kill it. With deliberate circular motions of his arms, the Holy Knight summons an even larger flame, directing the inferno toward the Ba Ghost. Overwhelmed and unable to withstand the fire, the phantom Mensta groans, calling out to Overlord Escher in desperation and lamenting that its power is fading. Finally, the spectral enemy vanishes, consumed by the flames. The system congratulates Ju Yi in clearing the extra level, reporting he finished it in 1 minute 12 seconds, and then lists the rewards he earned. He examines his prizes, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he prepares to return to his world. Reflecting in the experience, Ju Yi recalls feeling a faint sense of violent power when he first entered that space. That energy wasn't elemental, but it reminded him of the power he harnessed during divine summoning. He suspects it was the remnant of an evil Gid's influence. When the Ba Mensta first revived, he noticed the evil energy weakened slightly, leading him to deduce there was a limit to its revival. The true strategy to clear this level, he realizes, is to defeat the creature repeatedly, forcing it to drain the evil Gid's supply until it's exhausted. Meanwhile, another student battles his own Ba Ghost, screaming in frustration that the extra levels are truly the hottest part of any secret realm, and hell need to defeat it 10 times to succeed. He feels relieved that he managed to increase 2 levels earlier, knowing it provides a significant advantage. Soon, the Ba Mensta stands before him once more. While the other student is still caught in battle with his opponent elsewhere, an old dean summarizes Ju Yi's achievements to the others, revealing that he utilized an S-rank skill, and incidentally discovered a shortcut. Another wonders if other freshmen should be allowed to try this shortcut. A female dean agrees on remarks that the Holy Knight has his own secrets. Another points out that S-rank skills are usually out of reach for students from poor regions, and he starts to suspect the principal has given Ju Yi special support. Miss Mai is worried, telling the group his supposed level is highly suspicious, wondering how he could have reached level 19 when at the time of the entrance exam, he was only level 13, no abyss-rank secret realm. She insists, allows for such rapid advancement. A dean explains that after enrollment, he went hunting Menstas to level up. On the trip to the stormy region provided significant gains. He reached level 18 before entering the secret realm, for someone capable of single-handedly annihilating the Fire Demon Legion. The freshman competition is trivial. If not for the competition's influence and resource distribution, Ju Yi wouldn't have participated. Suddenly he notices a red-haired student standing nearby, who wonders how Ju Yi could be present and whether he cleared the secret realm before him. The redhead finds it hard to imagine, believing he must have left early after failing the extra level. Carrying the reputation of one of the 8 great families of Jiangning, Shen refuses to believe he could lose to someone from the impoverished north. At that moment, Ju Yi catches the image of Chu falling from above and rushes to rescue her. Grateful, she acknowledges he finished even faster than her. Playfully, she asks if he's a few months older, suggesting she should call him Big Brother. And he agrees. Together, they notice many other students are struggling against the Menstas. Suddenly, Miss Mai arrives and urgently calls for the medical team to give first aid to those injured. An hour later, all students have returned to the university, most carrying injuries. Combat Institute Dean declares the official end of the first stage of the freshman competition and proceeds to reveal the rankings and clearing times. The het-tempered redhead becomes impatient, determined to see the results as expected. Ju Yi takes the first position, with Shen in second. The system notifies the positions for other students. Shen, frustrated, notices he actually finished 15 minutes earlier. Suddenly, he climbs a tall pillar and screams at Ju Yi, accusing him of taking the first spot in the entrance exam on now in the freshman competition. Shen vows that, regardless of how he did it, he'll beat him in the next stage and definitely crush him. The Combat Institute dean then announces the start of the second stage of the freshman competition, the free challenge. He explains each participant has 3 chances to challenge others, with a 5-minute rest between rounds. Immediately, one student challenges rank 154, another targets rank 86, and then, amidst the crowd, Shen steps forward and challenges Ju Yi directly. Inviting him into battle to determine who truly is the strongest, Shen was already waiting for Ju Yi in the flying combat ring as Chu approached, quietly explaining that the opponent is the second-ranked candidate, descendant of a great family from Jiangning, blessed with the Ra Fire Dragon bloodline. She shares he holds a grudge against Ju Yi, whose sudden rise shattered his dreams of taking the first spot in the Sukong region. Despite Shen's reputation, our boy calmly tells her that the berserker is much weaker than he appears. Even if the opponent is unaware of this, without hesitation, Ju Yi jumps into the flying ring and speaks directly to Shen, hoping that he'll push him to his limits. Proudly, the berserker challenges Ju Yi, declaring it will be Holy Knight versus Berserker, a true test of strength. The match begins in a flash. He wastes no time, unleashing a fire punch enhanced by his bloodline berserk skill. The principal observes with keen interest, recognizing the signature technique and noting the urgency to end the battle fast. The buff amplifies the fiery strike, and he aims to prevent Ju Yi from activating his own buffs. The principal remarks in such decisiveness, worthy of a descendant of a prestigious family. Yet the strike doesn't faze our protagonist. Shen notices holy light protection shielding Ju Yi and wonders when it was cast. He realizes too late that the B-rank skill, holy light protection, blocks a portion of physical damage, something he wanted to prevent Ju Yi from using. Calmly, the Holy Knight acknowledges the tactic, praising his speed, but reveals that activating Holy Light takes only 1/10 of a second. Drawing his War Hammer, Ju Yi tells him he hoped for a more challenging opponent and thus refrained from striking first. As the hammer descends, Ju Yi apologizes, claiming that Shen failed to interest him, and effortlessly shatters the Fia shield. Stunned, the berserker can't fathom Ju Yi's overwhelming power, and as a punch connects, he finds himself unable to dodge. Desperate and refusing to accept defeat, Shen transforms into his fire dragon form and unleashes a powerful attack. Unfazed, Ju Yi blocks with his hand and raises his War Hammer, calmly telling him that even with bloodline awakening, he's no match. A blow sends Shen flying, only for Ju Yi to realize the opponent managed to curl up and dodge at the last second. Regaining his footing, the fire dragon asserts his bloodline isn't limited to melee, and vows to show Ju Yi the true power of his heritage. He releases a series of dragon breaths, high-temperature flames capable of incinerating most opponents, yet our boy stands there unharmed, protected from harm. The audience whispers in amazement, recognizing the legendary fire dragon bloodline skill. Ju Yi responds by summoning Holy Fire Aura, which absorbs the fiery breath with ease. Witnessing his signature move dissipate, Shen can't believe it, comparing the scene to an official kneeling before a king. Refusing to believe it, he unleashes even more violent breaths, but Ju Yi asserts it's useless. The flames can't escape his control. Deciding to end the match, Ju Yi advances and swings the War Hammer. Shen defiantly declares that the Holy Knight can only dream of defeating him with his own flames, vowing to regain control of the power. Yet when the flames are diverted back, the berserker is unable to defend himself, and collapses to the ground. The dean announces his defeat and loss of consciousness. Ju Yi is declared the winner. The dean notes that Shen, who was once a proud and arrogant candidate, was defeated without Ju Yi even revealing his full strength. The significance of such hidden power is left to the imagination. Among the students, Wen remarks that with Ju Yi's level and combat intelligence, it's no wonder the berserker was completely overwhelmed. Attention shifts as the Combat Institute dean points out another region's first-place candidate. A female student steps up to challenge Ju Yi. She introduces herself as Sing Ha Lan, a level 17 Soul Taoist, expressing her desire to learn from him. He replies, giving his name and asserting he's a level 19 Holy Knight. Ha Lan asks why he didn't use his full strength in the previous fight, and requests that as the match begins, he show her the extent of his abilities. Standing from the sidelines, another student wonders how Ju Yi reached level 19, realizing this explains why they couldn't use assessment skills on him. He stands 3 levels above them. They also speculate Ha Lan might be the lady of the Sing house from the Yun Gui region. Zhu Yi agrees to her request, promising to give his all. The referee signals the start of the match. This time, our protagonist immediately activates Dawn Blessing, Courage Blessing, and Protection Blessing. Ha Lan is shocked as his appearance transforms, and he calmly informs her that she is now witnessing his full power. As the match starts, Zhu Yi attacks Ha Lan with a Repentance Hammer. She defends using Call of Heaven. Stars lead the way, reveal magic, and follow my command. Blocking his initial attack, our hero quickly throws an explosive at her, and in a sudden move appearing from behind, warns she can't evade his pursuit just by shifting positions. He strikes her shield with his War Hammer. Despite all her passive defensive gear activating, it barely withstands the blow. Realizing the danger, Ha Lan decides to take a risk. She begins throwing fireballs, while commanding to borrow the power of Kyan Kun. Let the soldiers turn back and show their might and follow my command. Her fireballs transform into Selejas who now stand ready to fight for her. Zhu Yi immediately recognizes the Taoist bean to soldier technique and understands her plan. Ha Lan directs the newly created soldiers to attack, filling the battlefield with chaos. He assesses the situation, noting that while these soldiers aren't particularly difficult to handle, they possess recovery abilities similar to the Mensterbag Ghost, making them troublesome if left alone. Our hero realizes that destroying them isn't enough. He must cut off their sauce, so he focuses on quickly destroying the summoned warriors with his War Hammer, breaking through them to reach her directly. Once more, Zhu Yi maneuvers himself behind Ha Lan, this time catching her completely off guard. As he prepares to bring down the War Hammer, she suddenly shouts her surrender, and the system immediately announces his victory. After the match, Zhu Yi wonders aloud why she didn't give it her all. Ha Lan explains bluntly that they aren't even in the same league, and she accepts the defeat without hesitation. She mentions there's more than one free challenge match, and if she continues to push herself, she might end up like Shen. She tells him she'll seek lessons from him again in the future. Now with the War Hammer in hand, Zhu Yi turns to address the students, swinging the weapon, and announcing loudly that he is still here, ready and waiting for anyone else who wants to challenge him. Amidst the crowd, one asks another if Zhu Yi is the person they met as a child, revealing his own number, 156, and asking the other, number 172, if he's interested in a match. Meanwhile, the Combat Institute Dean observes Stage 2 is nearing its end and realizes it will soon be time for the institutes to recruit freshmen. He is certain that Zhu Yi, now recognized as an extraordinary talent, will be the center of every institute's attention. Miss Mi looks toward Dean Wu, wondering how they could possibly recruit him. Wu reassures her not to worry, revealing he has prepared thoroughly and is determined to bring Zhu Yi into his institute. Elsewhere, in another match, the system announces that Wang Lai is the winner and his rank rises to 10 while Shen drops to 16. Lei congratulates Shen on a good match, while Shen, lying in the ground, reflects on how everyone challenged him when he was severely weakened. He feels as if they all want to trample him when he's down, and burns with indignation, vowing that once he recovers from his injuries, he'll make them all regret it. The system finally announces the overall results. Zhu Yi takes first place, Chu in second, and Ha Lan in third. The principal steps forward, declaring that the free challenge matches have concluded, and the freshman competition has come to an end. With all rankings now rearranged, student housing on scores will also be updated. He encourages everyone not to worry if they find themselves ranked lower with fewer points, reminding them that as long as they work hard, there are many ways to earn points at the school. Combat Institute Dean announces that it's now time for the institute placement, and he introduces the 5 deans, each of whom will explain the educational philosophies of their respective institutes. He begins by reminding everyone that while the dark era of invasion by other worldly races has ended, many still perish in the battlefield. And the mission of combat academies is to forge students' strength and increase their survival. The Elemental Institute Dean explains their institute recruits classes that primarily use elemental power, promising to lead students to discover the truth of the elements. The Weaponry Institute Dean Fellows, explaining their philosophy is to maximize the use of weapons rather than relying solely on skills, and invites students to join if they want to be the strongest with only their buddies on weapons. The Tactical Institute Dean addresses the crowd, announcing that the Tactical Institute seeks to train tactical students to command operations. She notes that any class can join, and emphasizes the importance of a top-tier command class in reducing the mortality rate of an entire legion. The Logistics Institute Dean then welcomes students from lifestyle classes, emphasizing that although they don't focus in combat, They provide the most professional education for lifestyle classes. A capable logistics line, he reminds them, is the backbone of any operation. The Combat Institute Dean concludes the introductions, announcing that all institutes have now been explained, and invites students to register with the system to choose their desired institute. Chu turns to Zhu Yi, asking which institute he plans to choose. Combat Institute Dean quietly whispers an FA to be his personal mentor if he joins the Combat Institute. He explains that each mentor can personally select one elite student and institute resources will prioritize that student. He adds that he's prepared special welcome gifts, 3 Arunk skill books and an Arunk resource exchange request, net to be outdone. Elemental Institute Dean approaches, urging Zhu Yi to consider their institute and promising a legendary gear set. Weaponry Institute Dean also rushes over, telling him that anything that can increase his strength will be his if he joins their ranks. All the deans begin competing for Zhu Yi's attention. Stepping forward with their FAS, Combat Institute Dean shoves the others aside, insisting he arrived first, while Weaponry Institute Dean argues that sincerity matters more than the order of arrival. Just as tensions rise, the principal shicks everyone by offering to take Zhu Yi as his personal disciple. All the deans are left speechless. The principal turns to him and explains he will perform the bloodline forging technique if he accepts. When Zhu Yi asks what that means, the principal describes it as a forbidden-level spell that, when used in combination with otherworldly race blood, will grant a special bloodline. This technique will massively enhance his physical capabilities, and he'll receive extra free points and skill points every time he levels up. A shicked student exclaims that casting a forbidden-level spell right away is overkill and unprecedented. Another, more knowledgeable, explains that Principal Wang Hui's disciples stand at the very top of associations in China. The president of the Tanwu Association himself is a disciple, and if Zhu Yi becomes Hui's disciple, he'll receive support from Hui's vast network and rise quickly to the peak. Shen can only seethe in frustration, thinking that our protagonist is blessed with unbelievable luck. If it hadn't been for him, Shen would have stood first and might have received such powerful support from Principal Hui himself. Chu, meanwhile, observes quietly, convinced that with a new bloodline, brother Zhu Yi will only become stronger. The old dean laughs, never expecting that our boy would be so exceptional that even the principal would personally fight for him. The principal, unfazed, tells everyone there are still many surprises in store for Zhu Yi, and reveals that this reward is in fact something the Snow Dragon Legion captain had specifically asked him to deliver. Shen's mind races as he sees the gold medal in the principal's hand, finding it unbelievable. Even the Shen family of the 8 Anning families doesn't possess such a medal. Why would Zhu Yi receive an ENA not even granted to them? Ha Lan, equally stunned, wonders if her eyes are deceiving her. Isn't that a medal of ENA? Chu clarifies for her that it is indeed a gold medal, recounting how her grandfather had fought in the front lines for many years and only earned a silver medal. She points to the inscription. It is awarded to respect those who have made significant contributions to China's civilization. Zhu Yi himself is puzzled, unable to fathom how when he made such a massive contribution to the country. The principal speaks directly to him, explaining that he knows well of Zhu Yi's actions at Stormy Valley, which were more than enough to merit the gold medal of outstanding achievement. Our protagonist is stunned, telling himself it's unbelievable that a medal of such caliber is awarded just for defeating a demon legion. There must be a hidden reason behind it. Nevertheless, he thanks the principal sincerely. The old dean rebukes his stiff formality, telling him to call the principal teacher. He accepts the offer, calling the principal his teacher and expressing his ENA to be his student. The principal wastes no time, announcing they should leave together immediately. Combat Institute Dean wonders aloud if the principal is just afraid they'll steal Zhu Yi from him. In a flash of light, the principal disappears with our boy. The other deans immediately turn to Chu, offering the same enticements promised to Zhu Yi if she'll become the personal disciple. Dean Wu Wan's Old Sing knit to intentionally kiss him, while Old Sing fires back that since Zhu Yi has been recruited by the principal, he wouldn't dream of letting Zhang King go to Wu. Meanwhile, the principal leads Zhu Yi to his personal villa, explaining it's mainly used for storing valuable items. And our hero can always come here if he needs anything. Today, he will guide Zhu Yi to choose the materials needed for the bloodline forging technique. The principal displays several diagrams and begins to explain that, while most are drawn to the forbidden-level spell itself, they overlook the true core of the bloodline transformation, which is the origin blood. He tells Zhu Yi that an ordinary person's bloodline potential is extremely limited, and as one's level increases, The stats gained from each level up will weaken. This is why, once most classes reach their limit and can't level up further, they choose to merge with the blood of other races to enhance their strength. The teacher notes that, naturally, with the third awakening, each level requires a massive amount of experience. He is currently at level 64, a stage where most otherworldly monsters are leader-level bussies, rarely defeated easily. The principal reveals he has prepared 3 types of origin blood for Zhu Yi, each from a divine race, angel, giant, and dragon. He explains the bloodline forging technique can only grant a single bloodline, so Zhu Yi must choose carefully from these 3. Angel origin blood was extracted from the corpse of an angel, a member of the Gid race belonging to the light Gid, and merging with it will grant Zhu Yi extremely high light compatibility. Giant origin blood comes from those who worship the Thunder Gid, who are naturally gifted in controlling lightning. Merging with it will significantly amplify any lightning-type abilities he has. In the other hand, Dragon origin blood comes from a direct descendant of the Dragon Gid, containing the purest dragon bloodline, and will allow Zhu Yi to exert natural pressure in all beast races. All 3, Angel, Giant, and Dragon, are at least level 60, marking them as high-tier races. Continuing, the principal explains that while Giant and Dragon origin blood are powerful and will primarily increase Zhu Yi's strength and mana, Angel origin blood, due to his compatibility with the light good, might IFEA him improvements beyond imagination. After a moment of reflection, our boy informs his teacher he chooses Angel origin blood. Wang is pleased, noting that Zhu Yi seems very compatible with this choice and mentions he is his 5th student. With 4 seniors he will introduce at the appropriate time. Zhu Yi then asks, unable to contain his curiosity, why he received a gold medal for his actions. Surely destroying a demon legion isn't enough for such recognition. The teacher decides to be blunt, revealing that Zhu Yi's actions at Stormy Valley exposed the enemy's plans, leading the military to discover that otherworldly creatures could sneak into China through medium-sized space cracks. Zhu Yi grasps the gravity of this, asking if it means there are already many otherworldly creatures hiding across China. The teacher confirms this, stating that initial investigations found evidence of hundreds of such cracks. Although for now, the invaders are low-level enough for the Legion to handle, he adds that legions nationwide have been mobilized to clear these threats, and the Academy's task system will provide related missions. As his mentor, he hopes to see Zhu Yi grow as strong as his seniors on one day dedicate his power to the country. The principal then informs him that there are still many preparations to complete for the bloodline forging technique, and suggests he rest first. He hands Zhu Yi a books like teleportation device, instructing him to use it at 9 a.m. the next morning. Left with his thoughts, Zhu Yi checks the system to update his daily routine, considering what he should do next. He recalls that the final result of bloodline forging doesn't just depend in the origin blood, but also in his constitution and luck. Remembering the S-rank potion he gained after killing the demon prince, he checks its details and learns it will be effective for the next 12 months. So he drinks it without hesitation. The system congratulates him in acquiring the S-rank treasure, Dragon Nin fruit, and he reads its details carefully, deciding there's no reason to wait. He prepares to visit his teacher. In the other side, the old dean remarks to the principal that acquiring even 1 bottle of angel origin blood is extraordinary, as the corpse of an angel is so rare it could spark a war between several legions. Wang simply responds that he's waited a long time for someone like Zhu Yi, and now that he's here, there's no reason to hesitate. He is entirely satisfied with his choice. Meanwhile, Zhu Yi teleports to his teacher's villa. Wang welcomes him and tells him the bloodline forging technique is ready. Wang instructs Zhu Yi to remove his clothes and sit in the middle of the formation, which he obeys. The principal asks Master Chu to activate the formation and stand ready to protect the process. Master Chu complies, and as the bloodline forging technique begins, radiant light pours from our protagonist's body while power circulates around him. Soon, a blue liquid completely envelops Zhu Yi. As Wang and Chu closely observe the changes, Master Chu remarks in amazement that the cold is exceptionally powerful, suggesting that Zhu Yi already possessed a special bloodline from the start. Master Chu observes the ritual closely, marveling that if Zhu Yi ever decided to switch jobs to a mage, he could easily become one of the top ice mages, based on his terrifying icy abilities alone. Wang responds that he knew Zhu Yi's sister is currently awakening a first bloodline, leading him to suspect the boy might share the same trait. For this reason, the principal was confident that the angel bloodline, being one of the top bloodlines, would be able to suppress any inferior bloodline during forging. He hadn't expected complications, but now witnessing how the angel and ice bloodlines are locked in a struggle, resisting and balancing each other with incredible intensity. To possess such a high-quality icy bloodline, Wang reflects, there must be more to Zhu Yi's lineage than meets the eye. The principal considers the origins of humanity's other race bloodlines, reasoning that most trace back to the earliest Eternal Game players. When reality merged with the Eternal Game, those with higher levels inherited more complete bloodline legacies. The sheer equality between Zhu Yi's icy power and the angel bloodline suggests that one of his ancestors was likely among the earliest top-tier participants in the Eternal Game. Otherwise, a descendant like our protagonist could never manifest such a strong ice bloodline. Without this interference, the angel origin blood would have fully absorbed into Zhu Yi's body. But now, two powerful bloodlines are facing off fiercely. If the ice bloodline is erased, the angel origin blood will likely be depleted as well. Master Chu notes with concern that a large amount of angel origin blood has been lost, predicting that the final effectiveness might not even compare to consuming a low-tier treasure. All they can do is entrust the boy's fate to destiny. Any attempt to force the ritual to stop could result in his death due to self-explosion. He sincerely hopes Zhu Yi will be lucky. Suddenly, the system notifies him that his gate of consciousness has opened and he is entering his spiritual realm. In this realm, a mysterious woman greets him, asking if he has finally arrived. He looks around, wondering if this truly is his spiritual realm. The woman calls him her child, congratulating him and receiving Gid's blessing, and tells him that Good sent her to grant him true power. Promising he won't be bound by morals or rules, free only to follow his desires. She asks if he accepts this power. Zhu Yi is unimpressed, summoning his holy light Hama and striking her head. The woman cries out in amazement, asking what he thinks he's doing, then raises her hand and begins weaving magic, emphasizing she hopes he doesn't disappoint her. Furious at his defiance, she screams that he dared to insult the Gids, and that Gid will bring divine punishment down upon him, leaving not a trace of his body. She orders Zhu Yi to kneel and beg for forgiveness, promising she might consider pardoning him in Gid's behalf. The young holy knight, steadfast, tells her there's no need for such submission, and points his hammer at her. She calls him an insolent child and summons magical chains to bind him. He sees a row of large red eyes staring at him, a sign of the consequences for disrespecting Lord Escher. Now indignant, our hero rebukes her, declaring that Escher is nothing more than a subordinate of an evil Gid. The woman, even more furious, calls him insolent and slaps him, reiterating that he's caught her master's attention and she was sent to baptize him. She declares he should be happy, as Escher will lead him back to the righteous path. Zhu Yi summons all his strength, fighting fiercely to break free. While feeling a corrupt evil energy gnawing at his thoughts, powerful red lights paw from his body. Meanwhile, Master Chu and Principal Wang watch the situation with worry. Wang wonders aloud why the angel's origin blood would contain the power of an evil good. Could that angel have been murdered by such a being? He fires a magic light at Zhu Yi, trying to assist him. Master Chu realizes the boy is in dire danger, that the evil good's power is aiming to wipe out the angel's power. Hai, however, notices a change. Instead of weakening, the angel power within Zhu Yi is actually growing stronger. Inside the spiritual realm, the protagonist musters all his strength, breaking the magical chains and unleashing icy power upon the woman. She stood paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend how a soul in the brink of consumption minutes ago could now radiate such overwhelming divine authority. As she remained frozen solid, Zhu Yi ascended into his celestial form, hoisting his Wa Hama high. He struck her down, denouncing her as nothing more than a minion of a depraved evil good. With a cry for her demise, he brought the Hama down with finality. Her physical form shattered into a million shimmering shards, but as the fragments scattered, a new terror emerged. The evil good himself manifested before him. The entity gazed at Zhu Yi with chilling amusement, asking if that strike was merely meant to tickle him, mockingly calling him a mere child. The dark deity informed him that his resistance was a minor annoyance, utterly meaningless before his grand design. Our hero, refusing to yield, shattered the chains that bound him. Spreading his massive wings, he took flight, and as he ascended, a wave of absolute frost radiated from his form, flash freezing his surroundings. The Gid was momentarily stunned, wondering if Zhu Yi had somehow triggered a high-level formation. Enveloped by the surging icy power, the deity found himself impaled by colossal ice spikes erupting through his form. Despite the pain, he claimed he would gladly accept such a gift, but he reminded the boy that what humans call power is nothing but a fading light granted by a fickle Gid. As the most devoted disciple of Lord Escher, the villain boasted that his strength far surpassed anything a mortal like Zhu Yi could fathom. Suddenly, He unleashed brutal beams of light at our hero, who evaded the onslaught with decisive grace. Colossal, relentless chains lunged next, but they failed to ensnare him. The Gid taunted him provocatively, declaring that pests only know how to run. In that instant, a powerful spatial gate burst open, releasing an intense, blinding radiance. Zhu Yi quickly raised his holy shield, protecting himself from the searing brilliance. Relying on his magic, he cleaved through the divine rays with Xia Force. Stunned and unable to process what he was witnessing, the evil goods staggered as Zhu Yi advanced, and in a startling move, the hero thrust a finger into one of the deity's many eyes. A terrifying surge of light erupted from the wound. The Gid recoiled in disbelief, screaming that such power was impossible, and demanding to know its source. The blinding light overwhelmed him, sending the deity tumbling as he shrieked in denial. As the brilliance faded, the sigil of Zhu Yi's mentor Hai appeared before him, and our protagonist returned to his original form. Clutching the sigil tight, back at Principal Wang's villa, a radiant golden light swirled around Zhu Yi, leaving the old Dean Chu in awe of the angelic power that had completely purified the corruption. Wang explained that the angelic and icy bloodlines within his disciple had merged in a way he had never seen before. Above Zhu Yi's head, an angel manifested, and holy protective circles orbited his body. As a glowing holy sigil emerged in his chest, the angel gently placed a hand on him, channeling divine power into his frame. He opened his eyes, revealing the unmistakable sigil of a shining crest within them. Chu remarked to Wang that Zhu Yi was truly fortunate to have received the Light Gid's blessing in a moment of crisis, averting total disaster. Our hero stood firm, completely transformed. As Wang approached to ask how he felt, Zhu Yi, sensing the surge within, replied that his power had undergone a dramatic qualitative evolution. The system immediately notified him of his new unique bloodline, the Six-Winged Angel. It detailed his inherited talents and all the new abilities at his disposal. He informed his teacher that he had attained the Six-Winged Angel bloodline and inherited 2 bloodline talents. Wang was stunned, realizing just how rare and supreme a Six-Winged Angel truly was. Principal Wang was pleased, congratulating his disciple and noting that the forging was a brilliant success. He confirmed that the Six-Winged bloodline was the highest among all angels, reassuring Zhu Yi that his new talents would continue to evolve toward his rank as he leveled up. Our protagonist then asked about a legendary bloodline technique, the S-Rank Angelic Physique. The system responded instantly, presenting details of the S-Angelic Physique, its unique attributes, and its power. It also warned him that until he reached level 50 and fully absorbed the bloodline, using this technique would leave him weakened after each invocation. Principal Wang instructed Zhu Yi to activate the secret technique now, eager to see how much his strength had spiked. The system prompted the activation of the S-Rank Angelic Physique bloodline technique. It encouraged our hero to unleash his full potential. As a descendant of the Six-Winged Angel, the higher Zhu Yi's level, the more power he could draw. He channeled the Angelic Physique. Instantly, his body became a vessel for the overwhelming power of the heavens. Elemental energy surged around him, and a radiant energy circle appeared in his forehead, releasing torrents of elemental force. Master Chu stood in awe at the sheer scale of the energy waves. The principal watched with growing satisfaction, declaring it excellent and estimating that with this secret technique, Zhu Yi's power had increased 5-fold. Wang asked about his condition, and Zhu Yi reported that his body was overflowing with unprecedented strength. The light and ice elements felt like loyal friends, perfectly obeying his every command. Suddenly, a nearby robot began blaring alarms. It warned of high-level elemental energy and triggered level 3 defense protocols while transmitting detailed data in the phenomenon. Unfazed, Wang mused that Six-Winged Angels were truly the darlings of elemental energy. He quickly told our boy to deactivate the technique before the room's defense systems reacted more violently. Zhu Yi obeyed, cooling down and ceasing the energy flow. Chu asked if something was wrong. Zhu Yi explained that while the technique significantly boosted his power, even without prolonged combat, his entire body felt sore and swollen. The principal explained that the bloodline technique increased his power exponentially, but the Six-Winged Angel bloodline was simply too potent for him to handle without consequences at his current level. He advised him to save it as a final trump card. With a Six-Winged Angel bloodline, 2 evolving talents, and an S-bloodline technique, Chu concluded that for other freshmen, catching up to Zhu Yi would be nothing but a dream. Seeing the signs of his bloodline activation, Chu speculated that Zhu Yi's sister might possess an equally formidable icy bloodline. Wang recommended that if Zhu Yi wanted her to awaken under optimal conditions, he should have the Ice Lotus refined into an ice pill. He mentioned the university's specialized alchemy department could handle the order through the school system. Zhu Yi confirmed he understood, and Wang instructed him to get some rest. Before leaving, Chu asked the principal about the previous danger, how Zhu Yi had been touched by an evil Gid's power. He emphasized that if anything had happened, it would have been a massive loss for Sukong University and the country. Wang reassured him that only through the Light Gid's protection did Zhu Yi survive, and he promised a thorough investigation. Determined to leave no stone unturned, he teleported back to his campus residence, already planning the ice pill forging. In addition to the ice lotus, he needed an Arank treasure, ice crystal grass. While the Snow Dragon Legion would soon deliver the lotus, the grass had to be collected separately. He calculated that a bronze medal cost 500 points, silver 1,000, and gold 2,000 with his current balance. Buying ice crystal grass from the school market would be simple. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Opening it, he found Miss Mi waiting. Zhu Yi asked if she had business with him, and she remarked on his change. Noting that his new noble aura came not just from a higher level, but from a truly elevated bloodline, Miss Mai explained that Dean Wu had asked her to bring Zhu Yi the resources promised by the Combat Institute. He clarified that he had chosen Wang Guang as his mentor, so why was Wu sending resources? She sat on his sofa. She explained that although the principal was his personal mentor, his regular classes would still be at the Combat Institute. The resources she brought were distributed to all high-ranking students by the institute, not just him. Understanding now, Zhu Yi mused and Miss roll. Wondering if a mage could truly teach at the Combat Institute, she answered his unspoken question, affirming that mages indeed teach they and urged him to look over his resources. With a wave of her magic, she displayed a massive list of treasures for Zhu Yi to choose from. He was pleased to find exactly what he needed, crediting the luck potion for working as expected. With the ice lotus arriving on the right supplementary ingredients, he could begin the ice pill forging. He signed the contract without hesitation, thanking her for the help. Once the business was done, Miss demeanor shifted. She stood up, her tone turning stern. She scolded Zhu Yi for his recklessness in venturing deep into the stormy mountains. While training is important, entering deep zones without sufficient strength is simply foolish. She warned, he must always ensure he is strong enough to protect himself before acting. Zhu Yi listened, unable to explain that the system's protection had kept him safe and that he was always in control. Her expression softened as she acknowledged that every year, many geniuses graduate from Sukong University, but only a small fraction become true elites. Many fall due to accidents or risks. She emphasized that her warnings weren't nagging but born of concern. Caution is always better. He promised he understood and reassured her he would follow her advice. He then asked if she could recommend any safe training grounds for real combat experience, following his recent power surge. Miss Mi took Zhu Yi to the university's training field, explaining he could use the facility's robots to practice real combat and set various difficulty levels. The robots could be programmed from combat modes 1 to 10, with the highest level matching the strength of a level 20 class holder. She started the robots from the control room and informed him that his entire trial would be recorded by camera spheres, which would generate a detailed report of his performance. Reminding him the robots were dangerous, she suggested starting with lower difficulty settings. With final instructions given, she excused herself to teach a class, urging Zhu Yi to measure his limits and avoid overexertion. Now alone, our hero prepared for the challenge, ordering the camera sphere to begin training at combat mode level 7. The robot immediately confirmed and executed his command, setting the stage for the next test of his blossoming strength. The training session began as the robot's camera system announced the activation of combat monitoring, deploying 50 combat training robots and warning Zhu Yi that combat mode level 7 was engaged. In an instant, the robots opened fire. He quickly evaded their bullets, weaving through the crossfire, taking the chance to test the icy power he gained from merging with the Frost bloodline. Our protagonist leaped into a robot and delivered a powerful punch, shattering it to pieces in response. The remaining units unleashed streams of fire, but he blocked the attack with his holy shield and pressed forward. Deciding to escalate, Zhu Yi unleashed his icy winds, his signature move, Icy Blizzard, as freezing gusts swept across the training field. It quickly immobilized and froze the robots in place. Within seconds, the entire arena was covered in ice, with not a single machine moving. The system congratulated him in passing the level 7 combat mode test, and began calculating training results, providing a detailed report. Without hesitation, Zhu Yi ordered the camera sphere to start combat mode level 10. The camera sphere announced that due to extensive damage to the training robots, a backup plan was now in effect. A colossal robot, much larger and more formidable, stepped forward. The system explained this was a transcendent level training robot. It was equivalent in power to a typical level 25 class holder and would operate using the highest intelligence protocols to optimize both offense and defense. For safety, the system would intervene if his well-being was threatened. Now, our boy was ready to go all out. The countdown began on the system signaled the start. Immediately, the transcendent opponent launched an attack, hurling icy power toward him, forcing Zhu Yi to run for his life. Watching for an opening, he countered with his hammer, striking the massive machine while the system provided real-time data and its capabilities. He aimed to disarm the opponent, but the robot counterattacked, firing a devastating beam that necked him back and made him lose his grip and his weapon. The mechanical voice announced it had successfully disarmed him. The system reported that attack system synchronization was complete, and the robot's combat abilities were amplified. It now stood before Zhu Yi, unleashing waves of fire. He invoked his magic shield once more, but the constant defense began to drain his energy. Just as our hero struggled to hold his ground, the system updated him. Weapon metal optimization was complete and being put into use. The robot's form shifted, transforming into a wolf that chased him with incredible speed, mimicking the stormy wolves. Realizing the threat, Zhu Yi activated his angelic physique, challenging the machine to mimic his divine transformation. At that moment, someone else entered the training field. Placing a hand in the scanner, the system beeped, identifying the newcomer as Chiron. She reflected on her recent decision to become the personal disciple of Dean Seng, which granted her access to rare resources and accelerated her cultivation. Although she had struggled with combat mode level 7 before, she was eager to try again. The system reminded her that her last recorded trial result was level 6 and apologized, explaining that the heavy damage to the training robots required her to reschedule her efforts for tomorrow. Tehran noticed the screens were flooded with warning signals and saw a student was currently challenging level 10 combat mode. She was surprised, knowing this field was for freshmen. Most struggled with level 6, and even Zhu Yi, her brother, wouldn't find challenging level 10 an easy feat. The system displayed details of the holy chains, radiant bindings that hampered enemy movements. Zhu Yi shouted the incantation, and countless glowing chains shot out, wrapping around the mechanical wolf and restraining it from further action. Simultaneously, the wolf's internal system detected an anomaly, unable to match the skill in its database. Its analysis faulted, unable to provide an answer. Meanwhile, the system informed our protagonist that light vision was scanning for enemy weaknesses and revealing hidden capabilities. Following this guide, he delivered a decisive punch to the wolf's chest, completely destroying it. Moments later, the system announced the final protocol, self-destruction sequence executed, signaling the end of the battle. Tehran entered the training field. Immediately noticing the thick smoke, the system declared that combat mode level 10 challenge had been cleared and entrance access was reactivated. Due to extensive damage in the field, it suggested revisiting in a week for repairs. As she walked deeper, the system congratulated Zhu Yi, informing him he cleared the challenge in 8 minutes and 32 seconds. It then provided him with a detailed summary of the points on power he had earned, advising that he now needed to sign a contract with a magic beast to enhance his potential. Tehran soon found him unasked if the bloodline forging was complete. Amazed by how much stronger he had become in just a single day, Zhu Yi confirmed, explaining he now possessed the rare 6-winged angel bloodline. She expressed sincere admiration, remarking on how special and precious such a divine bloodline was compared to her own succubus bloodline, which though above average, was common. He then asked if she could accompany him to the magic beast market. Tehran quickly agreed, reassuring him the market was nearby. Together, they arrived at the bustling Fantasia Magic Beast Market. The first shopkeeper showcased a silver Runk Fia Tiger Cub, which could grow to level 20, priced at 110 points. Another introduced a level 19 adult Dragon Horned Rhino with Dragon Bloodline for 210 points, emphasizing first come, first served. Grabbing Zhu Yi's hand, Tehran asked if he had a specific type of pet in mind. A third seller pitched a silver Runk Gold Clawed Green Eagle egg at a bargain price. Zhu Yi showed he had once tamed a stormy wolf in the Stormy Valley, but after defeating the Demon Son, he fell into a coma and lost the chance to sign a contract with it. Now he hoped to find a stormy wolf cub with wind elemental skills. A nearby shopkeeper responded immediately, revealing he had exactly that. Introducing himself as Lo Jai, a third-year logistics student on level 22 trainer. He proudly explained he raised this cub himself. Trainers like Jai Taran noted belonged to specialized skill classes, and the pets were often of higher quality, he agreed. Jai introduced the cub, saying it was about 10 days old. Its mother was a silver rank Stormy wolf, and his appraisal confirmed silver rank talent. He offered it for 60 points. Zhuyi asked about gold rank cubs, but Jay explained they were rare in the entire market, promising to notify him if any appeared. The young knight decided to inspect the cub effort. The cub growled as soon as Zhuyi held it in his arms. Taran observed it looked too small and malnourished, but Ji reassured them that Stormy wolves are naturally small at birth. Despite its condition, Zhuyi insisted on buying it, telling her there are no useless pets, only useless owners, and he had high expectations for this cub. She supported his decision. Jai included a contract scroll with the 60-point order, allowing Zhuyi to bind the cub. Within seconds, the Stormy wolf underwent a spectacular transformation, rapidly growing stronger. Onlookers noticed the event, and one man wondered if the dark purple glow implied a legendary rank magic beast. Another customer even offered 1,000 points for it. Taran congratulated him, realizing the cub was a degenerated legendary pet that reclaimed its true rank upon receiving Zhuyi's magic. Jai bitterly regretted the sale. She then asked if he had thought of a name, and he decided to call it Gray. Now desperate, Jai demanded an extra 1,500 points, or the removal of the contract in exchange for a refund. He warned of consequences if he refused. A nearby shopkeeper pointed out Jai's negligence in verifying the rank, while a woman whispered that Jai had the backing of the powerful Luo family. An old man muttered that, fair or net, he might not keep that pet. Confused and angry, he exclaimed he had never heard of someone asking for more money after a sale. Flames flickered around him as rage built. He stared at Jai, warning him to stop dreaming on leave. Sensing the killing intent, Ji fell to his knees, admitting he felt death in that single stare. Zhuyi kicked him back, forcing him to beg for forgiveness and claiming it was a misunderstanding. He promised to let Zhuyi keep the cub. With a stern warning to stay out of his way, Zhuyi left with Taran and Gray, leaving the market behind. Taran asked Zhuyi if she could visit him to play with Gray in the future, and he warmly agreed, telling her she could drop by any time. In the market, a girl pointed out to her friend that she believed it was the #1 freshman, Zhuyi. Her friend wondered aloud if he was the one the principal personally recruited as a disciple, mentioning she heard he even received a gold medal. Meanwhile, a man in the crowd remarked that Jai had always acted recklessly thanks to the Luo family's authority, but now he finally provoked someone he shouldn't have. Suddenly, a tall man demanded the crowd make way for him. Luo Wu had arrived, intending to stand up for his brother. As Jai desperately pleaded for his brother to get him justice, Luo Wu shocked everyone by punching his brother squarely in the face, calling him useless trash, and wondering if he understood what a freshman being awarded a gold medal meant. He told him it was his luck that they let him go, warned him not to linger and embarrass himself further, and ordered him to get as far away as possible. Stunned and humiliated, Jai could only wonder what mistake he made to anger such a formidable existence. Back with our protagonist, he noticed purple wind gusts swirling around Gray, realizing that, as expected of a legendary rank Stormy wolf cub, it could use wind power instinctively even at such a young age. He thought about whether the luck potion he took was still in effect, and if perhaps even more good fortune was in the way. Just then, the doorbell rang. A military officer introduced himself as Zhao from the Snow Dragon Legion, handed Zhuyi a large treasure box and explained this was the S-rank treasure the Legion had promised him, the Ice Lotus. Zhao asked him to please accept it, then informed that now the treasure was delivered, he would return to the Legion for duty. Zhuyi thanked him, asking Zhao to pass his thanks to the captains as well, and marveled at the Snow Dragon Legion's speed and efficiency. Less than 3 days had passed since he left Stormy Valley, and his reward was already here. He quickly opened the treasure box and took out the Ice Lotus, thinking that if he could forge it into an ice pill, Yun's bloodline awakening crisis would be resolved. Seeking more info, Zhuyi consulted the system about ice pills. The system provided all relevant details, and as he reviewed them, he realized he couldn't book the forging service online. He would need to visit the pharmacy department in person. Without delay, he headed there and found a girl at the reception desk. Politely, he asked if Master Tan was available to help forge a pill, and she explained that Master Tan was in a meeting, but she was his student, Lin Yi, and could assist him. She asked what kind of pill he wanted on effort to answer any questions. He presented the Ice Lotus, explaining he needed it forged into an S-rank ice pill. Lin Yi was taken aback. Lin Yi was amazed that he was just a freshman and wondered why he possessed such rare treasures. She informed him that since he already had the Ice Lotus and Ice Crystal Grass prepared, he only needed to pay the 900 points production fee and leave his contact information. As soon as Master Tan finished refining the pill, she would let him know to pick it up. He agreed, transferred the fee, and provided his info. Meanwhile, at the school canteen, a student told another that recently, many places had discovered otherworldly creatures. He asked if his friend had heard that many guilds and legions had been ordered to withdraw from the front lines. Zhu Yi overheard their conversation. As another student explained, his friend in the military said it was because traces of otherworldly creatures had appeared all over the country. Suddenly, he was pushed from behind and turned to find Sing Lam, who expressed surprise seeing him in this class too. She explained her personal mentor was Dean Wu, so it looked like they'd be classmates from now on, and she politely asked for Zhu Yi's help. He responded in kind, also asking for her help, but Lin laughed and said Zhu Yi was so strict that asking for her protection was impossible. However, if he needed her help, he just had to say the word. Right then, Miss Mai entered the classroom. She greeted the students and introduced herself as the teacher in charge of Menster Research on Intelligence. Before starting the lesson, she announced important news. As rumored, there were large-scale invasions of otherworldly creatures within the country's borders. Although these invaders weren't particularly strong, the government was taking it extremely seriously, raising the alert level to stage 3 Chembot readiness and significantly increasing resources allocated to schools. Consequently, resources distributed to students based in ranking at Sukong University would increase by 70%, and rewards for clearing school tasks would be much larger. Furthermore, the Abyss mode of the 3 school secret realms would be opened. Although students would need to buy Abyss stones with points to gain access, an excited student remarked that the country had poured massive resources into training strong talent at any cost, and he was eager to enter Abyss mode for more experience and increased task rewards. It was clear the school was preparing for something big. Miss Mai silenced the students with a snap of her fingers, reminding them that no matter how many resources they received, the duty as students was to focus and becoming stronger. She instructed everyone to open their textbooks and began the day's lesson. As they started, a student told another he challenged the Giblin dungeon boss yesterday and lost several hundred points after being defeated. His friend replied it was his fault for trying nightmare difficulty and asked if he regretted it. The first student admitted he didn't expect the final boss to be so tough. Zhu Yi considered his situation. Now that he was level 19 and had the Ice Lotus, he didn't need to risk going back to Stormy Valley. The Abyss Rank Goblin Dungeon was the perfect place for him to grind experience. After class, Zhu Yi found Taran waiting for him outside. He asked what brought her there, and she admitted she heard the school's 3 secret realms had increased rewards and wanted to invite him to challenge them together. He laughed, saying that was exactly what he was planning too. They both headed to the training grounds, where Taran asked which difficulty level he planned to challenge. He told her he would choose Abyss Rank, then asked about her choice. She said Abyss Rank was too hard for her, as their power gap was too large, and she could only try hard difficulty for now. He reassured her by gently taking her hand, premising that once he cleared Abyss Rank, he'd party with her for another challenge. Taran made him promise. She then covered her eyes and said she'd challenge hard difficulty first. Telling him to do his best, Zhu Yi reminded her to stay safe. Suddenly, a commotion broke out nearby as a student shouted at Hai Min, demanding to know why she was there. He informed the crowd it had been a long time since anyone from the Earth leaderboard challenged a secret realm and asked if Hai Min didn't know that breaking a dungeon record earned an achievement talent. Without special encounters it was nearly impossible to get one, so no wonder she was in such a rush. At that moment, the secret realm doors swung open and the system echoed Zhu Yi's earlier words, declaring it was boring and he would go ahead and challenge the Abyss realm. The Giblin dungeon difficulty was set at Abyss Rank, available only to those between level 17 and 21. As a level 19 Holy Knight, Zhu Yi was eligible to enter. Other students whispered to each other, wondering if he really was the #1 freshman, while one mechted his arrogance, predicting he'd just waste his 400 points. She observed that the influx of resources seemed to have made some students overconfident. The system notified Zhu Yi that he had chosen Abyss Rank, the most challenging difficulty, and 400 points would be automatically deducted from his account in exchange for an Abyss Magic Stone. It continued, informing him he was being teleported into a Giblin dungeon, and warned him that monsters in the Abyss realm were much more ferocious due to the increased difficulty. If feeling overwhelmed, the system instructed him to crush the Abyss magic stone to leave the secret realm immediately. Our hero surveyed his surroundings, wondering why this area looked like ruins, and whether this destruction was the result of the Giblins conquering and destroying everything in their path. Suddenly, a Giblin attacked from behind, but Zhu Yi sensed the threat and responded with a powerful punch. He quickly observed this dungeon was filled with Giblins, and as the system provided details and these monsters, he saw them all charging toward him. His excitement grew, thinking these strong enemies were truly worth the challenge. As the Giblins jumped at him, he drew his Warhammer, crushing the wave of attacks. More and more monsters appeared, and he realized the true difficulty of this realm lay in the endless Goblin soldiers launching suicide attacks. Quickly draining his mana, the young knight charged into battle, determined to save as much mana as possible to unleash his strongest skills against the boss. He used Radiant Phantom Slash, effortlessly taking down the Giblins as the system congratulated him and defeating the MIB, and informed him of the points he earned. However, Zhu Yi noticed that, as expected, leveling up had become much harder at his current stage. Despite defeating so many Goblins, he still had a long way to go before reaching level 20, and hoped that defeating the boss would provide enough rewards to push him further. He pushed a massive door, wondering where the final boss was waiting, and suddenly the Giblin King appeared before him. The system immediately provided details in this new enemy, who challenged the intruder with a smirk. Calling him a foolish human and welcoming him to the dead land he prepared, the Giblin King scolded him for recklessly slaughtering his subjects, then let out a furious roar, ordering Zhu Yi to die. Our boy jumped into the air and struck with his Warhammer, only to find the attack had little effect. He quickly realized this boss was stronger and faster than expected, likely a strength type but with impressive speed. He attacked again with full power, but the Giblin King activated his Dominate Biddy skill, necking him back and taunting by asking if he could only leave scratches. Zhu Yi understood that relying solely on physical attacks was futile, so he called out light chains that pierced the monster's body and bound it tight. The Giblin King was shocked, finding himself unable to move. As the Holy Knight noticed its magic resistance was surprisingly low, he mocked the monster, inviting it to enjoy his special gift. Before throwing out a massive fire attack, he reflected that for an Abyss Rank's Secret Realm boss, the Giblin King was unexpectedly weak. The system congratulated him and informed Zhu Yi of the rewards he just received. He was pleased to have saved a large amount of mana preparing for the boss fight, and his hunch was right. Setting a new record in the Abyss Rank map granted him a new talent. The system announced that because he set a new record, he would unlock a new achievement talent and listed the details. With the newly acquired a rank talent, Rapid Chanting, Zhu Yi was confident had become even stronger. He decided it was time to leave, though regretting he gets so close to level 20 without reaching it. However, with so many points earned, he considered bringing Tirana Ling to challenge the Abyss Rank realm again. Back at the university, the leaderboard displayed the top 6 students on their corresponding points. A student mentioned that so far no one had cleared the Abyss realm. It was simply too hard, as anyone entering was immediately surrounded by hundreds of silver rank Giblins and would die if they didn't escape fast enough. As expected, Abyss rank was brutal. Another remarked that only Earth leaderboard elites like Hai Min stood a chance. Tehran, relieved she chose hard difficulty, cleared without issues, and now hoped her brother Zhu Yi could succeed. Another said he heard the Abyss Rank realm had been added to the freshman competition, and surprisingly many had cleared it, but his friend insisted that a level 19 Holy Knight named Zhu Yi took first place and set a new record. The crowd was amazed to hear the secret realm record had been broken and someone finally cleared Abyss difficulty. All eyes were in the screen. A student wondered aloud if he had heard of Zhu Yi, guessing he must be a senior. Another corrected him, saying he was actually the number 1 freshman. Someone protested that there was no way a level 19 could defeat a level 24 legendary Giblin King, no matter how strong he was, and insisted he witched the freshman competition and couldn't believe how much the Holy Knight improved in just a few days. Another laughed, predicting that Brother Tian entered the secret realm after Zhu Yi, and although his progress was slower, once Tian's clearing record was out, had pushed Zhu Yi down in the rankings. Suddenly, Brother Tian returned in terrible shape, and his supporters were shocked to see him like this. He confessed to his friend that the Abyss Rank realm was too hard. He lost several gold rank Gia pieces, and still failed. Tian wondered what the commotion was among the students, and his friend said that Zhu Yi the freshman who entered before him, only took 10 minutes and 56 seconds to break the abyss clearing record. Tian was stunned to learn Zhu Yi took the first position. The students began shouting, "Our protagonist stepped out of the secret realm." And Tian felt a surge of envy, wondering how a level 19 freshman could clear the abyss realm and why he himself lost. He suspected cheating. As Zhu Yi had just stepped out and decided to confront him with a fake smile, introducing himself, but the holy knight ignored him and kept walking, politely saying he had other business and saying goodbye. Tian was frozen by Zhu Yi's dismissive attitude. Taran congratulated her brother in his success, admitting she could only barely clear the hard level and that keeping up with him was becoming increasingly difficult. Zhu Yi reassured her, saying the Giblin King was actually quite easy to beat and promised to teach her all the best tips for clearing. With his excess points, he offered to take her along to try Abyss rank, determined to help her learn how to clear it. And Enluka was shocked that Zhu Yi wanted to go back there so soon, and wondered if he really was a freshman. As he treated the Abyss realm as nonchalantly as his home, he realized this was the gap between a true elite and an ordinary student. Tian's friend tried to encourage him, saying he was close to clearing on could succeed if he tried once more. But Tian only felt humiliated and depressed. His friend wondered what was wrong with him. Later, Tian sat alone in his room, reflecting that some people appeared to be heroes, but showed their true nature as soon as they met the slightest failure. This was the way true elites acted. With each new wave pushing the old one into the Shah, he was resigned, deciding not to challenge secret realms anymore and accepting his place in the order of things. Zhu Yi discussed with Taran about how this was actually their second time partying together, and it felt like just yesterday they were adventuring together in Stormy Valley. She also recalled that experience vividly, a memory that remained fresh and significant. Suddenly, our protagonist sensed danger and without hesitation, turned back to throw a light punishment at a lurking goblin, killing it instantly. That memory led Taran to mention the time she had kissed him, explaining that the demons had cornered her then, and only through his bravery had she not chosen to kill herself in despair before they could say another word. A swarm of giblins appeared, charging forward. Taran nodded. The monster difficulty lived up to its reputation, as even ordinary goblins had sky-high stats. Zhu Yi reassured her, pointing out that although their levels were high, these creatures were actually quite fragile and only dangerous because they attacked in overwhelming numbers, the system blared. Providing more details in the Giblin warriors, he suggested this wave was manageable as long as they were careful about skill consumption, proposing each defend one side to prevent any from sneaking behind. Taran agreed. With seamless coordination, Zhu Yi used Gid's gift, while his partner used protection gift along with her blessed weapon. As the monsters closed in, our boy announced head take the first wave and swung his Warhammer, crushing many of them with powerful sweeps. When it was her turn, she released her shadow slash skill, cutting through the giblins with precision. The system congratulated her in defeating the MIB and granted points, then did the same for Zhu Yi, who responded with a nid. Suddenly, the system issued a warning of the upcoming Giblin King. Displaying detailed stats and abilities, the large creature stepped into the scene, his voice booming as he ordered them to prepare for death and punishment for his subjects' pain. Taran, feeling the pressure, asked Zhu Yi how he cleared Abyss rank before, knowing that Abyss bussies were no easy prey. He explained the Giblin King looked intimidating, but actually had weak magic resistance, and she could defeat it with a powerful magic attack. Eager to take the lead, Taran prepared her strongest magic, wondering if she should try the demonic power in her succubus bloodline. The system provided her with info in the demon blade properties. Helping her strategize, she jumped into the air and attacked, but her effort failed. The Giblin King laughed, taunting her by saying the demonic energy in her strike only added to his power, boosting him to a new level. Without warning, he released a shockwave that shook the ground toward them. Taran reassured Zhu Yi she was okay but blamed herself for failing to control the demonic power, accidentally making the enemy stronger as she let him absorb it. He told her not to worry and decided to see if his old tactics still worked. He threw a light punishment at the minster, but this time the skill proved much less effective. Its magic resistance had significantly improved. The young warrior told her this battle might be tough, and if he couldn't beat the bus, she should crush the abyss stone and escape without hesitation, reminding her a secret realm challenge wasn't worth risking herself. Zhu Yi attacked with light chains, but the Giblin King effortlessly shattered them. In that moment of tension, the demon within Taran surfaced, rebuking her for being too weak. The demon told her that if she could fully master the demonic power in her succubus bloodline, brother Zhu Yi wouldn't be in such danger. And it was time to unleash her true power. While our protagonist struggled to restrain the Giblin King, determined not to let his partner come to harm, he activated his angelic physique. The minster swung his hammer, delivering a heavy blow that sent Zhu Yi to the ground. As he looked up, he was amazed to see Tehran had transformed. She had embraced her demon form, radiating immense power, and the Giblin King recoiled in awe. She declared that this was her royal power and confidently told him to let her finish the fight. The minster was confused, unable to absorb her demonic energy like before, but instead feeling it eroding his own strength. NHI, now in full control, taunted him, assuring the enemy that what he was experiencing was just the appetizer. The Giblin King, desperate, demanded more demonic power, but she released a devastating magic, shouting for him to die. Her magic power was so overwhelming that even Zhu Yi found it hard to watch. Dazzled by its intensity, the system congratulated Miss Chu in defeating the Giblin King, informing that she earned 15 free stat points, 15 skill points, and a horde of additional rewards. After finishing the minsters, she turned back to Zhu Yi, panting, and told him she finally killed that minstrous enemy. Our protagonist remained wary, quickly withdrawing his hand and asking if she was really her. As she regained her composure, her consciousness slowly returned. After a few seconds, she returned to her original form and explained that everything that just happened was because of the demonic power in her succubus bloodline, which she was still struggling to control. Zhu Yi, seeing her exhaustion, suggested they party together and clear the Abyss rank realm a few more times, but she felt tired and instead encouraged him, saying she believed he'd soon be able to solo the Abyss rank realm. Especially now that he was more familiar with the demonic power, he joked that the Giblin King had become an old friend, and he believed the bus would understand, as students always needed to consider many things to maximize secret realm rewards. Meanwhile at the university, a group of students discussed the extreme difficulty of the Abyss rank realm. One student wondered if Zhu Yi's success was just luck, while another argued his strength was simply matchless and anyone doubting him could try it themselves. In the system screen in the university hall, Zhu Yi's name shone at the top of the leaderboard. Abyss rank difficulty, 100% progress, 10 minutes 56 seconds clearing time, now confirmed as the fastest Abyss rank Giblin dungeon clear in the school's history. The students were stunned. Someone complained that Zhu Yi wouldn't give others a chance to clear in peace, while another pointed out he didn't just break his own record, but did it even faster this time, all agreeing that true elites pushed themselves more than anyone else. Their amazement only grew as another record flashed in the screen. Tehran cleared the Abyss rank difficulty in 9 minutes 23 seconds. The students were shocked to see the freshman who previously could only challenge hard difficulty now soloing Abyss. Another pointed out she was the second strongest freshman, and it was no surprise she could fight above her level under Zhu Yi's guidance. The system provided a detailed list of their achievements, and some students silently admitted they finally understood the feeling of helplessness that came from realizing the vast gap between themselves and true geniuses. Currently, Zhu Yi was challenging Abyss rank for the second time, and Tehran had completed her first solo Abyss clear, and then a second time in a party with him. After that, she mentioned she heard the Elemental Institute prepared a fireworks display for the freshman and invited him to go watch outside the Elemental Institute. She thanked him, saying it was thanks to him that she gained so much from the Abyss realm, but Zhu Yi credited her own efforts, asserting he only gave her a slight push. As they walked, Zhu Yi's attention was drawn to a massive statue in top of a building. Tehran explained that this was Mage Yang, revered as a guardian good, because he had once single-handedly defended against several otherworldly legions. His heroic actions became legendary, but in his final battle, a demon overlord attacked him from behind, leading to his ultimate sacrifice. His soul was erased beyond revival. He admitted his history knowledge was limited and asked her to tell him about the Dark Era. She responded affirmatively, explaining that any discussion about the Dark Era must start with the Golden Age 80 years ago, in the year 2544. During that period, many talented class holders emerged, earning the title of the Golden Age. Legendary heroes like Storm Sword, Saint Chong Bin, and Heatly Holy Sword appeared and were still fighting in the front lines today. However, just as humanity was finally full of hope and ready to fight back against the otherworld, the Dark Era suddenly arrived, marking the most intense invasion of otherworldly creatures ever seen. The elites of the Golden Age sacrificed everything in these battles. After 30 years of non-stop war and the loss of millions of heroes, peace was finally established, a peace that was now being threatened by the new wave of invasions. Turan confided that she hoped her fears were wrong, but she couldn't shake the feeling of foreboding. Juyi comforted her, suggesting that this time the flow of otherworldly creatures likely slipped through from medium-sized space cracks. They weren't as strong as those from the past, and even if darkness fell again, it was the otherworldly creatures who were unlucky this time. As he finished reassuring her, the fireworks display began, lighting up the night with color. Later, Zhu Yi was traveling in a train, feeling grateful that he now had the ice pill, which would solve Yun's illness once and for all. At his villa, Yun anxiously asked King why her brother hadn't returned yet. King reassured her not to worry, explaining he had called and would be home soon. Just then, the door opened and Zhu Yi walked in. Announcing he was home, Yun ran to and hugged him tightly, happily welcoming him back. And confirmed she had taken her medicine as promised. King was overjoyed to see Zhu Yi back home and immediately asked how long he planned to stay this time. He told her he'd be home for 3 or 4 days, explaining his main purpose was to complete Yun's final treatment. The little sister, always eager, asked if her brother brought any gifts for her. With a smile, our protagonist confirmed he did. He gave her a special reward from the Abyss Rank realm. A horn that when blown would summon a gold rank Mensterbagos to protect her. He told Yun that once she was fully caught, he believed she could become as strong as him. Suddenly the doorbell rang and Zhu Yi happily welcomed Secretary Zhao and Mrs. Chue inside. Zhao explained he contacted the priest last night, and she rushed over immediately. Mrs. Chue remarked that an invitation from Zhu Yi wasn't something she could take lightly, and he affirmed she overestimated him. Sincerely thanking her for coming to help, she almost forgot to congratulate him, and marveled aloud that he not only found the ice lotus, but managed to have it forged into an even more powerful ice pill. Zhao was stunned to hear about the pill, noting that S-rank pills were priceless and in high demand. Our hero credited the third awakened alchemy master introduced by his teacher and suggested they begin Yun's treatment immediately. Zhao agreed, and they prepared to start. The little girl looked at her brother with worry, asking if this was truly safe. Zhu Yi reassured her, telling her not to worry. She just had to eat the pill, and she would awaken her icy bloodline. Then the cold power would no longer bother her. Yun took courage and was ready. He explained to Mrs. Chui that he would perform a series of buffs and his sister first. He started with Protection Blessing, followed by Dawn Blessing, and ended with Courage Blessing. The priest felt the intense aura of holy light. And although a second awakened priest herself, she noticed Zhu Yi's holy light was even purer than her own. Then he asked her to activate the formation, which she did immediately, instructing Yun to take the ice pill. Yun ate the pill, and immediately the cold energy within her surged. Mrs. Choi warned Zhu Yi that the patient's cold was flaring up and asked if there was a problem, but he remained calm and confident, reassuring everyone he had the situation under control. He applied his holy fire to stabilize the cold, quickly mastering the cold energy and noting that for him, it was a simple task. The young man predicted that after this first pill, this would be the final cold flare-up Yun ever had to endure. Mrs. Chue agreed, explaining that the most difficult step was now complete. They just needed patience as the awakening process finished. Soon, the little girl was surrounded by swirling energy, and as she regained awareness, she opened her covered eye. Releasing the form of an ice dragon, the priest observed the extraordinarily poor power, confirming that Yun's icy bloodline was now fully activated. Zhu Yi encouraged his sister to check her status for any changes. She told him she could now fully control the ice element, and believed her bloodline talent allowed her to manipulate ice at will. He beamed with pride, explaining that most bloodline awakenings didn't grant such talents, but her case was rare and special, a true first bloodline awakening. Yun asked if more talents might come as she continued to develop the bloodline, and he wondered if perhaps their ancestors included a powerful ice-type class holder, given the massive benefits both siblings received. Still, he suspected his family might have fallen into obscurity over the years. To be sure everything was fine, Zhu Yi asked Mrs. Chui to conduct a thorough checkup for Yun, and she readily agreed. Zhao meanwhile congratulated him, saying the little girl was not only cured but had awakened her icy bloodline. He shared that the ma was taking her situation seriously and had arranged more resources to support her cultivation. Our protagonist thanked him and explained he'd need to return to school soon, so he'd asked Zhao to look after Yun. The secretary affirmed it was an enna. The priest turned to Yun and asked if she had thought about what jib she wanted to follow in the future. She immediately said she wanted to be a mage, and Zhu Yi agreed that the jib suited her perfectly. He promised that when she reached level 10, Head help her find a hidden mage jub change book. Suddenly, her eyes flashed red, and she announced she could feel a dark power awakening within, and it wouldn't be long before its full strength was released. Everyone in the room was stunned. Mrs. Choi quickly checked her, worried she might have missed something, and wondered about the dark power's presence. She wondered aloud if Yun really needed to go through this. As the girl's new power threatened to rise, the priest began saying she, the princess of Dark Tia's, Phantom Ivan, would, but Juyi quickly intervened, grabbing his sister and insisting and showing her the true power of ice. He dragged her into another room, while Yun pleaded for King to save her from her brother, whom she claimed was about to kill her. The priest remained puzzled. Reflecting in the nature of the dark powers now awakening in Yun warned her brother she wouldn't hold back. With a surge of power, she summoned ice spirits, freezing everything in her path. Before launching sharp ice shards at Zhu Yi, he calmly raised his holy shield, blocking the icy attack. As the clash ended, he observed her closely and saw her body had fully recovered. Now, they could finally establish her cultivation schedule. She returned to her normal self. Briefly worried that her cold had returned and thinking she wouldn't be able to cultivate with him. Quickly, Yun reassured her brother she was fine, and it was just a false alarm. To lighten the mood, our hero brought out his pet Gray using magic. Unintroduced Gray as his newly bound magic beast, he told his sister this creature would keep her company for the next few days, and teased that she shouldn't blame him if Gray performed better than her. Delighted, Yun hugged the small beast and promised she'd cultivate hard with Gray by her side. She then invited it closer, and together they signed a dark contract to become companions. Zhu Yi was relieved, feeling confident he could now return to school without worrying about her condition. Later, while taking a night walk, Zhu Yi thanked Gray for all its hard work over the past few days. Suddenly, Miss Mai appeared, having teleported to his location. He was surprised by her sudden appearance and wondered what brought her there. Mai explained the National Freshman Exchange Competition was about to start, and the team match required 5 people per team. As the first-place winner in their freshman competition, Zhu Yi was naturally the captain and had to complete the team-building process. He affirmed to her this wouldn't be a problem. Mai displayed a list of the top 10 students from the freshman competition, excluding him, and told Zhu Yi he needed to pick 4 teammates. He asked if he could just pick the next 4 top freshmen. She thought his choice was a bit hasty, and reminded him that a team match was a marathon, not to sprint. Later rounds tested endurance and priest class correctors were vital for recovery. She pointed out that although Zhu Yi was a holy knight who could cast buffs, his recovery skill was weaker compared to a priest's. Mai advised most winning teams included a priest for support. Our hero was full of confidence, explaining that as long as they defeated their opponents quickly, they wouldn't even need recovery. He believed he could take the first spot in the individual bracket and even solo teams in the group match if he activated his 6-winged angel bloodline. Mai silently thought his power was on a different level, and with him, they might not need a priest at all. She agreed to submit the list he chose to Dean Wu and left with a smile, trusting in his ability. Before going, Mai checked if he had finished the bloodline awakening calf for Yun. He thanked her for telling him about the ice lotus, which made all the difference, and she was glad to hear Yun was doing well. He then asked if she knew way he could find a hidden jib change book for his sister. Mai replied the school network indeed had that book, but acquiring one was very difficult. She encouraged him to do his best in the upcoming competition and left for other business. Soon, Zhu Yi learned how hard it was to buy such a book. His research showed even the cheapest hidden jib change book cost 20,000 points. Although it might take time, he was determined to achieve this goal for Yun within the next 6 months. He checked his new system mission, thinking about how rewards from the last 2 achievement missions had strengthened his power so much. Meanwhile, at the university meeting room, the deans gathered to discuss the team match. Combat Institute Dean Wu presented Zhu Yi's team list to the others, listing all the team members. An old dean wondered why there was no priest in the team, and another worried the lack of healing support made the team too risky. However, an experienced elder argued Zhu Yi's capabilities more than made up for it. After witnessing his bloodline forging process, he was convinced Zhu Yi alone could replace a priest's role. He added the young knight provided buffs, had excellent defense, and strong attack skills, effectively covering 3 roles in one. A female dean offered no objection, noting that maximizing Zhu Yi's strength was a sound tactic. While a younger dean expressed hope he would surprise everyone at the exchange competition, Wu concluded the discussion, agreeing with the plan and promising the female dean he would handle their training. he noted that while freshmen might be strung individually, they still needed to develop teamwork and coordination. Wu promised to have Miss Mai gather them at the Combat Institute in 3 days for training. Later, as Zhu Yi completed his exercises, he received a message from Teacher Wang, who had arranged a one-on-one class for him. Our protagonist looked forward to it, thinking this would be the first class since becoming a disciple and hoping to learn new skills. He chose skill points as the day's reward and reflected on how keeping the lead over others was easy with the system. Daily missions kept his skill points and stats steadily increasing. Now the principal mentioned he was personally overseeing Zhu Yi's training, and our protagonist was surprised to see Zhu Yi found himself surrounded by fierce wolves. He wondered aloud at the presence and asked his teacher if he needed to drive them away. The teacher explained this was the Edge Forest, a private training ground owned by the Tanwu Guild, an organization he founded himself. So there was nothing to worry about. As he surveyed the area, he suddenly noticed a dragon soaring above, its presence causing the wolves to retreat. He was amazed by the sight, wondering if they were truly dragons here. The teacher explained the level 62 legendary Grey Dragon belonged to Zhu Yi's senior, acting as a guardian to deter monsters across the forest. The teacher further revealed that this senior was currently level 64, even surpassing him in combat ability, which was why he had handed over the Tanwu Guild without hesitation. Zhu Yi was stunned to learn his senior reached level 64 at 30. The principal laughed, admitting he'd seen many geniuses over the years, but believed Zhu Yi was the most talented yet, encouraging him to work hard and reassuring him he could one day surpass his senior. The teacher then directed the boy's attention to an important lesson, asking him to observe closely as he demonstrated a special skill, Holy Light Hot Shield. Zhu Yi watched as the master summoned massive light, forming intricate diagrams in the air, before hurling the energy into the ground, completely destroying everything in its path. The principal declared this was the first skill he would teach him, Holy Light Hot Shield. He instructed Zhu Yi to link his consciousness with the skill book and spend skill points to learn it. Following the instructions, the young knight connected, and the system provided all details in the A-rank Holy Light Hot Shield. As he read, he realized this was a Holy Knight legacy skill and wondered how his teacher also mastered Holy Knight techniques. The principal explained the Holy Light Hot Shield was created by Zhu Yi's grandmaster, who was a third awakened Holy Knight. He inherited the skill from his own teacher and now passed it on to him. The teacher told Zhou Yi he had now learned the skill and requested a demonstration. Our protagonist knitted, focusing in the technique. He concentrated energy and successfully manifested the Holy Light Hot Shield. The master was impressed, noting that achieving this with only a level 1 Holy Light Hot Shield was significant. He explained the skill was particularly valuable in team matches, allowing Zhu Yi to split the battlefield and restrict enemy movement. Suddenly, a giant dragon appeared nearby. The teacher announced it was time for real combat and instructed the Grey Dragon to order the surrounding monsters to attack. The amount of experience Zhu Yi earned now would depend on his own ability. The Grey Dragon roared, summoning a chorus of responding dragons, and soon countless beasts filled the area. He immediately equipped his Gid's gift, Dawn Blessing and Courage Blessing, preparing for the battle. He jumped into the air, launching sharp ice crystals at a particularly large dragon and killing it instantly. Without stopping, he swung his massive war hammer at another, striking its head and sending it flying. Within minutes, Zhu Yi defeated every dragon in sight, but the effort left him completely exhausted. The principal observed his student. Amazed, he went all out and used up his stamina on mana. He asked if Zhu Yi wasn't worried about more monsters appearing. The resourceful boy opened a magic space and took out a recovery potion, reassuring his teacher he had things under control. The system congratulated Zhu Yi in reaching level 22, granting him 20 stat points and 20 skill points. He immediately considered upgrading his Holy Light Hot Shield with the new skill points, on which as the system displayed improved attributes, he realized the shield's strength had reached new heights. The principal, watching all this, remarked Zhu Yi's performance exceeded his expectations. He expected Zhu Yi might defeat 100 monsters, but the boy had taken down nearly 400. The teacher reminded him that since he planned to compete in the exchange competition without a priest, he must remain calm and never waver at crucial times. Zhu Yi reassured his teacher there was no need to worry. With him in the team, the first spit was as good as theirs. Night at the stormy Forest resting station. Chao, Van Dan, and Tehran arrived together. The PA system blared. The National Freshman Exchange Competition was about to start with 218 high schools from across the country participating. The question in everyone's mind was, who would become the final winner? A girl told her friend the competition participant list was just released. Her friend was shocked. Checking the list on noticing Su-Kong University's team had no priest, instead choosing an unorthodox lineup typically used by lesser schools. Chow and Van were excited to see Zhu Yi was the captain, with Tehran as vice-captain. Van laughed as she read the online comments, pointing out posts saying a team without a priest was destined for failure. She found it hilarious. Knowing most people underestimated our protagonist's strength, Chow agreed, confident that outsiders didn't know how strong he really was. At the next table, Tehran told Don to let the waiter know shed cover everyone's orders tonight, and she silently thought that with Zhu Yi in the team, the lack of a priest wouldn't make a difference. The championship was as good as theirs. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, the system congratulated our boy for clearing level 10 combat mode in just 6 minutes and 12 seconds. He noted after reaching level 22, the practice robots in the training room had become too easy to be beat, and training efficiency was dropping. He decided he'd need Miss help to arrange something more challenging. Calling her, he learned Dean Wu would start the special training session today, and was instructed to gather at the Combat Institute field immediately. As morning came, students were buzzing with anticipation for the National Freshman Exchange competition. Wen said he was so excited he couldn't sleep last night. And another agreed, saying he was eager to fight. The school had won the competition 4 consecutive years, and a third student worriedly wondered what would happen if they didn't take first place this year. Their teacher Rio showed them, saying with Zhu Yi's strength, victory was nearly certain. In the main hall, students and teachers gathered in anticipation. As our protagonist walked in, Lind was glad to see him, and she told him everyone was waiting. He apologized to Dean Wu on Miss Mai for being late. Dean Wu reassured him it was no problem and told him to introduce his new teammates. Zhu Yi introduced level 18 Wuria Wai Tai, who thanked him for the invitation, and level 18 Mage Dung, whose rapid progress under Principal Wang's guidance surprised even Tehran. He explained Dung improved significantly with that teacher's help. Dean Wu asked for everyone's attention, reminding them time was short on head, keep it brief. He would be the trainer to prepare them for the team match, individual match, and survival match in the National Freshman Exchange competition. Today's focus would be in the teamwork and combat coordination. Afterward, they'd enter the Abyss Runk Giblin Dungeon secret realm as a party, with the school covering all point costs. Doing now understood why Miss Mai urged her on why to reach level 18. With their combined power, she felt confident they'd be able to dominate the Abyss Runk realm, especially with Zhu Yi leading, who was capable of soloing it himself, inside the Abyss Runk Giblin Dungeon secret realm. Zhu Yi called everyone together. He reminded them this was their first time working together as a full party, so he would lead the tactics. The team agreed to follow his lead. He assigned Y to defend and attract Minsters, Tehran and Dung to take the physical and magic damage roles, while Lind and our protagonist would handle the killing blows on support. As they finalized the plan, a Giblin swarm charged at them. Y lunged in first, noticing her skill effects were 40% stronger than before, and asked if this was due to the captain's support. Zhu Yi released Gid's gift, Dawn Blessing, Protection Blessing, and Courage Blessing in quick succession. Dung was amazed at his chanting speed. Realizing he could cast 3 buffs in less than a second, faster than a professional mage, she immediately followed with Magic Destruction Sound. He warned Y to be alert for sneak attacks. Suddenly, Y and Tehran spotted a magic shield among the Giblins, and Tehran wondered about its presence and the new Giblin archers. The system explained the Giblin archers and their enhanced capabilities. Zhu Yi understood the dungeon difficulty had increased because there were more challenges, so the Giblins had adapted to new attack tactics. He destroyed the archers with light punishment and informed the team head handle these troublesome enemies, leaving the rest to them. Y wondered if the purpose of this trial was to foster teamwork and question fighting alone, but Tehran reassured her and threw her magic cards, causing explosions and wiping out enemy ranks. Standing to the side, Dean Wu noticed Zhu Yi's chanting speed had clearly improved since the freshman competition, and some skills were now almost instant. Miss Mai noted he must have gained a chanting speed talent after clearing the Abyss realm, and his rapid growth was astonishing, especially considering he took Tehran to challenge the Abyss rank, and they quickly took the lead positions as soon as the school started. Dean Wu explained that was why he increased the difficulty for this trial. Wanting to truly test Zhu Yi on the team, Tehran pressed on with her Shadow Slash and the companions fought with their own techniques. Wai Tai thanks to Zhu Yi's buffs doubling her strength, and soon, they had defeated the entire Goblin horde. Our boy reminded them it was just a warm-up, and now they faced the real thing, the bus fight. They all praised Zhu Yi as he stood there. Thinking they were flogging success, they reached the gate. While Zhu Yi felt something was EF, but they entered regardless. Inside, the level 22 legendary bus greeted them with a sneer. The bus acknowledged it had been waiting for them, and cast a fireball in an instant, doing which in awe, nearly getting injured. But her companion protected her just in time. Wai Tai's shield shattered. Even after doubling her strength, she couldn't hold on. The bus acknowledged it had prepared for this moment for a long time, but Zhu Yi stepped forward. With icy power this time, the others told him to be careful. As he acknowledged the bus power was greater than the one he defeated before, Lind took the lead, but her attack failed, leaving her watching in awe. They all lunged at once in their own way, but nothing worked in the enemy. The bus declared it would end it all. As it attacked with a purple beam, he stepped forward and struck it down. When his team asked to try again, he informed them this bus was beyond their level to handle. He told them to leave the rest to him. As he activated True Good Eye, Zhu Yi immediately analyzed the enemy and decided to use the S-Rank Bloodline secret technique to multiply his stats many times. He knew this bus was a special test from Dean Wu and decided to show his true strength. The angel's divine physique had missed me worried about the difficulty, but Dean Wu explained that current strength was extraordinary, although other universities also had their own talents. He informed them that in an exchange competition, Qingjing University would be their opponent, so ruthlessness was necessary. The bus taunted Zhu Yi, leading him to release a radiant pulse. The enemy cursed with an attack of its own. Purple and blue light scattered everywhere as they powers met. Zhu Yi's team shielded themselves. Aswin wondered if that was the captain's true strength. Lund asked Tehran if our boy ever used true power before, and the answer confirmed this was the first time. The bus kept cursing on taunting as our boy used holy chains, which bound the enemy everywhere. Then he used Victory Spear, releasing golden energy, and declared the status had shifted. With Holy Fear Storm, fire surrounded the bus as it roared. Zhu Yi's eyes glowed golden. He charged forward using Thunder Binding this time. The bus realized our boy hadn't used true strength yet. His eyes glowed red as he apologized to Zhu Yi for not being interesting enough. Our boy agreed, admitting Head intended to use the six-winged angel form, but would save it for later. With his final attack, he sent the enemy away as the dean observed, acknowledging Zhu Yi was too powerful. He asked Miss Mai for our boy's training data from the field, and she handed him all the info. She informed him how Zhu Yi quickly finished level 10 combat mode, acknowledged it was good our boy could prove his strength directly. The system confirmed their victory and they started receiving rewards. They all received experience, while our boy also received stat and skill points. Tehran came to check in Zhu Yi, but he reassured her he was fine and suggested checking the bus drip rewards. They received a staff, shield, and magic fire ring since keeping these required a high level. They decided to try the weapons in action and convert them into points. When the team hesitated about splitting them evenly, he told them it was for the upcoming exchange competition. They all agreed, vowing not to ruin the school's ENA. The team stood full of confidence. As Dean Wu praised their performance with a round of applause, he acknowledged he was surprised by Zhu Yi's performance. Questioning him about taking the first spit in the exchange competition, our boy replied full of confidence, and Dean Wu said that confidence was necessary. Miss Mai explained in the early matches, they'd have Zhu Yi play a support role to hide his true strength. She added at the right time, our boy would enter the field, overwhelming the opponents and increasing their chances of winning. Dean Wu said they still needed more practice, and Miss Mai agreed, saying that teamwork needed improvement. They decided to start the specialized training for weaknesses starting tomorrow and told the team to rest. They mentioned disciplinary measures, but for now refused to speak about them and left. He told his team they'd train hard for the exchange competition, and they happily agreed. Outside, some guys chatted about the Nightmare Goblin, admitting it was hard to beat. Doing on Tehran passed by talking about the Abyss Rank Challenge. Those guys overheard the conversation as Doing asked about the captain's easy-to-control buffs. Zhu Yi walked with companions as a guy wondered who they were. That turned Abyss Rank into a speedrunning game. He was shocked to hear they were actually the ones representing the school in the exchange competition. The guy also learned Zhu Yi was the one who took first place in the Secret Realm clearing leaderboard. The team entered the Secret Realm and was immediately attacked by the bus, but Wai Tai managed to block its attack. She had enough strength to defend against the attack, but the bus taunted her with harsh words. He stepped forward, Disarming the enemy with a single punch, he praised Wei for blocking the attack herself. While other companions stepped up to fight, they all had extra energy on power. The team charged forward, attacking in their own way. On the final slash from Tehran severed the enemy's head, Wu confirmed they cleared the 9-minute mark this time, and also informed them the exchange match date was set. He declared he'd take them to Qingjing University, the competition venue. They were all excited at the thought of the match finally starting. Dean Wu declared they'd take everyone through the school's exclusive teleportation point to ensure their safety. He said they'd head straight for the exchange competition at Qingjing University. When they arrived, the principal and others were already present. The principal thanked Wu for his hard work and said he hoped to get a 5th consecutive win after winning 4 times in a row. Zhu Yi's team stood nearby as the principal told Chu to activate the teleportation formation. Teleportation was triggered, green energy scattered everywhere, and soon they all arrived at Qingjing University. Miss Mi thanked Chu for the casting as moving over 2 million kilometers would have otherwise taken them several days. Chung Vin Xuan, a third awakened mechanic, stepped forward. Chung welcomed them all to the university, saying it was an honor to see them here. Wu and Chung exchanged a few words about their students and declared they'd test their medal in the competition. We reminded the team the competition opening ceremony was in the 10th, and right after the competition would start, he told them their training was good enough and gave them a few days of relaxation. Wu also told them to stay safe as demons and other races were expected to target human geniuses. At the university apartment, Zhu Yi realized he had a long way to go to reach level 24. In his second awakening, he'd be able to learn B-rank Holy Knight skills, and even in a rank skill. Thinking of the skills, he decided to complete the mission system set out for him. The National Freshman Exchange competition started, and Sukong University was welcomed first. After seeing the crowd and the cheering, Zhu Yi realized why everyone wanted to participate. Tehran entered and told him the audience would double in the final. The first round opponent was Dongyang University, who always found it unlucky to face them right at the start. They copped and cheered them on while the audience murmured about them definitely losing. The match began as our boy realized the opponent team's strength was only average. He declared they'd all attack together and break the formation in one wave. Duong stepped up with the staff leading this time. She used fire magic arrow on the opponents, shielded themselves. Relieved, thinking that was all the team had, soon all Zhu Yi's other companions started attacking with their own power. The match ended immediately, declaring victory for Sukong University. The announcement confirmed the next team match would soon start, and there was applause for both teams for delivering a great fight. Duong called it an easy thing, while others found it all boring. And Zhu Yi admitted only Modu University or Qingjing University could truly provide a challenge for them. Chung was amazed at the team's strength. Questioning Dean Wu about the power, he pointed to Zhu Yi's buff, asking how an ordinary school could compete with that. Wu laughed, saying he didn't put in much effort and it was entirely their own strength. Chung excused himself, saying they'd soon face each other. We reminded him that friendship came first, Nick competition. Later, Wu praised the team for the excellent work and told them now was free time since there was no match in the afternoon. Miss Mai suggested witching a few high-level matches and Wu agreed. He also told them to register with him to participate in the individual competition. When asked if they went automatically in the match, Miss Mai explained other schools had supports with no attack capability, and even strong defense classes avoided participating to escape the trouble. Hearing all this, Zhu Yi and the team agreed to participate. The individual matches started. The announcements confirmed the winners advancing to the next round. Zhu Yi was at the 6th battle, while his companions had to wait quite a long time. The crowd cheered for our boy as the match started. His opponent was Deng Yang, a swordsman. Deng started the attack, telling Zhu Yi to surrender and promising he'd let him lose with Enna. The match began and our boy evaded every attack from the opponent, making Deng think Zhu Yi was really fast. Before Deng could react, the protagonist froze his legs and charged in to punch. The opponent called it a cheap trick, thinking he blocked our boy's attack. Deng was hit and necked away while his teammates witched in awe. The announcer declared Zhu Yi's victory and the crowd started shouting his name again. Zhu Wu, a lecturer from Qingjing, regretted not putting in enough effort. Nearby, Ha Lan admitted our boy's strength wasn't bad. While the priest, Chu Xiao, thought about Zhu Yi's speed, wondering if he awakened the icy bloodline, she left immediately, saying she had some urgent business. Xiao called her father, informing him about finding those who awakened the icy bloodline and mentioned they were the Zhu family. Her father was suspicious, so she decided to approach the protagonist and confirm. Her father agreed and said he'd work himself to find out if Zhu Yi belonged to the Zhu family. Xin was confident he'd beat our boy, while his captain told him to be careful. Admitting Zhu Yi was strong, Xin reassured him and stepped forward, some chatted about his powerful aura. While the audience cheered for our boy, Thea's father and sister were finally at the stadium and confirmed Zhou Yi could be the one who broke away during the Dark Era. He informed her. The family ordered him to check our protagonist after hearing about the First Awakening. Anthea's sister could also witness the strength of the Sukong freshman. Her sister said there was nothing to learn from a knight, but Xiao told her Zhu Yi's blood purity was over 70%. She told him he was eligible to awaken that family hidden jub. Her father told Deng to respect Zhu Yi, but she said his strength would decide if he was her pseudo-brother. From Modu University, Lei Tan was welcomed for the third-round first match against our boy. He declared he'd intended to handle Zhu Yi immediately. But since our boy was strong, he'd give his all. Our boy admitted the opponent couldn't be underestimated. Although he'd fall immediately if our boy used light punishment, he decided not to reveal true power yet, and admitted melee was the only option. The match began on Tan's first move failed. He was knocked down by our boy, while Unlucas watched in awe. Our boy then used continuous holy punches as Tan struggled to escape such a brutal wave of attacks. The final punch made Tan surrender. On the announcement confirmed Zhu Yi's victory. Our boy apologized for net restraining power as the opponent surrendered too late. He used a healing spell and left it for the remaining ductas. The nurse confirmed Tan's wounds would take several days to heal, amazed by Zhu Yi's strength. She now sitting with her family admitted Zhu Yi far surpassed they family geniuses. Looking at his power, her father confirmed that was a hidden jub in the bloodline that boosted power. Ding seemed convinced by Zhu Yi's strength, and her father told Xiao to arrange a meeting with our boy. Trin Feng from Madu University stepped up this time, and our boy decided Turan could probably win easily against her. Zhang had decided to give her all, while Turan was thinking about finishing it as soon as possible. Turan charged forward using Shodao Slash, and the opponent knelt immediately. The announcement confirmed victory, while Lucas still couldn't believe Trin fell so easily. Turan and Zhu Yi were chatting about the match when Xiao entered. Declared she was here because he awakened the icy bloodline. She told with such high purity, he must be someone from that family. Zhu Yi looked full of confusion, but his companion confirmed it was an ancient family. Admitting that strength couldn't be underestimated, Zhu added they were awakening the first bloodline, saying because of this desire, they could receive many resources. Xiao confirmed it. But our boy asked if she had any evidence asserting he belonged to the Zhu family. She told him about her father and the assessment stone, saying if he could resonate with the stone, he truly was from that family. He tried once and it revealed his blood purity was over 90%. Xiao invited him to meet her father and he agreed. Before entering the room, he thought about how they didn't support during his hard times, but now they came looking for him when they knew he awakened the bloodline. Thea's father, Zhu Heng, greeted our boy, and told him his father and Heng had the same grandparents. Back to business. He offered Zhu Yi to return to the main branch and said they'd help him reach Third Awakening as soon as possible. When asked how he could do so, Heng asserted they prepared the jib change for situations like these. He thought since his system support was tied to the Holy Knight jib, the Zhu family hidden jib was worthless to him. He confirmed if he couldn't receive support unless he changed jubs. Heng said once he changed jubs, he'd receive countless resources. But Zhu Yi still refused. Heng offered to help reach level 50 on Third Awakening within 6 years, but he didn't agree. Heng explained Holy Knight was only a heavy support while the Zhu House hidden jib was an absolute damage dealer. Our boy called him a foolish man and declared he'd show what a real Holy Knight could do in tomorrow's match against Qingjing. He left first, while Xiao shouted at her father, asking why he didn't try to stop him. Heng asserted they'd approach him again after he witnessed Thea's strength as the damage dealer of Qingjing. When asked why they put in so much effort, Heng explained the Zhu family rose to power when their ancestor first awakened the icy bloodline, producing many descendants who even reached Third Awakening. But in the Dark Era, their elites vanished into the other world, leaving the family unprotected, although 5 people were later rescued. They carried incurable curses that crippled the bloodline. Since then, the chance of awakening the icy bloodline had dropped to nearly zero. String in the surface, the Zhu family was currently dangerously fragile. If Zhu Yi returned to the main branch, his strength could match their ancestors along with their resources. Heng said Zhu Yi was currently confident, but after facing the Qingjing team, he'd realized only the Zhu family could make him stronger. The next day, the stadium filled with audience as everyone shouted in excitement. Deng looked confused about who'd win as the announcement of both teams was made. Zhu Yi stood with his light Wahama, making Hung wonder if he didn't use true power yesterday, as he felt he was even stronger than before. The Qingjing team appeared. Li Nuyen, worrier, wondered if Zhu Yi was taking the spit of a damage dealer. Ha Lan Acha Anha stood there, not surprised by Zhu Yi's decision. Mage Luzhou and Wang Thon mechanic chatted with each other about our boy's strength not being enough for a captain. Lai recalled their loss last year and told his team to give their all, even if it meant injuring or crippling the opponent. Chung wondered about this guy taking both damage dealer and support roles, but Dean Wu placed full trust in his star pupil. Chung wondered if Zhu Yi had another trump card, as freshmen typically had quite limited skill sets. The protagonist told the team to do exactly as they practiced at school. He would spearhead the attack, and they just had to follow in coordination. The team seemed quite relaxed, but Zhu Yi still reminded them to be careful and ordered anyone injured to come to him for a healing spell immediately. He charged forward with explosive power to the cheers of the audience. Everyone had to admit this guy was incredibly confident. The opponent prepared an intense long-range attack, Lend released sharp arrows, but Zhu Yi evaded them lightly and even crushed an arrow with his bare hands. Lend was frozen in shock, not understanding how he did that. The opposing captain asserted defense was all Zhu Yi had, and he wouldn't be able to stop once Luzhou finished the chant. The mage released the strongest attack, Fia Phoenix. A giant fire eagle was summoned, constantly spitting out scorching fireballs. Seeing Zhu Yi completely unmoved, Luzhou thought he would definitely take the opponent's head. The audience watched in horror, unable to understand how a boy withstood such a terrible attack. While Chao told him to pull back to the team for defense, Miss Mai stood behind laughing to herself. The two argued about Zhu Yi's strength, while Hung said that Zhu Yi's holy fire ring was granted by the light good himself. Hung said that since the Zhu family held the first ice bloodline, many had devoutly followed the ice goddess through them, but after the curse, her blessing also vanished. Now only God-blessed Jubs had true potential, making their affairs trivial to Zhu Yi. The youngest daughter said they get nothing here, but Hung insisted there was still hope. The mage's eyes widened in amazement as the fire caused absolutely no damage to Zhu Yi. The captain encouraged Luzhou and told him to use other elemental magic. Van told Lend to keep up the long-range attacks, declaring they couldn't let Zhu Yi approach easily. Lund performed the task while the mage created a stone shield in front of them. Zhu Yi easily withstood the attack, making the attacker believe he had excellent defensive skills. Our boy admitted they tricks messed up his rhythm, and now he had to use a long-range magic to break the formation. He released a holy fire storm, piercing the stone shield, making the opposing captain shout an order to retreat. They evaded and admitted this level of attack could easily wipe out everyone immediately. The captain noticed the mage wasn't there. Realizing he was trapped in the storm, Luzhou struggled as he noticed the fire wasn't head enough and declared he still had Fire Phoenix. He attacked again and the mage was heavily injured. The captain shouted to heal Luzhou and declared he'd handle the protagonist himself. Our boy charged forward, attacking once more while Yan faced him. He thought he could block this blow, but his shield flew off and he was injured. Realizing Zhu Yi's strength was truly terrifying, Yuan admitted he wasn't weak. Athian used a berserk slash, but Zhu Yi blicked that move effortlessly. Making him startled, he still charged forward, refusing to back down until he proved himself. As they fought, our boy admitted Yuan was the first person to directly match strength with him. Taunting the opponent, Zhu Yi lunged again and nearly injured the opponent, but suddenly a robot appeared. It even pierced through the holy protection glow with a single stab, but Zhu Yi still managed to shatter that robot. The captain thanked Wang for saving him, and Wang replied he had to step up. He told Yan to handle the rest and leave Zhu Yi to him. Wang charged up with the heavy machine model along with other robots at level 21 and 22. Zhu Yi noticed Wang himself was only level 19, but the robots had higher levels. Wu sat next to Chung, who informed that Wang possessed an S-rank talent called Mechanical Hot, allowing him to create machines with higher levels than himself. We have to admit the winner of this match depends on these two. Zhu Yi stood there with weapon in hand, ready to challenge the strength of ganging up tactics. Wang charged forward with his robot army, attacking all at once, but Zhu Yi blocked the attack successfully. Then he used Holy Crus, golden energy radiating all around, shattering the robots. The opponent stood watching the robots crumble. Even after using a fire-resistant state, he merged all remaining robots, convinced Zhu Yi's mana would be depleted. Our hero's companions also commented, Admitting the opponent would never know our boy was an expert in dealing with numbers, he released a holy storm once more, making Wang shout an order to retreat. The system informed 74 robot connections were lost. Wang had lost a third of his army. He admitted numbers did nothing and decided to resort to the final trump card, the ultimate judgment. He requested a merger. When the field size reached detection limits and emergency defense spiked, onlookers were amazed as a level 23 giant robot revealed itself. A woman appeared with the captain and admitted this Yaz freshmen were all mensters. When Yuan said they'd lose, Tehran lunged forward with her sword, declaring they'd win. Wang shouted for Zhu Yi to witness the power of judgment as a barrage of missiles was launched. Our boy evaded every single one, while the opponent roared there was no running away. The protagonist landed a slash, but the impact only cracked the ground, leaving the robot unharmed. Our boy evaded incoming attacks while Wang taunted, wondering if running away was all he knew. Finally, he decided to fight head-on while Wang still silently taunted him in his head, calling him a weakling. In a flash, our boy charged. Golden energy spread as he used Divine Han's seal. The robot system blared. Shield energy was being absorbed, triggering emergency backup. Each match monitoring device was operated by a powerful light magic stone, which they could use to repair the shield. Tehran was with companions when she suddenly noticed something and shouted for everyone to retreat. The mage chased her, but Yuan stopped him, saying something was wrong and this power was too unusual. A giant golden hound tore through the sky, terrifying onlookers and Wang alike. He realized a presence only S-rank could exhibit, thinking it far surpassed his A-rank ultimate judgment. The gap was too large. Wang shouted it was just a divine skill and he couldn't lose, admitting he wasn't allowed to be afraid even before fighting. He fought back, landing countless slashes, thinking the blow worked. But that giant hand absorbed all and crushed the robot down, leaving a deep imprint in the ground. Opponents whispered about their defeat while Wang called Zhu Yi's name. Biddy covered in wounds. The crowd cheered while Chung admitted Su Kong wouldn't easily fall. Although he once thought they'd win this time, he called Zhu Yi an extremely strong and well-rounded person. Chung admitted in all his career, had never seen a genius like Zhu Yi. Making Wu feel proud, the team chatted about the match, admitting they couldn't win without our boy. From afar, a woman saw Zhu Yi's performance and admitted she wanted someone like him in the Tianwu Guild. The priest team surrounded viewing, casting healing magic as someone shouted for them net to stop. The reserve priest team was called to heal, as they muttered about Zhu Yi being too heavy-handed. Van admitted without the ring's protective shield, Wang might have died. The team apologized to Dean Chung, but he comforted them. Zhu Yi was too strong, and Qingjing University would take the third spot in the team match this time. The team confirmed they could beat Madu, but all robots were destroyed and Wang was heavily injured. In that case, Qingjing had no members left to fight Madu. Wangli was injured, admitting Zhu Yi was strong, but said next time he'd win. Elsewhere, Hung apologized to our boy, admitting Holy Knight truly was a strong support and damage dealer. He constantly praised our boy, but Zhu Yi pushed all aside, told him to get to the main point. Hung informed him that if he returned, the patriarch and elders would nurture him with the entire family's power. Inside the Zhu family, annual resource distribution depended on individual capability. The family was divided into factions, the largest led by the elders and patriarch. Although often in conflict, both sides had agreed in Zhu Yi's case. Our boy admitted this way he wouldn't have to deal with tiring errands if he returned to the Zhu main branch. But with the principal, he could still level up without the Zhu family's help. He admitted he was afraid of disappointing them, and he had no plans to change jobs. Though inwardly, he thought he still had the system. Hung became incredibly desperate, thinking there was no home for his family to rise. But our boy said he knew someone who could consider the Zhu hidden job. Hung informed him it also required a certain level of purity. Ordinary icy bloodline wasn't enough. Our boy confirmed his sister's purity was 3 times higher than Hung's own. Hearing this, Hung beamed on said the little girl could choose any of the 3 hidden icy jobs. He told him not to get too excited as he needed to ask his sister's opinion first. He thought he didn't gain much from the Zhu family, but his sister was different, and it'd be great if she received the family's full focus. Then over a video call, Yun became extremely excited, saying her brother's performance was great. Brushing all aside, Zhu Yi told her about them belonging to the Zhu family. He explained the 3 hidden jobs, Icy Archer, Icy Swordsman, and Icy Mage, and told the little girl to pick any of them. Yun chose Icy Mage, but our boy told her she'd need to spend 3 to 4 years studying at the domain in Tanlin, reminding her to be careful. The call ended with them deciding they'd go to the Tanlin region. At the fourth round of the exchange competition, they'd decide the elites who'd enter the fifth round of individual matches. A D-rank recovery potion was the reward for those reaching the quarterfinals. Tehran discussed the reward with Ju Yi, but since they entered Stage 3 combat readiness, the alliance needed to train more geniuses. The announcement revealed rewards for semi-finalists and champions. Our boy realized the reward was a legendary rank weapon, the highest weapon Tia humans could forge. Hearing the announcement, Tehran and Ju Yi were ready. Ju Yi faced the opponent, who was already confident in his strength, because he only added points to the strength stat. The match began as both charged forward with their weapons. Ju Yi overwhelmed the opponent, and that guy knelt down, unable to comprehend what happened. The opposing team's dean immediately calculated that Feng Trung's strength was around 370, so accordingly, Ju Yi must be at least over 450 points. He asked another teammate why, if he thought he could beat our boy. Feng woke up trembling, saying a knight only died while standing straight. Ju Yi was impressed, and the opponent lunged with an ass-punch. Our boy attacked with the hammer, making the opposing team surrender. The crowd cheered on nurses rushed to help Feng. A day later, Lin and Ju Yi made it to the quarterfinals. Wu didn't expect Len to make it, but told her to give her all. He expressed disappointment with Tehran for not making the quarterfinals, but showed sympathy because her opponent was a potential championship candidate. He said they were still 2 spots for the quarterfinals, and she still stood a chance. Wu showed full trust in Ju Yi, saying tomorrow there were 2 matches, both against ordinary high schools. Tehran called the second half of the fourth round the brutal competition of losers, where only 2 of 70 contestants advanced to the fifth round. Reaching the semifinals in the sixth round would be granted a rare S-rank resource, something even the powerful Ju family didn't easily have. She thought if she grabbed it, her strength would increase significantly. Wu told Ju Yi he could easily dominate ordinary high school alone, since the matches were mainly to train others. He just had to stand guard and avoid acting. The protagonist stood as several girls suddenly surrounded him to ask for an autograph. Lindan Tehran watched from the side. While Tehran wondered if Ju Yi would be stolen from her, she decided she had to grab a spot in one of the 2 seats at all costs, declaring she must have Ju Yi. The second half of round 4 individual matches started, and everyone wondered if they changed the competition environment every year. The second half of round 4 was a near-real realm created by AI from data collected by teachers. AI integrated data to simulate a realistic replica for the competition. The realm battlefield was entered during creation, so the map and even the monsters for each year were different. AI welcomed them to the Lust Forest. Every 30 minutes, waves of monsters would appear around the abandoned village, totaling 3 waves. Driven only by hunger, they attacked Nin's stup, and students had to kill as many as possible before being consumed. The 2 with the highest kill count would advance to the 5th round. Since this realm posed no real threat to life, no return scrolls were provided. Those around thought it was an easy task, asserting there was nothing to worry about. The first round started, and soon an opponent was confused by the Mensta and left the realm. Sue noticed she completely didn't see the Mensta, wondering if it was invisible or completely non-existent. One by one they started being consumed by them and left the realm. Tehran panicked at first, unable to understand what was happening, but she regained her composure, thought carefully, and found the problem. She wondered if it was physical or invisible and realized that, to affect many people at once, it must be a transmissible type of Mensta. Suddenly, she noticed a mushroom on her shoulder and burned it immediately. She finally realized there were spores in the air. Once they landed in someone, they'd grow and replicate. She told everyone to use fear to envelop themselves. More participants are eliminated. Tehran realizes fear isn't the solution. She must track down the sauce monster itself. In a tree, she finds the creature and begins its annihilation. Meanwhile, at the stadium, the match commences. Each participant unleashes their unique attacks while Ju Yi provides strategic guidance. Tang is warned not to let excitement cloud her judgment. As Zhang is instructed to maintain defensive positions, the opponents launch their offensive. Meanwhile, Ju Yi is preoccupied with his faun, checking a message from Tehran confirming she has cleared her stage. The opposing team's mage views this as a blatant lack of respect and vows to teach them a lesson. Moments later, that same mage lies defeated in the ground as Sukong University is declared the winner. The second half of round 4 has concluded, and round 5 is set to begin the following morning, to narrow the field from 8 to 4. The second afternoon features the round 6 semi-final between Ju Yi and Y. An announcer heralds today's highly anticipated individual final. He introduces Zhu Yi as a self-made powerhouse and Wei as an elite from a prestigious clan of Tuptia Wirias with unique bloodlines. The world watches the live broadcast, speculating on how the clash will unfold. Many assert this will be no easy victory. A helicopter touches down as the Sukong University team arrives to thunderous cheers. Shortly after, Modu University makes its entrance. The dean of Modu University greets Wu. We arrive, convinced that he is destined to claim the championship. As Zhu Yi enters with a confident smile, weapon in hand, the match is about to begin while the Zhu clan elders on Hung watch the screens together. The elder wonders if our boy can overcome Wei, a prodigy since childhood who has received Tuptia resources and cultivation from a great clan. Hung stands firmly behind Zhu Yi, noting his growth rate is insane and far surpasses the peak of his peers. Hung adds that he sees the shadow of their ancestors within our hero. The battle begins as their weapons collide with a resounding boom. Wei activates his fire blade skill, red flames enveloping his farm as he delivers a relentless barrage of slashes. But Zhu Yi evades them all. Our hero recognizes that specific skill, it's Berserk, pushing the user's far primary stats to an entirely different level. The Wei will be left in a weakened state once it ends. Wei also employs the Fire Blade skill, imbuing his strikes with fire magic damage. Our hero's opponent lunges forward, sword in hand, utilizing a skill he has honed to level 9 through grueling practice. Zhu Yi advances with an ass smash, their weapons clashing with chaotic energy. Wei instantly realizes Zhu Yi's true strength. He thought his blade could cleave through the hottest alloys due to its immense weight. The momentum behind his thunder slash is staggering. Yet he still finds himself in the defensive. Wei realizes he can't sustain this and retreats. Then our boy unleashes a level 9 Holy Crus, but the opponent had already anticipated this move. Wei activates his Bottle Rage while his Dean watches in awe at the energy and lightning saturating the arena. Zhu Yi's system notifies him that Bottle Rage is the opponent's awakening talent. It buffs all 4 stats and reduces incoming damage by 80%. Once the skill expires, all accumulated damage will be returned to Wei. During the clash, our hero notes that Wei used the skill early, realizing he wants to end the fight as quickly as possible. Our hero knows that talent can only be maintained for less than 2 minutes. Stalling for time is the superior strategy. Even as he faces a relentless flurry of slashes and clashing steel, Wei knows that against a Holy Knight's massive healing capabilities, a war of attrition is futile. Thus, he unleashed Berserk and Bottle Rage from the start, pushing himself to the absolute limit. The crowd buzzes about the match, some questioning Wei's tactics while others voice their absolute faith in Zhu Yi. Our hero retaliates with a Spear of Victory, but it proves useless against his opponent. He then releases a light punishment. Lightning begins to rain from the heavens. Wei stands his ground, yet he feels no pain, acknowledging that even a single true hit would defeat him. He knows the skill requires at least a 1-second chant for cooldown, providing a window he intends to exploit. Wei charges only to be blindsided by a rapid lightning strike. He realizes the skill level is over 20, causing him excruciating pain. He knows Zhu Yi is only 10 meters away, yet that distance feels like an eternity. The opponent unleashes the 1,000 Phantom Slashes Fortress. As thousands of blades rain from the sky, he reflects in the legendary technique of the Wei clan, born from bottles in other worlds. It transforms the biddy into a weapon, merging the soul with magic. It forges thousands of blades capable of annihilating an entire city of monsters. Although Wei has yet to reach the level of his ancestors, even the initial form of this technique is breathtaking. He finally gets serious and unleashes his own skill, 1,000 Miles of Frost. An ice shield envelops the entire area. Announcements clarify that cameras can't observe the interior as the ring is completely encased in ice. The Elder reflects in the powerful technique as every blade in the sky is frozen and shattered, turning the attack back in the opponent. Zhu Yi wins the match as the crowd erupts in cheers. Wu is deeply impressed. While other teammates declare they have never secured the first spit in an individual match before, Turan says nah, one can't threaten them now. Declaring the first position belongs to them, Turan tells Tang she can't disguise herself as a Grand Mage. Meanwhile, Zhu Yi says they will relax tonight. For 3 centuries, the fusion of the eternal game with reality has given birth to countless delicacies through menstas, magic plants, and culinary classes in bustling cities. The famous food district serves delicacies from any creature, guaranteed to satisfy all. The team winders around sampling food when a thug attempts to approach NHI. He retreats immediately after seeing Zhu Yi accompanying her. They walk together, but Turan feels tired as they have been walking for an hour. There are 6 interconnected blocks. Traversing them all is no easy feat. Lin suggests our hero and Turan stay at the tavern while they go buy snacks. A woman tells them about the Tavan's specialty, a 50-year-old apple cider. They both order the cider, and Taran becomes intoxicated very quickly. Our boy notes she gets drunk easily even though, as a level 19, normal alcohol shouldn't affect her. Since the cider is made from a D-rank treasure, it makes sense. He realizes it's late and stands up, saying he'll go find the others. A woman approaches him, asking him to buy her a drink. He tells her to get the cider from above, demanding 1,000 yen. She calls our boy interesting, declaring she likes him while Taran watches from nearby. Taran runs up and pushes the woman away, but the woman whispers that Taran isn't our hero's girlfriend. The woman knows the world thinks these two stringest freshmen are in a relationship, but the reality is, they still need time to develop the bond. She admits this is the moment she makes Juyi fall for her and seizes all his resources. Taran feels frustrated, but our hero suddenly takes her hand. He says he doesn't mind her blocking his romantic luck. As they walk, Taran finally confesses her feelings and falls asleep immediately from Afa. The other teammates witness it all and smile. The next day, Taran wakes up, confused as to whether what happened was a dream or reality. Everyone behaves normally because last night, Juyi told them to forget all about it. When asked why, he explains that the Jiang family from the Chusang region is an ancient clan that existed even before the Eternal Game. They have become one of the top families in the country over centuries. He admits he has too many things that are fake, but it only looks fine in the surface. He doesn't want to trouble NHI. Once he has absolute power, they will have no issues. Returning to the present, Wu says 10 high schools compete in the National Freshman Exchange Finals, each facing the other 9 for a total of 45 matches. Rankings are decided by wins. Today is their 9th match, and one more win will secure the championship. Meanwhile, the dean of the Madu team declares that Hiyu, the summoner, will provide excellent field support, asking the others to prioritize her protection. He informs them that Y is still injured, and the team has become very weak, making it difficult to take first place. If they lose, other universities will look down on them, so they need to go all out. They walk together into the night. Sujiao thinks the last time they lost was when their captain was heavily injured. She remembers that even then, the opposing team was Su Kang. She thinks about recreating the miracle from 7 years ago. At the stadium, before the match begins, rewards are announced for the top 3 positions. Third place and reserve members will receive a 3-star gold gear set customized to their level. Second place will receive a customized 4-star gold gear set. First place is awarded a 2-star epic rank gear set. He thinks the legendary set weapon from the individual match is more valuable than this. He thinks a gear set includes many things, and each team has a total of 10 members, including reserves. He concludes that 7 epic rank gear sets are enough to forge 2 legendary rank weapons. Finally, the teams are called to the field and asked to take their positions. The match begins and Suzhou summons a horde of monsters, while our team faces them all in their own way. Our team fights the summons. Real combat has improved their coordination by 30% compared to before. Suzhou attempts to summon something while her companions stare at our team's performance in awe. He lunges forward to attack, but suddenly a giant hand blocks his strike. A towering monster appears as our hero struggles under its pressure. The newcomer grabs another monster, kills it, and tells the team to play with it. The touring monster turns to Suzhou and asks why she summoned it. It is a level 24 fire monkey, and our hero recognizes it immediately. The monkey begins attacking everyone, even its own summoner. Lend and Tang go all out, attempting to shield everyone but to no avail. Taran steps up and shields them as Juyi's buffs have doubled her skill potency. Our boy uses a holy light shield and tells his companions to leave the match to him. The teammates protest, but Juyi makes it clear he has his own ways to defeat the monkey. Admitting he can't look after them during the fight, his companions still insist, but Juyi informs them that just one mistake and they are dead. Even if a priest resurrects them, they will lose 30% of their stats. He asks if they can't afford that loss, and he pats in Hai's head, reassuring them he can't handle it. Onlookers stare at the legendary monster. While one person asserts Juyi is doomed like Gia Menstas are ranked bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary. Despite being the same level, their power differs vastly. For instance, a bronze Mensta's charge is like an E or F rank human, while a legendary Mensta's charge matches rank A or S. Legendary Menstas also possess extreme resistance, making them nearly impossible to kill. Even the Abyss Goblin King of Sukong is only epic rank, so the appearance of a legendary Menster in the exchange competition is staggering. Onlookers see all teammates withdrawing, but Taran still stands there with our hero. Taran wishes him luck and departs. I lunge forward, slashing at the beast on managing to wound it. His appearance shifts as he declares he has nothing to worry about since his companions have left. The Madhu team observes from afar, while the beast acknowledges it can feel an unrivaled bloodline within our hero. Fire monkeys are legendary from birth, capable of dominating territories as soon as they appear in the monkey's memory. Its mother once warned about a few unrivaled bloodline races that must absolutely never be provoked. For the first time, the monkey senses such a bloodline from a human. It admits that if knit for the human's weakness, it would have fled immediately, even if it had to suffer damage from the summoning magic. The beast apologizes as it lunges forward, declaring it will use its full power now. The beast charges with its weapon, but Zhu Yi necks it away. The Zhu clan elder panics and demands the match be stopped as Hung runs EF, saying he will file a lawsuit immediately. Wu stands with the principals of other teams, who were already trying to persuade him to stop the match. Hung bursts in, screaming that they can't afford to lose Zhu Yi and demanding an immediate consolation. Wu recalls what his mentor said about our hero. He said as long as it isn't a legendary beast above level 26, the protagonist can handle it. Wu calculates everything and says the monster is only level 24, 2 levels lower than 26. He declares with certainty that Zhu Yi will not lose. They argue while our hero battles the beast. He uses light punishment, making the beast roar in pain as he uses it again. The enemy shields itself. He thinks that light punishment is currently an A rank level 14 skill, however, his S rank talent enhances light elements, and all his stats double when he activates angelic physique. He acknowledges the skill he's currently using could easily kill the epic rank Goblin King in the Abyss realm, yet against this opponent. His attacks deal no significant damage and it recovers instantly. The monkey lunges forward but Zhu Yi binds it with chains. Our hero believes he has defeated a legendary rank demon before, but knows that demons are suppressed by light, preventing them from showing full power. He resolves to study more to prepare for the next battle. Noticing the demon is getting faster, Zhu Yi realizes its light resistance is increasing. Its adaptability is terrifying and is the reason countless humans died during the Dark Era. He reapplies buffs with angelic physique active on, is now at his maximum power. From above, the Modu team calls themselves lucky because Zhu Yi didn't harm Hiu. They assert that once the summoner is eliminated, the summon also disappears. Our hero uses Divine Han Seal. As the beast lunges forward, the giant Han crushes it down. The impact shatters the shield as fire erupts. Onlookers are nearly injured, but a mage saves them just in time by using a water shield. Recognizing the awakened mage from the Alliance, the audience feels relieved. The female mage thinks they increased the shield level to 7 because they expected a fierce battle. She is amazed that Zhu Yi's power managed to pierce through it and calls him another genius, a blessing for the country and humanity itself. The beast is heavily wounded. It acknowledges the light and ice elements running through its flesh, hindering its recovery. The monkey still won't back down and lunges forward, but Zhu Yi delivers a massive punch, nicking it to the ground. Golden chains bind around the Madhu team. As our boy wonders if they want to fight or surrender, the entire team surrenders, and the announcement confirms Sukong University's victory, since the 45 high school matches have ended. The final standings for the Team Moshis are announced. Sukong University holds first place, Modu University is in second, and Qingjing takes third. The crowd cheers Zhu Yi's name on the university, while Taran runs to our hero, asking if he's okay. Zhu Yi reassures her he's fine, while reporters try to capture the moment. Wu steps in and reminds them they are not allowed private recording after the match ends. Wu tells Zhu Yi to return to the villa, and he will brief him in the final competition, the survival match, at the villa. Wu explains the survival match is the final event of the team match. All high schools will enter a secret realm to explore. Unlike the previous simulated realms, the survival match takes place in a real open-style secret realm. Wu asserts our hero will face many dangerous monsters, and even unlucky ones will be eliminated right at the start. The rules are simple. Killing monsters earns points, and eliminating others earns half of the points. After 7 days, the school with the highest score will be the winner. Wu adds that the realm is vast and only a limited area can be explored in a day. As the match progresses, the available area will shrink. He tells Zhu Yi he must enter the new zone in time or he will be disqualified. He warns our hero's starting point in the realm is random and suggests leaving immediately if he finds himself in the void zone at the edge. The void contains many spatial cracks that can instantly kill even a third awakened class holder. Principal Su enters a room where others are sitting with Chung. When asked why he gathered all advisors except Su Kong, he says without an accident. Su Kang will take first place again. Chung wonders if Dean Su truly wants that. The announcement declares the final event match will soon start. The match will last 7 days and will be live streamed on all platforms. This secret realm isn't an ordinary one. It's a hysterical ruin of the Beast War, known as the ruins of the 10,000 Beast Boots. The freshmen chat about the realm, while the announcement clarifies that every inch of land, every group, and stone could hide relics or treasures. Only those with the mind on strength can uncover them. While others talk about finding treasure, one guy thinks that since they can't explore the realm, the military must have searched it thoroughly already. They are told to grab the weapons and get ready to face the challenges. The freshmen begin to teleport while Zhu Yi and Taran stand together. The protagonist and Y teleport to the same place, making our hero suspicious of the situation. Even being physically together, it shouldn't happen. He decides to spend some time looking for them. Y stops our hero on Yusi's 10,000 steps, running away immediately. He calls him a fool because he has 0 points and there's no point in fighting him. Lun senses a male presence and attacks immediately, thinking it might be Zhu Yi. Y screams while evading the attack. When asked why he is in such a rush, he hides the fact that he was nervous and uses a teleportation skill. He asks if she met anyone from Su Kang, but she refuses and says she can't scan within a 10 kilometers radius, only in areas with plants. She acknowledges Y is the only one who entered her sensing range. Everyone watches the live stream, some wondering why Lend and Y are moving together while others call it a smart move. They know that by the 7th day, the device the contestants are wearing will reveal everyone's location, and that's when the real game begins. Inside the realm, our hero kills tons of monsters one after another, earning a massive amount of points in seconds. He decides to check his points and finds himself in first place, while Wang is in second. He thinks that special mechanics are like an army. They can split up to hunt using scout robots to avoid high-level monsters and kill low-level ones. He checks the ranks of Turan, Sung Lam, Tai Tan, and Tong, noting they are rank 9 on below, while Tai Wang and Trung Tran are ranked much lower at 72 on 81. He expected them to be low, but at least in the middle rank of the whole match. He suddenly notices Tai Wang is eliminated, realizing it's still far from the time the zone shrinks, so there's no way the realm eliminated the contestants. Zhu Yi acknowledges Tai Wang might be a reserve, but he isn't weak. He belongs to the upper group of the entire competition in terms of strength. Our hero is sure Tai Wang would definitely escape if meeting string monsters or contestants. He wonders if contestants are forming teams, as that's what the weak usually do to maximize their chances, though it's not feasible at the start due to random teleportation, so this usually happens in later stages. Suddenly, the announcement declares the area is about to shrink, and Zhu Yi starts running. He is very far from the first safe zone. To arrive in time, he must run at maximum speed. While running, he spits a blue light, realizing it is Tong. Tong is fighting other contestants, struggling to hold in but manages to take them down. Soon another Win lunges forward to attack, but she evades and takes them down as well. Tong finds herself confronted by a cloaked man. He summons his beasts, intending to eliminate her quickly. Tong responds with her water arrow, but 2 of the creatures bite her arms, preventing her from reaching her staff. Despite the obstacle, she manages to draw a magic circle beneath her without using a staff. As the magic activates, the entire area explodes, nicking the cloaked man, Li Jian, to the ground. He is eliminated from the competition. Tong earns 1,050 points, however. Her mana is depleted and she starts coughing blood. Meanwhile, another contestant, stuck under a mace, launches his dagger toward Tong in an attempt to finish her. Just then, Zhu Yi appears and blocks the dagger with a quick kick, sending it back to its owner. As a result, that contestant is eliminated, and our hero earns 240 points. Zhu Yi then heals Tong and throws a cold look at the orange-haired contestant who attacked her earlier. Intimidated, that girl, Luo Zhong, decides to quit, which gives our hero another 860 points. Zhu Yi notes it wasn't a coincidence 3 contestants from different schools targeted Tong together. After tending to Tong's wounds, our protagonist takes her to a safe spot. The 2 soon learn that Trung Tran has also been eliminated. Frustrated, Tong speculates that he must have also been surrounded by groups. She explains that the entrance to the realm was supposed to be random, but wonders how other contestants managed to find each other and pinpoint their locations so fast. When Zhu Yi suggests the others must have located each other, Tong accuses them of cheating. Our hero, however, argues that if this ability is a special skill some contestants possess, it isn't truly cheating. He then resolves to eliminate anyone using such underhanded methods against his friends. Tong remains worried for the friends. voicing her fear that they are likely being attacked. In response, our protagonist gently pats her head and explains that 9 schools have allied to weaken his strength. For the first 6 days, they will target his friends, and in the 7th day they will surround him. He adds that before absolute power, no underhanded plots will work. The protagonist vows to retaliate against all their enemies in the final day of the competition. He instructs Tang to take recovery medicine and rest tonight, then decides to clear out monsters in the area. Finally, the last day arrives. An announcement declares 74 contestants will start the final battle, and everyone's info will be displayed in their smart devices. This excites the observers, who realize only Zhu Yi, NHI, and Tang remain for Su Kang. Contestants from every school converge in the battlefield. They notice Zhu Yi and Tang approaching, while Tehran is in the northwest position. We observe 18 people heading toward Tehran and tell her to lead 5 people to eliminate Tehran, while the remaining 47 wait to confront our hero. Together, Y also shouts that Zhu Yi will arrive in an hour, urging everyone to go all out in this decisive battle, as it will determine their final rankings. Shortly after, Lind assembles her group to face NHI. However, Tehran easily eliminates several contestants in quick succession. Although Lund has the numerical advantage, she is taken by surprise when Tehran transforms into her succubus form, something Lund didn't expect her to be able to control. Despite the surprise, Lund fires arrows at NHI, and other contestants also join the attack. Suddenly, a massive explosion wrecks the area, startling all the beasts in the secret realm. Y and the other contestants finally spit Zhu Yi's arrival. Moments later, Zhu Yi and Tang reveal themselves, riding his massive beast. Y informs that our hero should feel ended, as 47 of the top contestants have teamed up just to defeat him. Unimpressed, our hero calls them a bunch of fools, reminding everyone that every single one of them was previously defeated by him. He points out that they only managed to target Su Kang contestants by relying on overwhelming numbers, and without that advantage, none would dare face him alone. He promises to show them that no matter how many ants gather, they will never overcome a dragon. With those words, every contestant activates their abilities and lunges at our protagonist. Zhu Yi jumps down from the massive beast, power exploding, and begins nicking down contestants one by one, moving with unbelievable speed. Soon, a pack of beasts is sent to attack our hero, but he activates his angelic physique and quickly dispatches every beast in his path. In response, several contestants set up protective shields to defend. However, all but 6 of those shields were shattered by Zhu Yi's intense onslaught. The remaining shield holders briefly feel confident, but our hero tells them this is only the beginning. He releases the Divine Han Seal, making contestants scatter for their lives. Meanwhile, Wong remains high above in his robot, determined to do something despite the edits. He had studied the angle power and impact range of the Divine Han Seal countless times, and believed its force was dispersed. Wong hoped that by gathering all his machines to form a barrier, he could redirect the impact. However, as Zhu Yi's Divine Han Seal destroys everything in its path, he realizes how helpless they are. At that moment, Y launches a fire tornado toward our hero, believing that if Zhu Yi takes the hit, his back will be open for further attacks from behind. The protagonist reasons that even if they can't defeat our hero completely, they can at least injure him. Every contestant releases their attacks at once, but Zhu Yi responds with light punishment, eliminating Y from the competition. In the other side of the field, Wong reflects that if they knew Zhu Yi had become even stronger, they would never have gathered 9 schools to oppose him. Resigned and heavy-hearted at the thought of becoming a national laughingstock, Wong decides to surrender. Dean Wu laughs heartily as he observes all 9 schools forming an alliance against Su Kang. Dean Chung pretends not to know, but Wu points out he witnessed contestants from Madu, Qingjing, Zhu Thuing, Loi Tri, and Triu doing working together. He remarks no ordinary school would dare try such a move, and with Madu already guaranteed 2nd place, he wonders who else could unite them all if not the host, Qingjing University. Inwardly, Dean Chung admits they had no choice but to act for the sake of Qingjing University's reputation. He recalls a meeting where he posed the question, what would happen if Su Kang took 1st place in all 3 competitions, and what would happen to other top schools? Dean Su replied they had no intention of fighting for 1st, content with 2nd. However, Chung persuaded Su to join the alliance by promising to gift each school a portion of S-rank resources as a gesture of goodwill. When Dean Su requested 2 portions, Chung agreed, sealing the deal. Chung then outlined the plan for all their students to work together to eliminate everyone from Su Kang except Zhu Yi. leaving the hero alone for the final day confrontation. Returning to the present, Wu asks why the esteemed guests are silent. Speaking to Dean Feng Ha, Wu warns this will damage his reputation, but Feng Ha calmly replies that cooperation is a standard tactic in such competitions. We remark that such schemes won't stop Zhu Yi because the truly string never fear a challenge. Inside the realm, as Wang presses the surrender button, the system informs him that teleportation has been disabled. He is net alone. No other contestants can teleport out either. Suddenly, a spatial portal opens behind our hero, and from it emerges a massive monster. Watching through the screen, Wu wonders aloud why such a creature would appear. The entrance to the realm is jammed. As the spatial mage finds herself unable to use magic, onlookers begin to panic, worried that the students inside represent the nation's future, and fearing mockery if other countries witness this in the broadcast. Suddenly the live stream is cut off, causing further panic among the audience. Meanwhile, inside the realm, Wang warns our hero to watch his back. He reacts quickly, attacking behind him, and narrowly avoids injury. As he swings the hammer, the monster suddenly vanishes. He asks Wang if he recognizes the beast, and Wang explains it's the Void Beast, an entity said to have been sealed inside the realm long ago, existing only in ancient tales. Capturing one is nearly impossible, as it can move freely through space and shift between physical and illusory forms, even tearing through space to create temporal case. Our hero wonders how the Void Beast could have escaped the seal. Suddenly, a scream rings out as someone is eaten by the creature. Zhu Yi immediately fires a golden beam at the monster, but it retaliates, poisoning his leg. The beast then retreats back through the spatial portal, but our boy quickly attacks the spatial portal with another golden beam. Unfortunately, the monster appears behind him again, and thinking fast, Zhu Yi releases his holy fist. Just as the monster lunges at Zhu Yi, Turan rushes in and pulls him away. The two tumble to the ground. Meanwhile, Lend instructs Wei Ha and the others to attack the monster together. Exhausted, our boy asks Turan why she's there. She explains after realizing no one could leave the realm. She rushed over as fast as possible. When Zhu Yi spits the monster moving toward Lam, he leaps into action, attacking her to push her out of harm's way. He then reveals he's been poisoned and tells Turan to focus in protecting the others. At his command, Turan shields a student from the monster's attack and uses mesmerizing voice to distract the creature. Wei attempts to confront the beast, while wondering aloud where it could have come from. The monster meanwhile mix their efforts, declaring they are challenging the Gid of Time. Our protagonist, working to heal himself, observes that as soon as someone gets close, the creature immediately opens a spatial rift. Even long-range attacks are quickly sensed and countered by the beast. It rampages through the area, attacking anything in its path. Turan manages to save another student and hands her to Tang. Tang mends the student's wounds, but the girl begins to panic, crying that they are all doomed. Tang tries to reassure her, but the student insists this should have never happened. Pressing for answers, Tang demands to know what she means. Finally, the student reveals the truth too. Just as the others continue fighting the monster, Tang is stunned by what she hears, but then she sputs Turan trapped in the monster's mouth. Why does Zhu Yi react instantly, launching an attack at the beast? Unfortunately, the monster retreats into its rift, vanishing with NHI. Tang explains that the Dean of Zhu Thung placed eggs from space-guiding butterflies in the students. When connected to the mother butterfly, these eggs can track a person across thousands of kilometers. This explains how the contestants found each other so fast. Wang, however, tries to dismiss it as a mere coincidence. Tang adds that the space-guiding butterflies are closely linked to the Void Beast, which is why it appeared, mistaking them for thieves who stole its kind. Determined, our hero resolves to locate every egg on the mother butterfly. Offering himself as bait, he vows to save NHI, even if it means destroying the entire secret realm. Suddenly, a student steps forward, asserting she knows how to defeat the Void Beast. She explains that the Sun family possesses a powerful sealing technique, but its use drains the user's entire life force. If they can't withstand the pressure, they will die. Acknowledging her limits, she says she can't perform it, which angers Tang. However, Zhu Yi intervenes, calmly volunteering to learn the technique and asking the Sun family student to teach him. Eventually, Zhu Yi collects all the space-guiding butterfly eggs and locates the mother butterfly. With everything in place, he uses the summoning tool to call out the Void Beast. He recalls how the Sun clan descendant poured all manner into her eye, turning it into a summoning device. Through this eye, our hero can activate the sealing technique. Currently, Zhu Yi manages to hit the monster and follows it into the rift. The Void Beast is confused, asserting it can't catch our protagonist at all. Undaunted, he attacks with all his might. The beast, still underestimating him, declares it will show the true power of the Gid of Time. poisoned once more. Zhu Yi recalls the Sun family student's instructions, a summoner's mana can pierce space and call forth powerful monsters. She had trusted him with her eye, which not only activates the seal but also protects him. She had advised our hero to attack the beast, to force it, to reveal its weakness and activate the seal at the decisive moment. Now, despite mana being depleted from activating Angelic Physique twice and using a barrage of other skills, our protagonist still forces an attack in the beast with divine punishment. He begins the sealing process, though the void beast resists fiercely. Zhu Yi closes his eyes, memories flooding his mind, especially moments with Turan. His heart races, compelling him to open his eyes and paw, all his determination into the seal, finally subduing the beast and making it collapse. The void beast acknowledges defeat and surrenders. The eye demands it release Turan. When the creature hesitates, our hero kicks it squarely in the eye, forcing the beast to confirm Turan is safe. It finally releases Turan and Zhu Yi brings her back to the secret realm where everyone is gathered. Teleportation capabilities are restored. A few students debate whether to use it. He hands Turan to Tong and summons his Warhammer. Leaving everyone in shock as to what his intentions are, he explains the competition isn't over yet, declaring they have two options. Our hero tells the others to the surrender or face him in the battlefield. Seeing no other way, everyone reluctantly chooses to surrender, and teleports out. Zhu Yi collapses to the ground with serious wounds, while Tong rushes to his side, worried about those wounds. Our hero murmurs that his mana is completely depleted, then notices they have made it to the top 3 teams, with Su Kang taking first place. He feels a surge of relief having led his team to victory as captain. Shortly after, the announcer reveals the results. Su Kang has taken first place, King Jing is in second, and Madu takes the third spot. The announcer continues, noting the National Freshman Exchange competition has been held 183 times, producing many geniuses who are now pillars of the country. The Su Kang team can finally relax after 20 days of non-stop fighting. Meanwhile, our protagonist receives extraordinary rewards, a good rank talent, a good rank treasure, and a good rank skill. He reflects that the exchange competition lasted 20 days and required him to take first place in every event to complete the mission. Inwardly, he admits this was even more challenging than the entrance exam, while he had to defeat the Demon Prince. He is particularly pleased to have attained the S-rank swordsmanship talent, a rare S-rank skill that will massively boost his power. Eager to test the new ability, he heads outside with his sword. With just a simple slash, he creates a massive amount of damage. Our hero quickly realizes that the Divine Sword Heart has also improved his other capabilities, and finds it even sharper than Weapon Blessing. While most people must train relentlessly to gain sword intent, he has achieved it instantly. He notes that the Flash Blade skill reaches an impressive 18 even at level 1, promising even greater power when upgraded. Inspired, he decides to spar with a sword master. Just then, Turan appears before him with her sword in hand. The protagonist recalls that Turan is the heir of the Zhang clan, who has trained with the sword since age 3 and earned the title of sword genius after years of practice. Now she stands there full of confidence, ready to test her skills. He encourages her to give her all and Turan lunges with maximum speed. She lands a blow, but he parries with his own blade. Using Flash Blade, our boy launches an attack. Turan instantly senses his sword intent and is amazed at how he reached that level with his unbelievable talent. She responds with the Shadow Demon Sword technique. Observing from a distance, Dean Wu is astonished by Zhu Yi's swordsmanship. His moves are wide and powerful, while Turan's are swift and unpredictable. Wu notes that Turan can hold her ground against our hero thanks to her array of high-level sword techniques. Finally, with a decisive move, Zhu Yi disarms Turan. Her sword falls into his hand, prompting Turan acknowledges defeat. The protagonist checks if she's okay, and she reassures him she's just exhausted. Wu approaches them, offering high praise. He admits he didn't realize Zhu Yi was such a skilled swordsman. Trying to be humble, our hero asserts he was just hiding a little talent, knowing it would be strange to suddenly have a new talent. Wu then informs them he's here to take them to the celebratory banquet, but also shares some sad news. Feng Har is dead. Investigators found he took his own life. According to his students, Feng Ha was the one who provided the bug eggs, hiding them in their clothes during laundry. Wu reassures the protagonist that the Alliance is investigating everyone Feng Ha was in contact with. He also mentions the upcoming party will be attended by top powers, with the goal of recruiting Zhu Yi into their guild or legion. Dean Wu leads the pupils to the victory party, explaining in the way that they will try to recruit them by offering money, women, power, and resources. Once someone accepts, they will be bound to those groups. Wu doesn't oppose the idea of joining, but advises everyone to make careful, unwise decisions. Shortly after, Feng Hao from the training camp approaches and announces that the top 10 students of the competition are present. Each will receive a reward from the Jib Alliance. She distributes bank cards pre-loaded with 20 million currency to the students and explains that their authorization level will be upgraded to Alliance external elite members. This status grants them an 80% discount on any medicine or gear bought at any supply base nationwide. She also invites them to join the Alliance through her. The protagonist notes how generous this move is. Giving 20 million to each of the top 100 contestants is a direct display of power. Feng Hao then announces that rewards for the top 3 in individual, team, and survival matches will be revealed tomorrow. As the party begins, Wu raises a toast to Su Kong for the first place victory. Shen remarks that none of it would be possible without Zhu Yi. Several female teammates and other students request a toast, but our hero dismisses it with a humble shrug. Wei approaches to thank him for saving his life, vowing his own on his teammates' absolute loyalty. Suddenly Wang steps up, also pledging to dedicate his life. Zhu Hong and Xiao, also present at the party, remark and how much stronger our hero has become in such a short amount of time. The next day, Feng arrives by jet to take the top 3 students to the Alliance headquarters for their rewards. As they board, Tehran explains, this is the Shadow Demon X-1000 medal, the latest medal produced by the Shadow Demon Group. The plane accelerates so fast that Trung Tran and Tehran nearly fall from their seats. They arrive within 20 seconds, after waiting for the plane to be scanned and receive landing clearance. The group travels to the floating island headquarters via a spatial gate. They notice Qingjing University also has its own floating island, each equipped with additional defense systems. Arriving at the headquarters, each top student is assigned an attendant for guidance. Feng personally escorts our protagonist to receive his rewards. Inside, she once again offers him the chance to join the Jib Alliance. This time Zhu Yi flatly refuses, feeling he isn't ready to be bound just yet. Feng explains that he will receive 3 rewards. For the individual match victory, he will receive customized legendary rank weapons. For the team match, a complete customized epic rank gear set. And for the survival match, he will have the freedom to choose any item from the Alliance archives. She then leads him to Master Chujon's forging room, where the heat is palpable. Feng introduces Zhu Yi to Chujon, and our hero greets the Master Smith respectfully. Chujon explains he will forge a level 25 legendary item for him. Zhu Yi expresses interest in a lung sword that can boost both his strength and intelligence. Feng is amazed to see Zhu Yi standing before Chujon without breaking a sweat. Chujon's unique vision technique is so overwhelming that most people find it hard to speak in his presence. Meanwhile, our hero requests a sword specifically designed for the Holy Knight Jib, emphasizing it must possess lethal power. He recalls that gold rank weapons provide 2 stat buffs, while legendary rank weapons boost all 4 stats. As a Holy Knight who both fights on buffs, he decides to prioritize strength and intelligence. After reviewing footage of the hero's fighting style, Chujon has an idea. He summons a Sola Holy Stone, a rare gem that only occasionally drops from holy relics. This stone is said to be formed from the core of the sun. A weapon crafted from it can purify dark creatures with light. From the lava, Chujon brings out additional raw materials and merges them together. Using a magma explosion melting technique, he creates a volcanic eruption and burns away demon souls, then swings a divine hammer. He strikes the molten mass to shatter all impurities. Once the metal has liquefied, it is poured into a mold. Chujon then carefully carves incantations into the blade as he forges it. As the final step, the sword is placed in the lava to complete the forging process. During this tense moment, Feng raises a shield to protect herself and the protagonist from flying sparks and heat. Finally, the Holy Light Sword, 3-star legendary rank, is completed. Chujon throws the sword to Zhu Yi, instructing him to release energy so the weapon can recognize its master. Our hero complies and the sword acknowledges him as its owner. Zhu Yi is pleased to find the sword will boost all 4 of his stats and comes with 3 special effects. He notes that, with the added speed, he will be able to land 4 slashes, while the enemy can only land 1. Chujon, exhausted from the forging, explains that crafting such high-tier weapons consumes immense energy. Feng points out that Chujon can forge a legendary weapon in a short time, while most smiths would need months. Chujon further advises that to raise the sword's star level, Zhu Yi should use holy elements, otherwise the weapon's power might be compromised. Next, Feng takes our boy to the fitting room, While 3 staff members take his measurements for the customized epic rank gear set, he requests light armor focused in boosting strength and intelligence. The staff members praise his polite attitude as they complete the job. Afterward, Feng leads him to the archive where he can't choose the survival match reward. After some thought, Ju Yi picks an S-rank spatial type item. Feng checks if he's sure about this choice, and the protagonist nods as confidently, already having a plan for spatial leap. The skill transforms into a small orb, which Feng hands to him as he inspects it. Zhu Yi senses a presence urging him to release it. When Feng asks about his reaction, he simply says he needs to rest. Having completed her responsibilities, Feng tells him to reach out if he's unhappy with any rewards. Returning to the hall, our hero is unexpectedly greeted by Zhu clan members. He asks if the Zhu clan wants to talk privately, but Zhu Heng explains they are here just to say goodbye. He mentions he is taking Deng Bak to the clan and hopes our hero can bring little Yun to the Tanlin region, where the Zhu clan will provide the best resources for her. However, he replies that he will only bring his sister Bak after she graduates. With that, the Zhu clan departs. Feeling something strange, our boy leaps into a tree to investigate, but sees nothing unusual. Later, a colleague asks him to go buy local specialties in the city, but he refuses. That night, Bak in his room, the void beast demands to be released, its voice full of threat. Eventually, our protagonist lets it out and asks why it still resists even after signing the contract. The beast argues that, as a 1,000-year-old creature, it can't easily submit to a human. It complains that Zhu Yi only succeeded because of the strange magic he used. Zhu Yi reminds the void beast that it injured 63 people and killed 10 in the secret realm. If investigators identified it, they would erase its intelligence with downgrade magic. He also warns the beast its skin, blood, and bones would sell for a very high price. Calling him a coward, the beast accepts the spatial leap of Zhu Yi IFAS as an energy source. Zhu Yi promises to only use the beast's power within a year before setting it free. The void beast is skeptical, but our hero insists it has no better option. He then summons the mother butterfly and gives it to the beast. After absorbing the orb, the beast shows that, according to Master Tian, the first ones to capture them weren't actually human. Meanwhile, at a bustling shipping mall, shop owners try to entice customers with discounts and special items. Tehran is engrossed in buying accessories, and a shopkeeper explains in detail about the item she chose. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yi appears and chooses a hair accessory for her. She is surprised as she thought he wouldn't come, but the protagonist explains he came after finishing his work. Suddenly, someone spits Tehran and waves at her. She doesn't recognize the person. He introduces himself as Wang Hao, grandson of Wang Ba from the 3rd generation of the Thunder Rain King clan. Tehran ignores his greeting and Zhu Yi suggests they go for snacks. As they leave, Wang Hao becomes angry because Zhu Yi is too close to Tehran. He attacks, but his blow is easily blocked by our boy's shield. Wang Hao notices Zhu Yi's jub and mix him, which angers Tehran calmly. Our hero challenges Wang Hao. If he can land a hit within 3 moves, he will apologize, but if he fails, Wang Hao must kneel and apologize himself. Fired up, Wang Hao releases a lightning punch, but Zhu Yi's shield stands firm. Next, Wang Hao uses his ultimate technique, Thunder Leopard. He respins with Salvation Chris and Falling Star, easily blocking the attack, leaving Wang Hao with only 1 move left. Wang Hao releases Thunder Slash, but our hero blocks it with his Chris. Wang Hao is sent flying into the floor, clearly defeated. As he lies there, he happens to hear sales staff gossiping that our boy is actually the champion of the exchange competition. With that, Zhu Yi and Tehran depart, while Wang Hao murmurs to himself that his brother will handle Zhu Yi later, and he will not forgive Tehran for daring to play with the Wang clan. Afterward, the Su Kang team prepares to depart. Dean Wu thanks the Qingjing University staff, although Dean Chung remarks that Su Kang stole all the spotlight this time. Wu, however, emphasizes that friendship is more important than results. As the teleportation formation activates, everyone says goodbye to their rivals. Soon, the Su Kang group is back in campus. The principal, along with Dean Sang-an Chu, warmly welcomes them. The principal explains that the exchange match is more than just competition, and proceeds to reward Wai Tai Zhong Trite, Thuk Than, Hung Tan, and Triu Than 5,000 points each for their string performance. They compare this to the 500 points earned from clearing the Abyss Rank Goblin dungeon, finding the difference staggering. Meanwhile, Tehran, Titan, and Taung receive 20,000 points each. But everyone is stunned when our protagonist is awarded 100,000 points. As captain, he defeated Wang and Wai in individual matches, saved his friends from the 9 school combined attack, and took the first spit. The crowd buzzes with excitement. noting his points are equivalent to 3 billion currency, and can be exchanged for S-rank techniques from the school archive. As for Zhu Yi, he feels relieved. He was almost out of points, but now has nothing to worry about afterward. The principal instructs everyone to get some well-deserved rest. When the others leave, our hero stays to ask the principal a question. The principal guesses it involves Dean Feng Ha and Zhu Yi Nids. The principal is hesitant, Nit wanting him to get involved, but Zhu Yi insists, revealing that he tamed the void beast. The beast asserted it wasn't humans who captured it. Seeing this, Dean Su decides to share the truth. He reveals that Feng Ha is a nin-human, a demi-human monster created by an evil Gid, the master of Case. Such creatures look human but possess a demon's heart and serve evil Gids. Feng Ha orchestrated the Void Beast attacks as a display of loyalty to the evil good, whose only desire is death and Case. Su confirms that Feng Ha isn't dead. Instead, he shed his skin to become a servant of the evil good and escaped. The principal asks Zhu Yi why Feng Ha acted during the exchange competition. The protagonist suggests the event Gathes, the brightest freshman, and a disaster then would be a terrible destruction. The principal continues, explaining that the ruins of 10,000 beasts sit in a weak point in the evil Gid's seal. Thousands of years ago there was a war in this realm due to the descent of the Master of Case, and the beast civilization sacrificed everything to seal him. Su suspects that Feng Ha used the void beast to search for cracks in that seal. If Feng Ha knows Zhu Yi tamed the beast, he will come for him. In preparation, the principal decides to gift our hero an angel skill book that the Tianwu Guild acquired long ago. He teleports with Zhu Yi to the guild headquarters resource vault, protected by multiple security layers on 2 level 60 monsters. At the entrance is the vault keeper, who will be relieved of duty tomorrow. Our boy Nate sees the god is third awakened. Meanwhile, the principal mentions that Zhu Yi, stationed at the entrance, is an old teammate, so Zhu Yi can call him Uncle Yang. Zhu Yi tells him he watched his machis and the title of hero really fits him. While retrieving the skill book, Uncle Yang advises the protagonist to act tough, otherwise others might try to cause trouble for him. After acquiring the skill book, Uncle Yang hands it over, and our hero uses his points to absorb its power. Zhu Yi attains the S-rank Holy Lightning, Doomsday Form, which enhances his abnormal status and increases lightning resistance by 50%. Along with it he gains Judgment Blade and Heavenly Chains. Our boy is stunned to unlock 3 good rank skills from a single skill book. The principal remarks that he's lucky to achieve such a feat. Uncle Yang adds that among divine races, there are even S-rank skill books or higher. S represents the highest level humans can reach, but divine races can use skills that surpass even that. Next, the principal summons Deacon Y Nintan, one of the 3 deacons of the Tianwu Guild. She greets Zhu Yi and mentions she went to Qingjing University to meet him, but he had left before she arrived. The principal explains she also handles guild recruitment. Uncle Yang tells her to take the protagonist along, as he and the principal have things to discuss. Soon after, Deacon Y escorts our hero to the Tianwu Guild base via jet. She explains the guild was founded 45 years ago, and this base, originally the first headquarters, has now grown into a city. Standing in high ground, Zhu Yi is amazed by the sight of a legendary eastern dragon in the distant mountain, a creature head only seen in television before. Deacon Y explains that this guardian mascot has protected the guild for 32 years. Below, guild members are busy entering the guild realms, which are divided into 3 zones: gold, epic, and legendary. Suddenly, she hands a guild card to our boy, and he exchanges 10,000 points for it. Shortly after, he enters the nightmare rank lamenting plague realm. In the first stage, he faces a wave of zombies. Normal wins at level 20 and intermediate zombies at level 22. Our hero slashes through the horde with Doomsday Form, temporarily raising his power by a level. He is pleased to maintain the skill for 14 seconds during the fight, cycling through several uses. As a result, he clears the first level by taking down 200 zombies in just 35 seconds. The next level, Mutant Village, greets him with the stench of rotting corpses. He acknowledges it's even worse than the mist in Stormy Valley, and decides it's time to draw his legendary weapon. All the while he hears the constant murmuring of minsters, plotting to finish him. Suddenly a pack of zombie hounds appears and he nicks them down. Next, zombie butchers reveal themselves, and our boy dispatches them with Judgment Blade, which burns the ground after each slash. He observes these monsters are much tougher than previous zombies. As more undead pour in, their raws boosting their comrades' courage, but as they charge, Zhu Yi quickly takes them down. Without hesitation, A zombie hound lunges at Ju-yi only to be sliced apart in an instant. Then a plague spreader approaches. Its breath can't infect anyone nearby, eventually leading to death, but he remains unfazed. The protagonist quickly finishes it with his blade and relies on death resistance to recover fast. He soon realizes that while the Warhammer provides more powerful swings, it's too slow for melee situations, deciding the sword is a better choice for speed. Ju-yi switches weapons. He only managed to eliminate 20 zombies in a minute and doesn't want to waste Judgment Blade in weaker enemies. Instead, he releases a holy storm, wiping out every zombie in the vicinity. In just 1 minute and 50 seconds, our hero has taken down 2,100 zombies. Advancing to the next level, he enters the Forbidden Cathedral, where a level 45 zombie bishop is conducting a sermon. The bishop professes faith in an ancient good governing life and death and invites Ju-yi to embrace this good, promising freedom from the cycle of life and death and the gift of immortality. He reaches out urging Ju-yi to accept. Caught in a brief hallucination, our boy still manages to hit the bishop on Decla's head, rather embrace death than immortality. In the defensive, the bishop orders zombie nuns to attack. Without hesitation, Ju-yi activates Judgment Blade. As the nuns lunge at him, he vanishes, only to reappear and strike from different angles. A nun screams in anger, especially when he dispatches her with ease. Moving fluidly, our hero slashes down every zombie nun who dares approach. Despite the slaughter, the bishop remains composed, asserting that the louder the nuns sing, the deeper the ritual takes root in hell's lava. As Ju-yi approaches, a red aura spreads through the cathedral, forming a sigil beneath his feet. He immediately realizes the bishop used his nuns as bait to set this trap. Suddenly, a hand from the formation grabs Ju-yi's leg and begins pulling him under. Ju-yi feels his body become heavy as his strength drains. It's as if something is relentlessly pulling him down. He realizes he's being caught by With a Touch, a special group casting skill that weakens the target and inflicts curses of poison. Luckily, our boy's death resistance and magic immunity allow him to shrug off most curses. Relying on his skills, he breaks free from the dark vines binding him. Outside the formation, the bishop urges Ju-yi to accept his faith. Refusing, our hero summons Holy Fire, boosting his stats and incinerating the nuns pulling him down. He then attacks the bishop with Victory's Spear, but the bishop sets up a dark shield to defend. Refusing to give up, Ju-yi follows with Flashblade, pounding the shield repeatedly. Becoming anxious, the bishop cries out for Esha to unleash her wrath upon Ju-yi. At the mention of Esha, the protagonist's eyes widen. He's heard it before, even from the Ba Menster. As the bishop's body starts to disintegrate, Ju-yi resolves not to let anything dark happen. Channeling Divine Sword Heart, he prepares to shatter the shield in a single blow. Combining it with Doomsday Form, he obliterates the shield with a powerful slash, splitting the bishop's body in two. Ju-yi then transforms into angelic physique. From the bishop's remains, a distorted voice declares it will devour Ju-yi in Esha's stead. Multiple mouths rise from the remains, firing projectiles at our hero. Quickly, Ju-yi summons Holy Shield and respins with Holy Lightning Heavenly Chains. The bishop screams in pain, calling for his Gid for revenge, but our protagonist respins firmly, insisting he face the judgment of light. Ju-yi attacks again with Heavenly Chains, making the bishop hiss that Esha will turn him to ash. Reflecting, our boy notes that Jub skills usually fall into categories: attack, defense, buff, debuff, and limit skills. Though rare, there are also summoning or creation types, but limit skills are the scarcest, with control skills being the strongest among them. Curious, Ju-yi asks who Esha really is. The bishop declares Esha is the supreme good, peerless and ruler of all. With a single thought, she can turn any enemy into ash, damning the resistant into hellfire while granting immortality to loyal disciples. He mixed the bishop for lecturing about immortality while existing as a mutant monster. The bishop, drifting into past memories, recalls a time when he was human and loved by the people. Then a plague ravaged the village, infecting everyone. Desperate, he pleaded for the high priest's help, but they ignored his plea. Eventually, one day, he returned to the village holding a kriss, announcing that salvation had arrived. The bishop attempted to heal the infected with the kriss he carried, only to discover it was a fake. The villagers died rapidly, and those still breathing begged him for help. Drowning in hopelessness, he was approached by Esha. With her power, the illness vanished. The villagers were freed from pain, and even the dead returned. The bishop felt content existing as a zombie if it meant his people lived. In the present, he screams that being chosen by Esha means his duty is to spread her light to distant lands. Our hero realizes the bishop is beyond saving and decides to end it. He attacks with his blade while the bishop desperately calls for Esha's help, but receives no response. He points out that his Gid has abandoned him. and the bishop's many mouths raw that they will drag our protagonist to hell with them. Before the bishop can self-destruct, Ju Yi uses his chains on Fullos with Holy Chris, completely destroying the bishop's body. While Esha remains silent, our boy receives experience, recovery potions, and items after clearing the realm. An exit portal appears, but before leaving, he decides to destroy the statue of the evil good Esha. Using his golden beam, he obliterates the statue on to his surprise, receives a holy crystal for the first time, a rare second awakening item. Realizing the opportunity, the protagonist decides to grind this realm a few more times. Stepping out, Deacon Y praises him for clearing the realm in just 10 minutes and 25 seconds. Ju Yi ifas her the items he gained in exchange for another entry. Stunned, Deacon Y listens as our hero explains he's aiming for the fastest clearing time and believes he can beat the current record. She informs him he must be at least level 27 to challenge the leaderboard, but grants authorization anyway and tells him to keep his rewards. Just then, her nephew Wee Min appears. Having spent 2 months in this realm due to the difficulty of defeating the Lord creature, as the protagonist listens, he recalls back at Stormy Valley, he discovered low-level Lord creatures could slip through medium-scale spatial gaps. In the past, the nation entered Stage 3 wartime status and sent legions to eliminate Lord creatures near those cracks. Deacon Y asks her nephew about his challenge, and he shares that 4 teammates died. Without legion support, he wouldn't have survived. She asks if he's called his mother, but Min confesses he kept the mission secret and is now waiting for a lecture. He tries to get his aunt to intervene, but she refuses. Then she turns to Ju Yi and asks why he isn't in the secret realm, only for him to reveal he's just come out. When Deacon Y checks the leaderboard, she is shocked to find our hero's name at the top, having cleared the realm in just 1 minute and 59 seconds. He then expresses interest in challenging Abyss difficulty realms. She agrees, handing him her card so he can grind as much as he likes. After 2 months, our protagonist holds the first place record for the Lamenting Plague realm and Abyss difficulty, clearing it in just 1 minute and 29 seconds. People are amazed to see him even break the Nightmare difficulty record, completing it in 59 seconds. As our boy steps out of another realm, he recalls Master Wong gave him a card after learning he was grinding so hard. He has spent 2 months at the Tanwu Guild, reaching level 29 and preparing for his Jib Awakening mission. He decides to consult his mentor and way to find the Holy Paladin Jib book. Suddenly he receives a message from Teacher Wong, summoning him. Afterward, Ju Yi greets the principal, who praises him for increasing 6 levels in just 2 months. The principal asks if Ju Yi knows why he never took him deeper into the wilderness for faster leveling. Our protagonist calmly remarks that third awakened jobs often end in emptiness, with more levels but fewer practical training sessions, which prevents them from reaching their full potential. The principal commends his answer, explaining that some use clan resources to quickly level up, but even after second or third awakening, they remain weak without proper training. Now that Ju Yi has reached level 29, the principal decides it's time to awaken his second form. Principal Wong explains the Holy Knight's second job will be the Enlightening Saint, which enhances Holy Light mastery and boosts attack power. However, he points out that this is designed for ordinary knights, while Zhou Yi's own attack capabilities are already formidable. The principal then hands Zhu Yi the Enlightened Saint Jib Awakening book. The protagonist mentally connects with it, reviewing the requirements for the Jib Awakening. There are 4 requirements total, one of which is the Repentant Will. Our hero wonders if this refers to the repentant will of cultists who once followed evil guides. Principal Wong asks if Zhu Yi remembers the repentance skill he gained at the Plague Realm, explaining he'll need to use that skill to extract the repentant will within half an hour, or the soul will dissipate. Meanwhile, our boy is curious how the principal knew he possessed that skill. The principal clarifies he was certain Zhu Yi would attain it when grinding in the Plague Realm, as it is essential for the Saint Jib. He notes that Zhu Yi has completed all requirements except for collecting 100 repentant wills. Therefore, he suggests the protagonist take in cultist-related missions, which are posted in the school network, to gather the necessary wills. Later, Zhu Yi browses the school website and observes Su Kang has fewer students compared to other schools. This is because the school invests more in each student, leading to a lower recruitment count, although plenty of missions remain available. Ignoring initial missions, our hero picks a mission in Lungfeng City. Surprisingly, when about to accept it, he finds it classified as high risk, with a casualty rate exceeding 70%. Regardless, Zhu Yi decides to proceed. He summons his space butterfly, mocking the area with its mana so that with the void beast's help, he can teleport back if necessary. After leaving campus, the narrative shifts to Wu, who is training in the combat room. Wu learns the news that Juyi has departed for a high-risk mission. His assistant provides the details, revealing that two students, levels 26 and 28, lost contact after taking this same mission, leading to its current high-risk rating. However, Wu remains confident in our boy. Knowing he has trained hard over the past 2 months, Wu instructs the assistant Nit to intervene. Our protagonist departs from the Ning'an City Teleportation Square, taking 12 teleports on 7 high-speed trains to reach the Theungsun region. Now Taya Juyi notes he has 2 more hours of travel. A girl sitting nearby notices his found accessory and guesses he's from Ning'an City. He confirms, and she mentions she often goes there during summer vacations before asking about his trip's purpose. I respond it's for work. The girl introduces herself as Bina and says her friend is named Lu Jia. Both are heading to Lungfeng City for the hit springs. She assumes our hero belongs to a combat job and asks for contact info, noting she and her friend are pharmacists. Upon arrival, Bunner and her friend depart. Suddenly, they bump into a man who hands her a flyer about a special event to showcase their kid's blessing. When our boy sees the flyer, he stares coldly, prompting the man to immediately snatch it back. Meanwhile, Bina tells her friend to throw it away, explaining that this religion started about a year ago in Lungfeng City. Although followers seem to receive benefits, their personalities change markedly. She mentions her brother's classmate, once a gentle person, became terrifying after joining the religion afterward. Juyi recalls his experience with the light gid at Stormy Valley, reminding himself that miracles aren't something people can showcase daily. He suspects this is a cultist clue, recognizing that disguising as an orthodox religion is typical cult behavior. A large crowd gathers at the special ceremony hosted by Holy Faith, all eager to witness a miracle that could help them level up faster. Among them, a group of 4 investigators has arrived to check the so-called Holy Faith miracle, which managed to attract 10,000 followers in just 1 year. Triu Lin reminds her teammate, Koman, that gathering evidence is enough for their mission. Meanwhile, Truong Tran informs her he's deployed micro-robots to monitor the entire event. The teammate, Lu Wuhan, attempts to access Juyi's info, but is unable to do so. The team realizes they can't see our hero's details and concludes he must be above level 20. Suddenly, Juyi stares at them coldly, making the group uneasy and prompting them to avoid drawing his attention in the future. For his part, our protagonist pays them little mind, remaining focused on his true goal, the Holy Faith cult. After a few minutes, Father Lu Ziyuan of Holy Faith welcomes everyone. Our hero silently notes that Lu Zhu is at level 18, accompanied by 2 others at level 17. Lu Zhu announces that the Holy Lord considers everyone equal and grants blessings to followers. The cult provides specialized realms and unrestricted resources to members, including all recovery medicines and treasures. He further claims each member will receive 8,000 coins per month. The announcement excites the crowd, fueling delusions of quickly becoming elites through Holy Faith. Lu Zhu then unveils a statue of the Holy Lord, calling it an honor to gaze upon a good. Unable to appraise the statue, Juyi suspects it might be a magic artifact. Meanwhile, Triu Lin's team enters high alert, intending to gather evidence of a fraudulent miracle. Lu Zhu prays aloud for the Holy Lord to manifest power, so the congregation can witness a real miracle. Suddenly, a radiant glow bursts from the statue, and a giant translucent silhouette of the Holy Lord reaches over the crowd. The crowd is quickly convinced they are witnessing a miracle, as the silhouette begins murmuring unintelligible words. Lu Zhu raises her shield to protect herself, but her teammates fall under the spell, convinced they've become stronger and wealthier. Realizing the effect is a high-level hypnotic spell, Lu Zhu relies on a special necklace to remain immune to mental manipulation. Unfortunately, the necklace needs time to cool down before she can use it to wake her friends. Across the hall, our boy also recognizes he is witnessing a hypnotic spell. Moments later, Lu Zhu signals for the ritual to begin by ringing a bell. Using dark magic, a group of people, including a bishop, teleports into the hall. Immediately, Juyi senses these newcomers are cultists. The bishop, unhappy with Lu Zhu for wasting time in the audience, warns him not to repeat the mistake, and informs him that after this sacrifice ritual, Lu Zhu will officially join Holy Faith and receive the Holy Lord's blessing. As a holy knight, our protagonist detects a deep malevolence radiating from the bishop and his disciples. The bishop is only level 27, leading Juyi to suspect someone even stronger is behind the scenes. He chooses to wait a bit longer, seeking more info. Meanwhile, the bishop and his men begin chanting, proclaiming the holy laud as eternal and indestructible. The statue begins to act, drawing out the souls of those gathered, who soon chant along with the bishop. Our hero reflects that souls are essential for resurrection spells used by priests, and some jubs have the capability to return to life in soul form. Souls, he notes, are of vital importance to both kamanas and the powerful alike. Though the crowd appears unchanged in the surface, Ju Yi observes their personalities have been completely transformed after the souls were stolen. Ju Yi wonders what purpose the statue has for those stolen souls. At the same time, Lu Zu fears everyone will die if this continues, so she tries to wake Triulin with an ice spike spell, but fails. Meanwhile, Lu Zu notices Lu Zu is resisting the hypnosis and attempts to restrain her with black fire snake magic. Luckily, our protagonist intervenes, casting holy protection, while another girl in the crowd raises a glowing shield to help. That girl, Luo Nhi, follows with a radiant light attack against a cultist, but he remains unharmed, remarking she must be from the Light Temple. Startled by his strength, Luo Turan attempts to escape with teleportation magic, but the cultist respins with a swimp spell, and his partner launches a fireball attack. Turan only just manages to shield herself. Realizing she might have escaped if only one opponent targeted her, she retaliates with holy power. Even as a melee cultist approaches, the cultists quickly form a shield, putting her in the defensive. Turan begins to despair, wondering if 4 years of training ends here. At this decisive moment, Ju Yi takes action and finally releases his repentance hammer. With a single strike, he destroys the entire 9th floor and leaves several cultists unconscious. The bishop recognizes our hero as a high-tier knight of the temple, while Ju Yi calls them sinful cultists, watching from the sidelines. Turan wonders if our boy is a second awakened class holder, as he just defeated opponents all over level 25. The bishop, now desperate, sends his men to stop our protagonist, but they are wiped out instantly. Panicked, the bishop pushes Lu Zu forward as bait on attempts to escape. As before, he knocks out Lu Zu with a single move and summons his space butterfly to track the fleeing bishop. After the case, Turan introduces herself as a light mage from the Light Temple. Looking at Ju Yi up close, she notes the holy light aura surrounding him. Our hero learns Turan is out adventuring, taking missions, and she credits him for saving her life. Curious, she asks if he belongs to the temple. While explaining he isn't affiliated with the temple, our protagonist nonchalantly destroys the saintly statue with his bare fingers. Turan is stunned, suspecting he might be a holy son. She reflects that holy son and holy daughter titles are awarded by the temple to geniuses who receive the greatest cultivation resources. These individuals are considered unrivaled among peers and can challenge those at higher levels. For their safety, only the temple knows their true identity. Turan wonders if they should wake everyone immediately, but our hero advises against it, arguing it could cause unnecessary panic. Instead, he suggests leaving the matter to public security. Then, Ju Yi uses his repentant skill on one of the cultists. The cultist's soul emerges, confessing his sins and repenting for every wrong committed. He only managed to collect 4 repentant wills, much less than he needs. He intentionally lets the bishop escape, intending to track more cultists with the space butterfly's help. Meanwhile, Nhi, who also possesses the repentant skill but finds hers much weaker than the protagonists, wonders if he'd allow her to philo to cultivate more. A while later, the Lungfeng security team arrives and begins checking the scene. Turan raises her hand and informs Captain Wang how that holy faith is actually a cult, luring people to steal their souls. The captain asks if she stepped them, but Turan admits she didn't, realizing Ju Yi had already vanished. Disappointed, she wishes the security team focus on evacuating the crowd and ensuring everyone's safety. The team's healers tend to the affected, and as people wake up, they are dazed, unsure where they are or why they feel so exhausted. Meanwhile, Lu Zu explains to her teammates that they were all hypnotized, and she only escaped thanks to her magic charm. She adds that Holy Faith had 5 members over level 25, but someone like a second awakened class holder removed them all. Trung Tron decides to review the footage from his micro-robots, but before he can, the building begins to shake violently. Underground, the bishop is anxious, trying to find out who Ju Yi could be. He suspects our hero is from the Light Temple, as he acts silently, and all known temple members were led away while hypnotized, murmuring that his master will be in a fit of rage over the failed ritual and the loss of 4 devoted disciples. He opens a secret door with his space butterfly. Our boy tracks the bishop to a hidden hall filled with philoas. At the center, their master, appearing as a dark orb, greets Bishop Feng and asks about the situation. The bishop prostrates, confessing a man with strong light elements ruined the plan and he was no match for him. Pleading for mercy, Feng promises to find more sacrifices to make up for the loss. The master is unimpressed, calling him a useless thing. Meanwhile, Zhu Yi, currently disguised in a cloak, observes the situation. He notes the dense malevolent energy radiating from the master and quickly counts around 100 cultists in the hall. Realizing they are orchestrating something big, the master declares the ritual a success. Despite the disruption, however, Feng argues that main soul requirements aren't met, warning it could incite the master's wrath. The master clarifies current sacrifices aren't for those few souls and instructs Bishop Su to explain the true plan. Su reveals that their goal is to subvert the entire world. Over the past year, they have conducted 307 sacrifices across Lungfeng City, each at carefully chosen locations, forming what they call the Case Hell Formation. By preying in human desires and expanding ranks, they have set the stage. They even spiked the city's water supply with a clear drug, weakening the populace and making them easier to control. Our hero wonders about their end goal with the Hell Formation. Bishop Su continues, explaining that secret tunnels connect each sacrifice site, filled with ancient characters and magic formations. Tonight, the Case Hell Formation will be activated, channeling the souls and life energy of the entire city into the Master of Case Seal. Their intent is to sacrifice the whole city to awaken the Case Master, plunging the world into darkness and reshaping it according to their design. Determined to stop them, Zhu Yi summons his weapons and launches an attack in the master, followed by the cultists, wielding both Flash Blade and Doomsday Form. Su retaliates fiercely as the master recognizes our protagonist, mocking Feng for failing to shake the tail and looking down on him due to his common background, promising his death. Meanwhile, our hero finds himself struggling to keep up with Sus power. Su summons Phantom Sides and calls forth a Dark Tornado, elevating the battle to a new level of danger. Sus Dark Tornado envelopes the battlefield, forcing Zhu Yi to rely on holy protection just to withstand the onslaught. Su mix our protagonist, pointing out the vast difference between first and second awakening, highlighting the 14-level gap between them. Despite this, our hero manages to hold his ground, realizing that if this continues, he risks being completely drained. Determined to end it fast, he declares that his light will be enough to shatter Sus tricks. Su, suspecting the boy might be the temple's secret weapon, resolves not to let him leave alive. In response, Zhu Yi activates Focus Aura, Angelic Physique, and Holy Fear Aura all at once. He fires a golden beam, obliterating the Dark Tornado in a single blow and leaving Su utterly stunned. Suddenly the gathered followers surge forward surrounding our protagonist. Though weak individually, their overwhelming numbers begin to drain his mana. Dark chains attempt to bind Zhu Yi and a blue liquid surrounds him, especially when he responds with his swords and quickly decides to clear the field. Using his pair of shields, our hero pushes back the cultists. Although Su manages to evade the attack, Su retaliates with Shadow Slash, but Zhu Yi responds with Holy Light, slamming Su into a wall. The master mechs Su for failing to handle a level 29 Holy Knight. Relieved, our boy notes that thanks to his buffs, his power now matches a level 40, explaining how he managed to overwhelm Su. The master then orders Feng to attack, but when Feng hesitates, Zhu Yi strikes with his sword. Unexpectedly, the master grabs Feng's hair and flings him aside. He quickly realizes Feng is the master's son, but the master dismisses him as a useless pawn, meant only to serve the Case Master. Disgusted, our protagonist condemns the master's cruelty, but it coldly replies that after Case, all life will be its children. Curious, our hero asks how the master knows him. The master reveals it knows he is the National Freshman Exchange Competition champion. As Zhu Yi turns to face Su, who lunges again, the master begins preparing its own attack. Our boy agilely evades using his Void Beast leap, then delivers a powerful punch to Su. The master, amused by his actions, realizes he has tamed the Void Beast, following with his light punishment, eliminating another cultist, but his focus shifts to the master. Piecing things together, he concludes the master must be Feng Hai, who escaped before. The master nids and reveals his human form, asserting that after the Case Master awakens, he will ascend to become one of the new Gids. He explains that, had it not been for our protagonist's interference in the exchange competition, the Case Master would have awakened months ago. The master aims to seize the Void Beast as a gift for the Case Master, and intends to use Zhu Yi's holy power to fuel the awakening. Meanwhile, our hero steels himself, knowing that facing Feng Hai will be the ultimate challenge, as Feng Hai is currently at level 49. Next, Feng Hai releases spikes from the ground, targeting Zhu Yi. Our boy evades agilely, but all the cultists around them have died. Feng Hai continues the assault, sending moss spikes to ward our hero. Zhu Yi summons holy protection, but a few spikes pierce through, hitting him despite the defense. Once more, he finds himself poisoned,